Okay, welcome back to Heroes 3 as we continue Barren Lands, and I'm actually quite looking forward to this episode. I think we're in a really strong position to finally take the fight back to red. We have Jedi just here who has his combination of Armageddon, Black Dragon, Sorcery, Fire Magic, and 18 spell power, so that's pretty good. We are going to be going up against Zydar, who has the 27 spell power, which is really quite scary. However, he is looking like a really perfect victim for Armageddon. Pretty small army. Very vulnerable to it, so that should work pretty well. And we also have Alamar just here who has the various other units, the ability to resurrect them using the now expert earth magic, and also a pretty good set of artifacts and things. So these two should interact just to pass across all of these spells and things. And Alamar probably also has some useful stuff to hand across, so Charm of Mana, that type of thing I think can go. Ring of Life we should probably hang on to. Spirit of Oppression. Yeah, we don't need two of those regardless. I guess we can put it in the bag. And then rest of this stuff I don't think matters too much. I suppose we'll keep the Ring of Conjuring actually. Yeah, not too many artifacts to swap around, but that's fine. Okay, so Alamar, his job is going to be to go out to the west, and we are going to firstly get our spell points back. And then we are going to go after Coronius and get our revenge on him. So he's stolen our green dragons, but that's fine. We have enough forces to take him out. Let's get rid of this slow troglodyte. Then we go back to Jedi. So Jedi also could use a few more spell points, but I think he probably has just enough to make this work. Although, we have to worry about Aiden as well. So we do have to recover some spell points. Yeah, I think we go into the town and we'll just spend a turn here, that's probably fine. Okay, so Mafala has a bit of a choice. She doesn't have too many units. We could use her just to lock down this island to grab the lighthouse, stuff like that. But we could also pick up just a basic hero in a town like this. So Jeremy comes with a cannon. He's also level 2. First time we've been offered a level 2 hero for quite some time. In fact, probably the first time. So that's quite interesting. I think maybe we buy him in this town. We'll come back to that. So Jagar is going to claim a Pandora's box. Not sure what's in here. It is actually pretty disappointing, but can't really complain because Helm of Heavenly Enlightenment is really nice. I am going to actually also, while I remember, I'm going to swap a few things around. So I think extra gem production is more important than either of these two. And then over in this slot, I think I did have a look around at our artifact situation. We do have multiple potentially combination artifacts that we could build, but the toughest one to put together is Dima has the Vial of Lifeblood and Alamar has the other two components. So other sides of the map, pretty difficult to make that work, but I have at least temporarily got Dima's sets working again. Okay, so Jagar I think also had a couple of site related artifacts, so we're going to put those on. I don't think we really need luck that much. So yeah, we'll go with the Speculum and the Spyglass, just make sure we really reveal as much as possible, and then we'll get back on the ship. Malekith is not strong enough to go for this. Like, I can't see it working. I'm not sure why he's not coming to attack us. But yeah, he's got a lot of tier 6 units, all those Wyvern Monarchs, also the Cyclops Kings behind the defences of Moston just there. I can't see it working, so I'm just going to move to the west instead, and we'll see if we can find another town in that direction. So Dima is able to do some conquering. He is potentially the ideal choice to take on either purple. Well, it is purple up there actually. So purple is here. I think purple is also around here somewhere. Yeah, I think we send him up towards Christian. He should be able to take all of that stuff on. Before we do, Mafala, she might be the obvious choice to go and see what all of this is. So I might take her to the east. And then that leaves Gunnar, who is going to take on some of this stuff perhaps. So there is an island just here. We can also see there is a sawmill just there. So this could actually be the additional dungeon town we've been looking for. But yeah, let's just do a little bit of exploring. So that is extra movement points, which is kind of interesting, but we won't bother. So I do know there is the... oh, this must be a dungeon zone. We should probably go for it. I do know there is the Necromancer's Island or something on this map, and I'm not sure what's on it, but I do kind of want to go and see what it is for story reasons. Okay, so that leaves Dima, who I think needs to take on the strongest hero we can, and if we go up in this direction we could take some extra Inferno units if we want to. I don't think we are really that bothered about that though. So let's just go same direction as Mephala. Mephala will go for the easier target. Dima goes up this way. Mephala goes just to the east. This will be claimed, so I'm not going to bother. Straight to the east, Jedi stays in place, and then we are going to recruit Jeremy in this town. So Jeremy is going to, I guess, claim this. Could be useful as defenders at some point. Then we start going west. And I'm going to avoid spending too much more gold. We'll just look back at the previous turn once again to make sure there's nothing we're missing. So we still have the potential threat of... I can't remember who it was. That hero there. Orange. Pretty close to our town. But we can't really recruit any further units. So... not a huge amount we can do about that. We've got Arlak if we need to. But yeah, I think we end the first turn there. So red is not really doing anything too aggressive. We'll see what Zidar does. So Zidar is coming towards us. That's very interesting. Obviously he doesn't anticipate that we have... here we go. He doesn't anticipate that we have the Armageddon spell, of course. So this is going to be tough. 7 black dragons. I can't see how we win this. We've got blind, but it lasts for 1 round. We've got 1 lightning bolt that does 35 points of damage. And we've got the ability to go for Dispel twice. That's probably going to be what we end up doing. I think we obviously have to focus down the flying units. Problem is most of his forces can damage us in some way. We're only really safe from the Minotaur Kings. So yeah, there's not a lot we can do about this. Black dragons will also get the multi-attack on us unless we fly out right now. But if we fly out right now, the Minotaur Kings are pretty much perfectly placed to get through to us. We could go for the multi-attack through these into the Minotaur Kings, but losses would be very heavy. He also does have the first aid skill. So I almost do want to go for this. I could also actually go for 2 magic arrows just to weaken this a bit. Loses at most 40% of its hit points per hit. So if we go for... oh no, this is not as clear as I'd like. If we go for magic arrow twice, it has 35 hit points left. So 35 is around 40% of 75, but it's not... my mental math is not that fast. I'm not sure if it quite works out. Still, I actually do think... no, I'm going to save my spell points. He is going to go for the multi-attack for sure. Do we just move up and go for a block? It would waste the turn of these units, but if they're going to be attacked by 7 black dragons, just wondering if we do go out just for 1 turn, we can just pull this off. This might be a mistake, but we're going to go for it. So it goes for blind on those, chooses to focus down the gold dragons. So that stack is in quite a bit of trouble. Going to wait with this stack. Okay, now this stack is going to go for this. Okay, so we can now kill it off if we want to. We can also kill it off with magic arrow instead. Not able to do full damage to anything, so I'm going to go for these before they attack us. And I think we need to come back into the town. He at least doesn't have too many spell points, so that's good. So yeah, we go defensive. This stack also goes defensive. Free to attack with these once again, so the black dragons will be able to flame breath into our grand elves. So what can we do to prevent that? Nothing. This position, I guess? I'm not sure they can actually breath through these two. So if we go here, they'll breath attack through the gold dragons. I think we have to try this. We'll see. So goes for curse on those. He's already blinded them and then he wakes them back up. So really strange choices. They do become the obvious choice to absorb retaliation on these, but even so, I'm not sure if we do want to rule these, because Dendroids and Dwarves would be pretty good at doing that. We can also send them across to actually finish off the first aid tent, which is an important thing to do. But this still feels more important, and at this point we're not going to go for Dispel, so I think we kill this off with Magic Arrow. We do absorb the retaliation here. Do we go for this though? I don't think so. We can do that next round. So we attack with these, we attack with these, and we'll attack with these two. So if we move down to here, they're no longer able to breath attack into our Grand Elves. But we'll take pretty heavy damage. But yeah, I think we need to do it. Okay. Okay, so let's absorb retaliation on these. We should probably try and kill these off, but these are still the bigger threat. These just go defensive. Okay, actually breath attacks his own units. Very surprised he did that. We do still have 5 spell points we can go for, so shield gives us 15% extra defense for 1 round. Which we could use to attack the black dragons who are pretty close to death. But I think we want to make sure they can't breath attack us. So we don't want to go up to this position, we don't want to attack them from the left. 4 is probably beatable. And I think we would need to shield. But yeah, let's keep it simple for now, let's just go for the Harpy Hags. Ah, to get the morale. Still hanging on though. So we can kill these off, we can also kill off a black dragon, however we will get to kill the dragon with our towers before it next moves. These are also coming across, but yeah, let's focus these down first. So War Unicorns can hold the Minotaur Kings in place, but I think we do need to weaken those too. Okay, so we're still able to reach. Do we just go for these instead? I think we do, so that we can attack it with all our stacks. Just gonna go all out, try and get a kill on this, which we don't quite manage to do. Okay, this is now looking pretty bad. Yeah, we're not going to win this. Okay, just gotta throw out a magic arrow on something. Okay, so we do lose that town. That's a bit of a setback, but we will be able to get it back at some point. We just need to use that town gate, or we could even perhaps make that Malekith's mission. He's not that far away from there, and he is strong enough to do it. That is one thing he could do. Okay, we'll keep following that along. The shipwreck has not been visited. We should, of course, just empty that out. Another Black Shard of the Dead Knight. Okay. That's not what he needs, is it? What's the other one? Shield of Yawning Dead. Yeah, he doesn't have the stuff. Okay. So he is going to... He could go for additional... There is a way we could do this. We could go for additional phoenixes. We go for the Firebirds here. We go southwest. We go for this hill fort. That gets us some more phoenixes. I really don't think it's worth it, though. I think we want to get this guy involved. Back in the action. And it's possible there's an extra town gate somewhere like this, but it's just not really worth exploring. I think we do explore to the south. Southeast. So we could land. Don't have too many movement points to do anything else. So if we land here, we can go for the Altar of Sacrifice, get rid of some units. Some experience. But no, I think we just continue to sail. Okay, then back to Jedi. We are indeed probably about to be attacked by Zydar. We should perhaps stay where we are, though. I'd be tempted to actually buy a Silver Pegasus. One annoying thing about losing this town is it does lose us 10% interest going into next week, so that would have been an extra 6,000 gold. Kinda sucks. Okay, Jedi goes up to this. Afala will go into the unexplored section. Fire shield. See what that is. Now Gunnar can land. He does have a pretty good force, and we have taken out most of Blue's best heroes, so this should be okay to do. Flying units as well. I assume we can get through that gap. We don't really have enough movement points to try anything else. Yep, so there is Blue's capital, pretty weakly defended, so Gunnar at last will get to be involved in the action. I think Jedi does want to go to the Marletto Tower. The alternative is we stay in the town and we get some Silver Pegasi or something, make spellcasting more expensive, but the idea is we end the next fight in 2 rounds, so... Just gonna go Fairy Ring and gonna grab that extra defense, and we could also actually grab just a few 1-stack fodders. They might actually resist the Armageddon. Can't see them being useful, but you never know. Okay, so Alamar goes for this, and we are going to go to this at the start of next week for the additional movement points. That pretty much corners Coronius. Then Jeremy goes to the west. I should perhaps go to this. We'll wait here for a turn, that's fine. So we're still going to get 20% interest, therefore let's do a little bit of trading. Lock in as much interest as possible. We probably don't even need the sulfur. One thing we could do is at last go for the Maelstrom over here. So in order to do that, we need to actually buy back some of that wood, that's fine. It's day 7, so I think we lock it in. It's going to grow by 3 per week. Okay, we'll end the turn there. So Coronius is indeed trying to escape from us. This hero is also retreating. This hero is actually potentially going to go for our tower town. Zydar does come to attack, but doesn't know what we can do to him. So go straight in for that. We are going to go straight for our Armageddon. So 825 points of damage. I'm not actually sure where he got the Titans, but he's split them into 2 stacks. Oh, of course, the town in the southeast. Oh, he does have Earth Elementals, though. So that could change things. Oh, that could really change things. But we can do this 7 times. Immune to Armageddon. That is pretty much the worst thing that could have happened. We still go for at least 1 more though. Yeah, not worried about those demons. 3 dwarves did survive, I didn't even spot that. Not sure what we do with them, but we'll keep them around. Okay, so able to go for an attack, we can kill off 25 to 32 of these. We should probably also kill these off before the start of the next round, because they will be able to attack us. So yeah, I think we just go for this. Deprive them of their move, go for another Armageddon, which kills off most of the rest of their stacks, and now it is just this stack of Earth Elementals, really. He's going for another one of those. I think we want them grouped together. He's going to keep going for that. I think we have enough gold to surrender if we need to. We can only summon 36 at a time. Dispel doesn't work. I wish it did. What can we actually do to these? What are they vulnerable to? So they are vulnerable to Meteor Shower. So if we can get them to bunch up... Yeah, it doesn't quite work like that. So Meteor Shower, 605 points of damage. We can do it several times. Just gotta wait. He's gonna keep going for it. So in this case, we can go for the Meteor Shower on these 2. We'll see how much that does. So it does do quite a nice amount. I think we probably will be forced to brawl. Yeah, we do take a loss. Can I actually kill these off fast enough? Just trying to think, do we let them bunch up? Because our spell points are a precious commodity. We want to be probably hitting all 3 at once. What else could we do? So stuff like shield won't work. The other spells, so fire elemental just won't bring us enough. Blind won't work. Yeah, I don't think there's much else we can do. I'm gonna try waiting. Yeah, he's just gonna keep going for that. Oh, this is tough. Because he's gradually weakening our dragons too. We can only hit 1 of them here. How could we do this? Is there a world in which we let him spend all of his spell points and then just really have them bunch up and get a ton of efficiency out of, what is it, 6 casts? 6 casts just doesn't seem like enough. I don't know if this is a mistake, but I just don't think we can kill them off fast enough if we don't have him waste his spell points. Do we go for Meteor Shower here? We can also go for things like Mass Slow once he has spent all of his spell points. But it's not really that much. It's not really that useful. quicksand, I mean, it only costs 6. I really thought we could just swoop in and kill him. I mean, we kind of can. If we surrender now, he has no units left, and he also effectively loses. How much would that cost us? 32,000. Not even that much. Feels a little bit cheesy, but it's a legit strat. I will go for a meteor shower here. Ah, they get the luck, so they kill one of us off with that. Starting to bunch up a little bit. Yeah, this is not the way I expected this fight to go. Let's just see what we can do. Oh, what a terrible location for that to happen in. This is back through the 2 into the 27, and now we could brawl. Yeah, I think we should be able to prevent further losses. So we go for this, and Jedi flees. So we do lose 15 black dragons after a nearly 200 round battle, but we beat him fair and square. So he flees, but he has no actual units. So I believe that should be him defeated. I'm kind of curious about basic offense, but I also really want logistics and pathfinding. I'm going to go for fire magic for now. I'm going to go for advanced sorcery, of course. And that was pretty rough. We do still have 5 black dragons we can work with. But that was tough. And they're now coming for our stronghold town too. Okay, so there's a lot going on. Oh, and we get the month of the plague. Very unexpected. Good thing I don't think we were planning to go for a big turn this turn. But yeah, that's a problem for us. So I'm going to follow this just towards our town. I think that's fine. So it is a problem for this town, for sure, because this is now unable to defend itself. It did have a few units in it, but not enough to hold off Malcolm. I think we have to buy pretty much all of this stuff and just hope for the best. So Arlak is back. I think we do buy him. But yeah, Month of the Plague. I was hoping this... Maybe a little bit optimistic, but I was hoping we might even be able to win this month. But I'm now not so confident. Okay, we're going to go into the Gloom, into the Fog of War. Grab this, I guess, and then... There's not really too much to do. There is the Cape of Velocity just there, which is pretty useful, but I think the main thing we want to do is just beeline ourselves towards our castle gates. So Jedi is now no longer necessarily strong enough to take a lot of fights. I do of course want to find a magic well if I can. We do have Coronius just there, but we should be able to chase him down using Alamar. So we go to this. Do we go to this too? Is that the faster way? Yeah, that should actually allow us to reach. I do want to take this back because gold dragons actually are also immune to Armageddon. So they would be a good pick, but this fight is going to be for Alamar to do. Let's spread these out. Let's go for it. So not too many losses expected. Let's get our revenge on this guy. So we do have options such as Implosion, which would work really well against these green dragons, but they can't actually reach us yet. So I think for now, Meteor Shower on these 3 is probably fine. Then let's wait. Goes for blind on those, that's absolutely fine, that's not our power stack at all. Okay, so if we move these Minotaurs in here, we will be attacked, so I don't think we do that. Let's move a little bit closer. Then free to move with all of these, so let's go for... We'll wipe out the Pegasi. then we can go for the next move, but I think we go for the implosion first. So we kill those off. Go for these. He goes for the ice bolt and flees. Okay, that's fine. Basic leadership is kind of interesting, but I think expert mysticism is just the nicer choice. Okay, can we get Jedi some more units? So the problem is, in this town we have no dragon cliffs at all, let alone gold dragons. Dima is going to go back up in this direction. Was that an enemy? No, it's a shipyard. Okay. So Mephala will explore some of this. So there's actually another way underground. Should we check that out? I feel like we should. Yeah, let's see where this goes. Then Gunnar can reach this town. They have unfortunately recruited some black dragons, but let's go for it. So we don't have resurrection, so I think spreading out into multiple stacks is perfectly fine. Okay, so spell options. Would haste make us fast enough? So 13 speed, we need at least 16. So plus 3 speed, because we are already moving with the initiative, that's not going to help us. Lightning bolt does 160 points of damage. We can also go for fireball, perhaps. Not a spell I'd normally go for, but I do want these stacks wiped out as quickly as possible. Okay, forced to go in. Not sure why the black dragons didn't come to attack us. But we kill those off, and we do also get morale. So can we kill these off? Yes, we can. Perfect. So only the one loss. Advanced earth magic at last, but we still just have basic wisdom, so this guy still needs a little bit more before he can start resurrecting. Portal of Summoning is kind of interesting. Mage Guild level 4 also potentially interesting. Second dungeon town is good to have. This is also quite well built up, which is great. I think we're just going to spend the rest of the turn here. Then we go back to Jedi. So Jedi can continue to go aggressive. He does still have 45 spell points. If we can find guaranteed spell point recovery, that'd be perfect. But if not, gonna be forced to go back. Should we check this out? So maybe we go for the knowledge first. Then grab this. And we can get more knowledge on the way back. Yeah, that makes it feel a little bit better. There's also even more knowledge potentially from the School of Magic. We'll try and make it worth our while. Okay, so that's all of our heroes moved. This one can actually go into the town, so I guess we do that. Then we go back to this town, and we go for recruiting Arlak. Dismiss the weaker forces. Okay, I don't think that's going to be enough, but it's not, yeah, definitely not enough. There's not really anything else we can do. So other places we can potentially get a hero out of. So we do have the Inferno town over here, where we can send Tazar out if we want to. But no, I think we would rather have the option of moving Gunnar next turn. So I don't think we build any further buildings. Possibly the Dragon Cliffs in this town will prove themselves to be pretty useful. So actually I will go towards that. Let's just build that now. Yeah, it's a weird thing about Rampart. It really feels like it's a wood-based town, but once you take the Dragon Cliffs into account, it's really all that counts. Okay, so we are at least producing green dragons. What we want to do is upgrade them to gold dragons, and we can start using them with Armageddon. Okay, gonna end the turn there. So red is still coming towards this town too. So yeah, the Month of the Plague in that town really sucked because it had about 15 titans available. Green has been vanquished, so that was a pretty tough opponent. But we did take out their best hero. That was Darkstorm's big contribution. I really don't think we can win this. We can blind these, but only for one round. Oh, they got Ulgoi Korkoi too. They must have got those through diplomacy because this map was created before Factory got released. I'm gonna shoot these first. Then I'll blind them. Yeah, he's got the ballistics too. Here's for the mass shield. Okay, so this unit is not really able to take on too much. I think we just go and attack these. Then we do get morale, so let's go for these. Want to weaken these since they can recruit more of them at some point. Every Ulgoi Korkoi that goes down is never coming back. No other source of those on the map. But yeah, we've got to get someone over here. This could be the kind of thing Malekith could do, but it's not necessarily going to be that easy for him either. Let's see, so he's getting closer. Advanced Earth Magic, that is yet another hero that really needs it. So let's just see. So we do have Resurrection, so that's permanent Resurrection, that's really good to have. This is kind of interesting, but we're not strong enough. So yeah, this path just eventually leads us back towards that town, but it is good to have someone here. Oh, we can actually land all the way over here, which I think we should do. So Jaeger re-entering the fray at last. Dima still goes after purple, I think. We will go across to this, we will take some more knowledge, it's very much needed. See Eovacious there. Is it worth chasing him down? I think probably is. No, we should be able to defend that. If it wasn't Month of the Plague again, it would be that little bit easier. Do we have... We have Ring of Vitality. This is Ring of Life. It's not an easy fight, but this does get us the Elixir of Life, so I think we have to prioritize that. Take the extra morale. Okay, Jedi is going to... Let's just have a look. So we're safe for now. We'll go across to this first. Take the knowledge. Go across to this knowledge as well. Mephala will go to explore this. Okay. So this is an odd location. I'm not sure how we get in. I'm also not sure we can take this fight. So we got the mass slow, but it doesn't work on magic elementals. Pretty much nothing does. We could go for stone skin, we could go for shield. I just don't really think we have that much to gain. Just gonna get back in the ship. Alamar goes for this, and we'll send him to go aggressive. He's still got all of his spell points. Jeremy we don't really need to buff. The main thing we want to do with Jeremy is just go up to this lighthouse. Then Dima is free to re-emerge. Let's go ahead and, I guess, pick up some Scorpicores. They could help us. Do we go for Mage Guild level 4? I don't think it makes too much difference. If we go for Portal Summoning, we could get really lucky. Nope. Just the Imps. That's fine. Okay, so we go across to this, and we are just going to use our Logistics specialty to see as much as possible. We do have the blue hero just there we should look out for. I think I will still go for Knowledge. So it's Rion, and we should be able to take him on. It shouldn't be too bad. This guy needs some additional strengthening though, so we'll go for some defense. Okay, and we're free to spend gold if we want to, but I think most of our towns are fine. So upgraded Dragon Cliffs here requires Mage Guild level 3, so I guess we will go towards that gradually, but it's not urgent. Okay, let's end the turn there. So I need to be careful here because, yeah, our Tower Town is threatened. Looks like they want to go for the Stronghold Town too. This orange hero could become a problem. But yeah, we've ceded the west side of the map to orange just as we start getting our vengeance on the east against blue. Still, we should be able to take this back. This is a cool little design, this area. Okay, so we can get our spell points back there, then we go to take on Wild Willow, which is currently undefended. The one good thing so far about the Month of the Plague. So I see Ranlu there. I can see Eovacious is trying to avoid me, but I do want to take on these dragons first. I forgot to equip the Arm of the Damned. So do we go for slow? Does that help us? Probably not. We could go for Implosion. I think we have enough spell points to justify that. So if we just check, if we go for Resurrection, we have taken no losses, so no need to do that. Please defend, and please kill off. So 7,000 experience, basic fire magic is available. I'm just going to go for Mysticism though, and we can get the Elixir of Life next turn, as well as taking on purple. Meanwhile, Jaegar has arrived in this part of the map. Going to go for the extra defense, and we could also potentially, this is something I've thought about a few times, the Forsaken Palace. I think it's a bit too far away for Jaegar. We've got additional Rust Dragon production up there. Unfortunately, we have recruited the best of the Inferno units, but we're still getting Jaegar back into the action by doing this. And obviously the Month of the Plague means not too much else available to recruit. I don't think we pick any of this stuff up. We have picked up some pretty useful spells though. Implosion. Okay, so Jaegar, I think, yeah, he will be able to get onto the sea here. So that seems like the obvious thing to do. Okay, Jaegar is finally relevant again. Jedi goes for this and can still make it back to the town. That's perfect. So actually we get most of our spell points back anyway through Mysticism. I forgot about that. Plus we have Charm of Mana. Okay, well, if we end the turn in the town, we're going to get those spell points back anyway. So didn't really need to do this, but he also could use maybe these dragons. Should he be the one now who goes to defend against stuff like this? So if we look over here, this is Zarfax, who is not too bad. Luckily Kaya is not too terrible either. Does have the 11 spell power. We do need to pick up some units for sure. So let's get rid of stuff like this. We'll just go for the 7 Titans, I think. Is that the best option? I don't want to mess around with this, I think we play it safe. I can't bring myself to let Scorpicors go, but I think the rest can. These will increase the cost of enemy spells, so I guess we should keep one of them. And then we spread these out. Okay, so that should be safe. Mafala is... I still do want to just explore this. It is what I was going to do originally. Let's go check it out. Okay, then Alamar will go to the south. And we're going to try and go for that additional... Because that is one thing we could do. We could go for this this Inferno town. And Jaeger could come through there instead. Not really too worried about any of this stuff. There's a Pandora's box there, guarded by Azure Dragons. We could go for that. That wouldn't be too bad to do. We do have the Expert Mysticism on this guy too. Okay, Jeremy goes up here. Not sure where that blue hero went, but the way these islands typically look, there will be a second town somewhere to the north. So let's go and chase that down. Okay, Jedi, what do we do with you? So if those phoenixes would join me, that'd be nice. Well, that's not really going to happen. I think maybe we should... Once we're done with Jeremy, perhaps, we should probably try and reclaim the Behemoth Crag plus the Crystal Cavern. Jedi can join the fighting. I think we can defend without his help. So maybe he just follows. Because we can always split those two up. Okay, so nothing else is immediately threatened as far as I'm aware. Going to end the turn there. Red is now pretty much on the defensive. Blue's on the water, but that's fine. They shouldn't be too strong. So the enemies are spreading out, but I think this is still going in our favour. We can see that's a strong one. Yeah, Teal's spreading out, but none of these heroes are that worrisome, really. So we're going to reclaim Wild Willow, which is currently empty. Mafala goes towards this. Okay, so there's a guard here. It's pretty well defended. I still want to know what this is. Okay, another Temple of the Sea. Well, she's not going to be able to do it. Okay, so Dima is going to grab this. We will, of course, equip it. Is that not everything we need? Yes, it is. So the Elixir of Life, this will increase the hit points of all our units by 25%. And allow them to regenerate 50 per round, which is not going to make too much difference to Crystal Dragons, but it does bring them up to over 1,000 hit points each. 379 hit points on the Titans, 141 on the Naga Queens. Talisman of Mana there too. Does he have the stuff for this? No. Okay. So next thing is to take that town back. Then we go to Gunnar. He will go north. I don't think he needs those spell points that badly. This should lead us, I guess, to a tower town. I will scout this out. So yeah, Redwood Observatory does reveal there is the town of Bactia to the north. It does have some black dragons in defense, which is a little bit concerning. Wow, I did not expect to find anything there, but additional movement points from the Boots of Speed, so that works out pretty well. I'm not sure if we are strong enough to go for that, really. Then I think we will go to Alamar next. The Azure Dragons really could be done. I think it's doable. Because we do have that implosion. It kills one off at a time. It costs a lot. I'm gonna go for it. Might take some permanent losses here, I should have spread those out differently. Okay, so if we go for Meteor Shower, we can hit 3 stacks. How much does that do? 400, so it is more efficient. Okay, miss a turn through fear. I think we meet your share again. Small chance of a kill against that stack, but I don't think we do it. We can guarantee a kill on the stack of 2. Not likely against this stack, so I think we go for this for the sake of an additional kill. So we are the Resurrection Specialist, which will help us get some back, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're not able to completely overcome this. As in, completely recover the losses. So can we go for... Yes, we can. We can hit all 4 of these. Gotta be done. Let me kill these off. Okay, is it time to start resurrecting? I think perhaps... we're not strong enough to bring this back. 760, so we're so close. If we just had 1 or 2 more spell power, it could be done. That's a real shame. So that is a permanent loss. We do not want to be missing turns. Hope I don't regret this. I could go for the Meteor Shower on all of these by sacrificing myself. So now just 2 Azure Dragons left, so the goal at this point is just to hang on. Bring back as many units as we can for the end of the fight, because we can't blind them. I think if we slow them, it won't make enough difference. So old speed will be halved. Yeah, so they'll still have like 10 speed. Don't think we go for elementals. I think we just try to resurrect as much as possible. How many more do we have? Just 2 more, okay. So we just gotta try to save as many Scorpicores as possible. Ah, wow, that is the last thing we want to happen because this will probably kill. No, it doesn't. Okay, 440 hit points. Wow, okay, they're doing a lot better than I thought. Scratch what I just said. So, Resurrection. Do we just want these, or do we want 16 of our 21 killed Minotaurs? I think the Scorpicores are the correct choice. I'm not sure if this is going to be worth it. It depends what is in the Pandora's box. Perhaps we should actually go for shield first. That'll have to do. So, very heavy losses to the Evil Eyes. Do we want sorcery? I think we probably do on this guy. And then ballistics, if we do go aggressive. Let's see what this is. 60 sharpshooters. Is that a downgrade? I think it probably is, but we'll take this stuff. So 60 sharpshooters, that's, I guess, not too bad. We don't have archery. Fine. I'm not sure that was worth it. We do get some experience for it, I guess. So Jeremy is going to go to this. Then grab this, and we'll just have a quick look at the Fog of War. Deadite starts going through. And Jagar, pretty much free to do as he pleases. He has a lot of movement points too. I think I would, and I will start by just making a quick point, although I haven't uploaded the previous episode yet. I think it is worth kind of reiterating, I did kind of acknowledge this at the time, I think it is worth reiterating that it was probably, technically, the wrong play to continue fighting Zydar in the previous episode. I did it really out of pride. We are going to the Necromancer's Island, by the way. This is, I'm pretty sure, the Necromancer's Island right here. And there is a place we can land. So that's the plan for the episode. I'm also going to go for a level 4 Mage Guild here. So I believe we need 8 of each precious resource. So we have a chance of getting the Armageddon spell here, which I think is worth going for. Because Malekith, of course, with the sorcery specialty, is perfect for that. Let's see what we've got. Oh, Fire Shield and Counter-Strike. That's really very disappointing. Okay, let's end this research, get Disrupting Ray, which we probably already have. We're going to upgrade the Green Dragon as well. So yeah, I do think it was probably the wrong decision to continue that fight, technically, and I kind of knew that at the time. But I also do think, as much as I love this game, it's not the best thing in terms of game design, that the right thing to do in that situation is to surrender, rather than to continue battling. And I think just for my pride, and just for the fact that it's pretty much the biggest fight of the playthrough so far, I really did want to just play that out and force him to surrender or retreat, which is what we did. I'm still going to call that a victory, but yes, it is possible that he could come back with just an imp, because he did get the chance to retreat, which he wouldn't have got if we surrendered. It's really weird how the game works that way. Kind of annoying. But this is one situation where the week of the plague, the month of the plague, could actually work in our favor, because he will probably, even if they can re-recruit him, he will probably not be able to recruit any archdevils until next week. Therefore, he will not be able to start battle with a speed advantage, and we should be able to kill anything he has with Armageddon before he can go for any more summons. And if we do somehow find ourselves back in a situation where he starts summoning Earth Elementals, this time round I will just surrender, which could potentially wipe him out. But yeah, it's a bit weird how it works like that. I don't really like that, but it is what it is. Okay, let's end the episode. Okay, let's end the turn there. So Red is still in the move. This hero is pretty powerful, obviously, wiping out the Coatls there. Opens that stuff up too, and is headed into our Stronghold lands as well. Blue is coming to attack us over there. Orange is kind of all over us too, so we got a lot of little problems to deal with. This is also a pretty worrisome hero. I'm not too worried about the heroes that are on the sea. I think purple's pretty weak. And this stuff is more red's problem than ours. Okay, let's go back to Jaeger first, and we can land this turn. How many movement points does that use up? So we still got a lot of movement points, so I guess we might as well go to this. And go to this as well. Let's go for some more spell power. Another thing I need to do, of course, that I massively forgot in the previous episode, is to equip the Helm of Heavenly Enlightenment. I was too focused on more minor artifacts. Okay, so having done that, we're going to land right here. This is probably the only way onto the island, as far as I can see. Oh no, there's one there, perhaps. Not really sure. Anyway, we're going to see what happens. So the story of this map, in case you've forgotten, is that the Necromancer, we all united against the Necromancer, and upon defeating him, he cursed us all to fight each other. So we're going to see what's on his island. What I'm really hoping to find is perhaps, and I really don't know this, perhaps if we find a necropolis town in the center of this island, maybe that will have one of Town Portal or Fly or Dimension Door. Even Water Walk would be quite nice. So yeah, something like that would be good. This should be an easy win. No losses taken. Are there any available defenders? No. Okay. So yeah, stuff like this, it's not really worth chasing down. I think we're better off just following the path. Let's check we have the right artifacts on, which we do. Do we have something better than this? I guess this is better. Yeah, this seems fine. So Dima is definitely our second best hero after Jaeger. We can see Christian just there. So Christian is strong, and I think he is worth chasing down. So yeah, we'll go for him. Jedi is just going to continue going in this direction. Before we do, so something I also thought about is we did have the opportunity to pick up a first aid tent. It's kind of unfortunate that our best Armageddon hero is has the first aid skill. It would survive the first two Armageddons, but I'm not sure it's really worth going for, since it's still pretty likely to be destroyed. So Alamar is further ahead. We can just continue to push out with him. We can also, we're not going to go for that boat. We can also go to the west if we want to. We could try going for some of this stuff. I'm not sure if we're strong enough to hold this off. I think we could, though. I think we do have enough in this town if we need to. So we should be able to make that work. So Jeremy I might end up dismissing. Haven't fully decided. So he is on this landmass, and we do have to deal with Rion. So Rion has 10 to 19 manticores, which is unfortunate because, yeah, Month of the Plague. We do have some defenders, but probably not enough to hold that off. So I think nearest hero is Mephala, and she's going to have to come back and... I can't quite get close enough. She's going to have to come back and defend our town. So we can land here if we want to. I'm not sure if that is worth it. I think we just need to get closer. Plus she does have 5 spell power. It's really knowledge that she needs. Yeah, it's a bit annoying. I wanted to send Mephala up to the north and to give her units to Gunnar, but I think she just needs to come and take the fight over here. It's that stage of the game. I think now that we've wiped out most of blue, we need to start. I think actually maybe red is restricted from recruiting more heroes, and that might stop Zydar coming back. But yeah, we need to start chasing down some of these other heroes that are running around. This we've already got. This has already been visited too. So yeah, I think Jeremy will move down to the south, and we can use him to potentially defend against blue. Blue does come down. So yeah, we'll go towards that. Jedi will just go straight to the south. The goal, of course, is to take that Inferno town. And then even if Zydar does come back in this town, he's not going to have the speed initiative, so we should be able to destroy him on turn 1. Is it worth getting out of the way? Probably. Yeah, we'll take a step to the side, we'll start moving down, and I'm pretty sure these two have interacted pretty recently, so I don't think we need to mix them together again. I will equip this. Rest, I think we leave as is. Yeah, let's not bother interacting, let's just keep pushing. So I think Alamar is going to go to the west, take this, maybe go towards the castle town, and Jedi is going to go to the south, take the Inferno Town, and if we do make it all the way to this Seer's Hut with our 5 Black Dragons, we can then finally go for that quest. Also kind of curious about going for this, so this fight here is... it's probably doable just with the brute force of 44 Ifrit Sultans. The problem is Gunnar just doesn't have good spells. He doesn't even have blind, which is, like, most situations you can make up for not having wisdom, or not having good wisdom, just by going for blind. Very good level 2 spell, but yeah, it's not an option for us, so I think... I do want to go for the Mercenary Camp, but I think we do want to go for these Enchanters. Assuming they are free, which a lot of this island does look unexplored. Can we really not get through there? I guess we have to go for this. Ah, someone has taken it. Okay, that's a shame. Fine. So we can still reach this next turn. I'm just a little bit worried about who might be inside. So it could be Caitlyn with the Black Dragons. We're just going to go north. We'll see what happens. Yeah, very disappointing about the level 4 Mage Guild in this town. We could try going for a level 5, but it's really quite expensive. Although doable. Malekith does not have Implosion. He does have Meteor Shower. He does have the Shield of the Yawning Dead, which I think is the final missing piece. The Jaegar. But Jaegar's just too far away. So yeah, we do have a lot of other potential combination artifacts we can go for, but it's logistically quite complicated. Let's do some trading. This is probably fine even if we don't go for the Mage Guild. It's so expensive. But having Implosion on this guy could be a game changer, so I'm just going to go for it. Water Elemental. Okay. We might be able to do something with that. Alright, so we're going to go to the north. We could have also gone for spell research, I guess, but it's fine. Going to go to the north, going to go towards Ivor, who is strong but not too strong. We can also go for this, Precision, but not really worth doing that. Yeah, we're going to go to the Fountain of Youth. I think there are other heroes around here as well. So there's Malcolm just there. He should be pretty easy to take on. And yeah, we'll see what happens. I could also go for the Magic Forest. I think I'd be more tempted by that if it was day 7, but because it's day 5, we're just going to go straight towards Malcolm. Ivor even. See what we can do. Okay, meanwhile, we do have a bit of a problem over here, so we do have the option of sending Kyra out at some point. It does have the 7 Titans, which I don't think is really enough. Take on Zarfax, so Zarfax does have the Archdevils. Huge number of rocks. Must have been gained through diplomacy, I guess. Yeah, I think we keep him in place for now. We do have some units we can recruit, but it's not really worth doing. So things we can spend gold on, I think I will probably just save gold for the most part. Tancred is available, and also Gem, who does come with a first aid tent, which might be worth bearing in mind. Okay, just going to end the turn there. So this stuff's all fine as long as red's not really a threat. Blue's running away. That's going to be annoying. Looks like we can chase down Ivor though. Purple does choose to land, which is disappointing but not surprising, and chooses to flee to the east as well. And yeah, all of this stuff, happy for Teal and Red to fight each other. So yeah, this I assume will confirm, yep, we're on the Necromancer's Isle. So let's see what we find. So purple has already been here, which means this is probably already taken. We can see Vampire Dwelling just there. Go to the east, we can see fires, we can see Hall of Darkness. This presumably leads towards the central town. Really hoping to find some good stuff in there. Okay, so Jedi is going to go to the south. We could send Alamar for this town instead. But I think Jedi is the one we want to take on. Wait, is he? So if Sidar came back, would Alamar actually be the better choice? Because he still has Armageddon. Doesn't have the units with the immunity, but does have Expert Meteor Shower. Worse spell points though. Could do an artifact swap, but no, I don't think it's worth it. I think I'll stay with what I said originally. Just going to go to the west and going to go for this town. We will take some losses to the towers, but should be able to resurrect those. Okay, so we have a few movement points left. If we go into the town, there is a level 4 mage guild which has prayer. Research underway for Counter-Strike. Fine, whatever. Might actually already have it, but let's just go grab it. So it's day 6, I don't think it's worth waiting in the town. We could also go for the grotto. I think that is also not worth doing. We want to keep all of our units. If we go to the west, we could try to chase red down, but I think we do want to stay aggressive. So we do have mysticism on this guy, so he's getting 30% of his spell points back per day. Therefore, I don't think we need to go into the swamp to go for this. I think we just continue following the path. Jedi will grab this on the way through, but I think we want to go south rather than west, although this is so close. But I really do want to get to that town as soon as possible, so I'm just going to ignore it. Okay, we'll follow that south, see where it leads. Okay, do we go for this fight? So other than the black dragons, I don't think anything worries me too much in there. There is a spell, there is a skill we could grab from the witch hut just there. We do have 2 free slots still. We also have... Okay, we're not quite going to get another level if we do go for the learning stone. Do we just go for this? So 94 spell points. We're not likely to go for very expensive spells regardless. I think if we just brute force the black dragons, we could probably make this work. So we want the strongest stack of Ifrit directly opposite the black dragons in case they wait. Scorpicors, meanwhile, I think we want those in front of the zealots. So wait, these things have 11 speed, so they can't really get across. Their best chance of getting across is to go opposite the Medusa Queens. I'm gonna try this. Ah, they do have Orin with the archery specialty. So he has 13 attack, 8 defense. That's kind of worrisome. 60 spell points. We do also actually have tactics. So yeah, I think we want these to be able to guarantee access to the black dragons. The rest of these units just need to spread out. So good news is they don't have a castle, so you're not able to do too much damage with the towers. So spell options are not amazing. I think the best thing we can do, because we can't cast spells on the dragons, maybe we just want to bless the Ifrit. Stone Skin is plus 6 defense. I don't think that's as good. I don't think haste. Well, haste takes us up to 16 speed. These are 15 speed. So yeah, we could attack those, but I also want to absorb retaliation from them first, so I think we wait, we let him cast first. So this unit is going to, I think, also wait. I think we just use the 1 stacks. Okay, goes for the slow on those. So that kind of forces our hand. Also waits with the dragons. Gonna go for the haste. These go for a block. We could attack. I don't see why not. So this stack is going to wait. This stack will go to absorb retaliation. This stack, I think, we could use it to block the unicorns from accessing the one stack, but Minotaurs probably just go for us. So the first to move are the Harpy Hags, followed by the Minotaurs. Yeah, we can't really block them in with the one stacks. I think we still just go for this, just to force their hand. We'll wait with these. So 1 to 2 kills against these, 3 to 5 kills against the Medusa Queens. Not worth going for the unicorns, it's not in our favour. I think we wait. Okay, so Harpy Hags kill those off, that's okay. Release those to the Minotaurs. Okay, but the initiative is now ours, so it's annoying we can't quite reach the Black Dragons. I think we do go for this. As we get the paralysis, that's awesome. These will go for the attack as well. Black Dragons get their move, and we are now able to move our stack of 40 of these. We also have the speed initiative next turn, which helps. So we go for this, we get just 1 kill, which isn't great. Okay, never mind. So next round begins. The towers go for the Archdevils. We actually do take a loss there. We're going to go for Bless on these. I think the Scorpicors will go for this stack. So let's go Archdevils to here. Can't force the friendly fire. So we'll just go for this attack. So that time we get 2 kills against them. Black Dragons actually kill the Scorpicors off. They go for the Ice Bolt on those 2. Oh, this is looking pretty bad. This is a very strong stack though. So just have to see what we can do. So unfortunately we cannot really do much to hold the Medusas while also attacking the Black Dragons, but there's only 3 of those left. What else can we do to protect these? So I guess we have to Stone Skin. Other options don't really do too much. We go for Curse against these. That does work really well against Harpy Hags. I think that is worth doing. But we could also just attack them. But no, I think more important to go for the Minotaurs. So Curse also makes a pretty big difference against Minotaurs. We also want to limit their ability to attack us from this side. I'm going to Curse these. We attack the Minotaurs, we block the Medusa Queens, which is actually probably not really to our advantage, as the Black Dragons go for the catapults for some reason. They respond with a Bless, so we actually take a lot of losses there. Oh, and we get petrified too. Awoken by the towers. Okay, what do we do about this? So we could go for a Fireball, but it only does 65 points of damage. We can still kill off most of the Harpy Hags. I think we want to kill off the Zealots too. So Lightning Bolt, 135 points of damage, kills 4 of those off. I think we got to kill the Harpy Hags. And we'll go for Stone Skin too. So Black Dragon's still not attacking us, presumably to avoid the friendly fire, goes for the Ice Bolt. Taking pretty heavy losses, but 17 is not too bad, now down to 16. We've got to kill those Black Dragons. Maybe we fly across and attack them, because the Medusa Queens are doing same damage to us either way. If we move out of their damage range, that does kind of help us. We do have to fight these at some point. I'm gonna kill these off. And we go for this. Because that way their ranged units are doing half as much damage, although he does have the archery specialty, which is worth bearing in mind. And he goes for the Ice Bolt again, so down to 10 left. Gets a lot of moves in a row, I guess because our haste wore off. So if we go for this now, we do get another kill, so I think we do have to do it. It's close, but I don't think we win. Yeah, with the ice bolts as well, I think we have to flee. If we go defensive, can we hang on? So ice bolt, he will be able to go for one more of those. It doesn't quite work. Yeah, and no way we're killing off that dragon, so we're gonna have to retreat. But we've done a lot of damage to him. He can't recover these types of units. Let's take 4 of these. Then surrender. Okay, that's annoying, but never mind. We can still go after Christian, but he will be able to get away. I think I probably do just want to recruit Gunnar back in the exact same town. We could go for the mana vortex too. Problem with that is lack of mana wasn't really the problem. Didn't gain any experience for that as well. So Dragonwind Tabard would be good. There is also a bit of knowledge up there. Yeah, I think we still want to get Gunnar back here. Few units available, nothing too much. Artifact Merchants could be interesting. It's expensive, but not terribly expensive. If we just get next week's units and we beeline towards this, I think that's winnable. But we should try and do something useful in the meantime. So already been to this. We could go for the Battle Scholar Academy, and then when we go back up, we go for the Learning Stone. This town at least doesn't have a castle for now, so potentially doesn't have too many dwellings either. Gonna go for the experience for now. And guess we should grab this. So this on day 7 will give us at least, in fact it will give us +2 morale. So yeah, I think we go for that. Dima is going to go to the east to take this on, and take on Eovacius. I think we just need any kind of hero in this town. Unfortunately we can't get any more units. If we could, that might make the difference, but I think the arrow towers should finish Eovacius off before he can move. So someone needs to go into a town, either that or we dismiss someone. We could send Mafala into the town, but we've got to chase Rion down. Other choices, so Malekith can go for Ivor, who I'm pretty sure is weaker. I think I want to rearrange these a bit. I do wish we had Acids instead of Stormbirds, but yeah, I think we can go for this. We should be okay. So victory is expected. We have been able to do some damage to this guy before, so he has just the one black dragon. That is probably a sign we shouldn't go for. I did actually already have Air Elemental. We do have Expert Water Magic though, so Expert Water Elemental is pretty good here. Expert Bless also pretty nice, but we can probably rely on the enchanters to do that. I think... would it make sense to teleport? Don't quite have the mass slow. We can go for Earth Elemental, but it looks like Water Elemental is better. Chain Lightning, 1000 points of damage. I think that's got to be done. He does have the first aid. I think we'll go for Medusa Queens, because the Chain Lightning will end on the first aid tent, as it doesn't. It goes the other way. Does that make sense? I guess it does. I guess it was equal between the Pegasi and the units up there. Never mind. Okay, we're going to go for... I guess we go against these. Only thing with this unit is we can't resurrect them, so do need to be a little bit careful. Okay, so best unit to absorb retaliation from these is... I'm not really sure, but I think we do wait. We do think a loss. Maybe I should have stayed back. Okay, we're going to weaken these a bit. As we do kill them off. Okay, we'll send these forwards. This stack is able to finish these off. These go forwards too. Next round begins. Do we resurrect? So if we go for Chain Lightning, it doesn't quite work in our current position. We can't really go for this either. We could go for Meteor Shower on these two stacks. Wouldn't be too bad. Key threat though is definitely the Pegasi. So Ice Bolt does 642 points of damage, Meteor Shower is still better. He probably will retreat soon. I'm going to resurrect these. Try and hang on to as many units as possible. These do a lot less than I expected. I think we still go for this though, can't really do anything else. As he does flee. Okay, so pretty heavy losses, but we have dealt with a pretty annoying enemy. I think we do want to go after Malcolm. I think he went to the northeast. We'll go chase him down. I think we do need to try to corner Christian as well, so let's go for that. Mafala. I guess we can temporarily go into the town, and that's purely for the sake of recruiting one of these two. So Gem could still be useful somewhere else, so we're going to go for Fafnir. We tuck him in the town, we go back to this town. Mafala comes back out, we'll give her a Gold Dragon, I guess. Do we want anything else? So this reduces enemy spell points, we'll go for these two. Or it makes their spells cost more, same thing effectively. That should be fine. Okay, then we go for this. We do get the level up, but we still don't get any more knowledge. I think we will go for that Advanced Wisdom, which I've been trying to get for a very long time. First Aid would have been good, but Advanced Wisdom means we can now at some point get Resurrection. This town I think is not really worth going back for. Jeremy grabs this, then grabs some spell power. And we should still be able to beat Loinus back to that town if we need to defend. Stay 6, so we want to avoid spending too much. We're going to watch this back one more time. Pretty sure they're not within a day's reach of our stronghold town. They do have a decent amount of movement points though. Okay. None of this worries me too much. Okay, that all seems fine. Let's just absolutely make sure about this. So yeah, red is still all the way down there, so we should have at least until next week to bolster our defenses. So pretty sure they haven't re-recruited Zidar, possibly because there are too many heroes on the map. As blue does come out. So if we could cut them off, that'd be perfect. But we do need to wait till next week. Okay, so we can see purple is still on the Necromancer's Island. And there's still stuff to be claimed. Ah, Black Border Gate. I have no idea where that is. And I do have a slight fear that it could be through here. Because that would make sense, because this has to be for something. That'd be really annoying, because I'd have to come all the way back to this at some point, potentially. But that might just be the case. So yeah, we can see purple is over here, so I think first thing we want to do is to wipe them out, because it's a pretty good hero, actually. Okay, fastest way to reach that, I think, is to go to the east and to go through lots of ghost dragons. Gunnar grabs this, yeah, day 7, so we get +2 morale boost. We go over to this, we've already visited it. Yeah, so I think Not really too much we can achieve here. I guess we could go for this, but do we still have enough movement points to get back? I think we do. Yep, so gonna goes back to this. We're gonna go for the Mana Vortex, I think. Double our spell points. And next turn we go out to attack. Okay, we're gonna go for Knowledge, and we're gonna try and cut Malcolm off if we can. If we go this way instead, it's probably a little bit wiser. Despite what the game says. So yeah, Loinus is headed this way, or Rion even. Been saying Loinus the whole time. They do look kind of similar. Do we just wait here? I think we're probably fine to do so. So Mephala, would she be better off getting on a boat? So if we go down here, we don't have yet 2 movement points remain. So if we get on a boat just there. She does have navigation, but only basic navigation. I do still wonder if that's faster. I think it might be. But we have so few spell points. Okay, that didn't quite work. So there is the well just there, which I guess we now have to go to. So there's a chance Rion will take this town, but we will be able to buy some more defenders. Day 7, so we have a lot of interest coming in next turn. So Alamar has most of his spell points back. I think we do want to build his stats up too, so we'll go for this. I'm gonna probably ignore the gold mine. I think key thing is just to take as many towns as quickly as possible. It's gonna be impossible for Jedi to get the Inferno town prior to the Archdevils coming back, but there should only be 2 of those. Pretty sure there's only 1 external Forsaken Palace on the map. We already know where that is. I should maybe look at what that's guarding, but I don't really want to take that fight. Okay, so Christian is very much cornered and chooses not to move. We are only expected to take 1 loss, so that's a pretty good sign. We'll still try and prevent that. We don't have a huge force here. So Meteor Shower is strong enough to get a lot of kills on these. I think we do want to kill off the Sea Dogs though. Only has 8 spell points. Because yeah, Sea Dogs could get a jammy kill against our Titans, or even against our Crystal Dragons or Rush Dragons. Goes for the Stone Skin, not the best choice. None of these units can reach us. Do we go forwards? So this is perhaps where the AI lost the Naga Queen. I don't think we engage. They get to reach us anyway. Okay, fine. And we actually take more losses. But it's okay, we do a resurrection. Okay, next round begins. We can go for Implosion on this stack, which is probably a good thing to do, but we don't have the Shackles of War. So if we can keep preventing losses, then perhaps we want to go for this. So yeah, these things, with our Elixir of Life, we still have 941 hit points, so we're pretty safe to go for this. So pretty high chance Nyx Warriors will attack us, but we can only get 2 kills on those. I don't think they could kill off either of these 2 stacks though. So if we just keep these out the fight, that might be better. So yeah, Nyx actually only do 51 damage. They do get the morale, but they still go for that stack. That's fine. So I think we're still holding on okay. He does have the artillery skill. So yeah, I think we want to go for Implosion on this stack, wipe it out, and he should probably retreat pretty quickly now. Yeah, he's definitely retreating. I will wait just in case. Yeah. Still, no losses taken, and there should be another town just through here. So, can't really tell what it is from the dirt terrain, but we've seen there are 3 of each type of town, so it could be dungeon. I think, yeah, we've already got all 3 stronghold towns. We've already seen all 3 tower towns, we've seen all 3 inferno towns. We've only seen 2 cove towns. This town's kind of an outlier. We've seen 3 castle towns. We've seen 3 rampart towns. I think we've seen 3 fortress towns too. Memory's starting to fail me a bit. Yeah, we have, because there's the one in the center here. There's the unclaimed one in the northwest. Then there's the one we do have. So I guess it has to be a cove town, or maybe conflux, or maybe dungeon. We'll see. Just gonna watch this back one more time. There's so many heroes on the move, there could be a threat I've forgotten about. So yeah, that hero is pretty close. I think we do need to buy some defenders. It's unfortunate because we've got so much interest coming in. Potentially 60,000. Yeah, nothing else too worrisome. So yeah, if we go back to this town, it does look like red can probably reach. So unfortunately we probably do need to hire all of this. So Gerwolf just has the 1 knowledge, which is also not too great, but there's not really much we can do about that. Okay. I think we just buy everything. It's quite expensive, but losing this town would be really inconvenient. That seems fine. Okay. So still a lot of interest coming in. Could have maybe done some trading, but it's fine. Red's going for the stat boosts. Chooses not to attack us now. Stops going aggressive. We could still catch blue out, I think. So yeah, Eovacius does come to attack us. We will just apply that, of course. Towers must have finished him off before he could cast. Teal still recruiting heroes. We can see that Brissa has chosen not to move, obviously cornered. Bring these back together. A horde of ghost dragons, wow. We should still be strong enough though. Yeah, I do think they're getting through us. Over 100 water elementals coming in per turn. Let's go for it. So we could go for something like Meteor Share if we want to. That does 1800 points of damage to each stack, which will actually kill off a stack each time. So maybe it's faster to do that, but I still think for safety, we just go for these. Okay, they're not going for the water elementals, unfortunately. We also can't blind them. I'm gonna go for Meteor Share on these 3. Resurrect these. These defend. Hopefully we won't take another loss to these. It'd be annoying if we do. We do just about hang on. So this stack's going to wait. Weaken these. We should be able to hang on. So we bring this back. This defends. Yeah, Phoenix is just about hang on. So we weaken these. Attack them with the water elementals. And Phoenix has finished them off. So 10,000 experience, we do get another level up to level 26. And we can reach Brissa. Still have 321 spell points, which should be more than enough. She also only has 5 spell points. So 15 spell power, but can't really use it. Should mean we're probably safe to go for Chain Lightning or something, but we don't have it. Meteor Share on these 3 stacks. There aren't too many sorceresses, but they do curse us, which is annoying. Although Sea Dogs can be a big threat with the accurate shot, so I think we still go for this. Okay, they've stolen it from us, but they can't cast it, it's fine. There we go, they do get the accurate shot. So I think we do have Shackles of War on this guy, if I remember right. So we should be able to get those units back. Yeah, he's getting really lucky with the accurate shot, and also the haste is pretty annoying. It's fine though, because he's not going to be able to get through those water elementals. I wish I checked. I think I do have Shackles of War. The safest bet is probably just to blind his strongest stack, so I'm going to go for that. I think I neglected to cast in that round. It's fine though. Okay, I'm gonna res these first. Wow, okay. Safety option is just to get some more. Although, if she does surrender while we have no other units, that becomes a huge problem. So let's bring these back. So yeah, she could surrender. I think she would have by now. Although the AI doesn't really take into account whether their units are blinded first. So we go for Resurrection, it affects no one. We go for Implosion, it can kill all of these off. She steals our spell at the last minute, but it will make no difference. Golden Bow could be good. Pretty sure we have Bow of the Sharpshooter artifacts several times over as well. Bit of extra spell power is a nice bonus, and we can go to the northwest to get out of here, so let's do that. I'm really hoping we find Black Keymaster's tent on this island. It'd be difficult otherwise. Ball of Summoning lets us down. We could go for Mage Guild level 4 here. I'm actually pretty tempted by that. Only thing is, of course, we do just have the basic wisdom, so it's pretty pointless. Okay, let's buy as many units as possible. I think we just buy everything. Okay, so a stack needs to be left behind, I guess. The Trogs. I think the Ifrit will be more useful. And then hopefully this is enough. So we want to probably avoid taking more battles, because we want to keep our morale bonus. Let's go straight north. So 200 spell points. Spell casting is still not that great, but I think that's fine. We're going to go for additional attack. Already got all of our spell points. Okay, so it's swamp terrain, which suggests this is probably, yeah, the final cove town. Okay, we'll go for that. So Rion's still coming towards us. We're going to grab the ore. Don't think they can reach us in the town. I guess we'll go for water magic. Okay, so defenders in this town, can he actually reach us? I kind of doubt it. But we should get some. Yep, so we're back up to 200,000 gold. Just go for everything. That should be fine. In fact, we'll put these in the middle just in case he goes for meteor shower or something. Has Zydar come back? Doesn't seem like it. So he's hopefully gone forever now. Unfortunately, he does not appear in our tavern. Okay, so we can see a Crystal Dragon fight to the east. Red will get some Archdevils back. But I think we still go towards it. Because his heroes are not that good now. Just Starfax, really. So we've got Malekith. Malekith is not quite able to reach Malcolm, which means we do just have to, I think, recruit as many defenders here as possible. Probably also a hero. So out of these two choices, neither are particularly good. I think Strake is the one I'm more willing to lose. Do we keep these? They will drop our morale, but they should actually survive better than the Centaur captains. We'll see how it goes. So by going to the south, we are putting ourselves back at war with Teal, but that's fine. We'll go across to this. And we're still not able to reach. Not sure this is the right decision. Perhaps we should be going for the stronghold town instead, but the additional reinforcements would also be useful if he for some reason doesn't attack. Okay, there's so much going on at this point, I think it is worth watching this back at the end of each turn, just in case. So quite a few red heroes around the Inferno town still. Rion is clearly beelining straight for the fortress town, but that's fine. There is that orange hero. who comes out of Fog of War to the west somewhere. Which is probably not important, but I remind myself where that could be. Maybe on this side? So he comes out, he's on a beach, and he goes to the east. It's not immediately clear where that was. I think we just see what happens. So Red's still in two minds about whether to attack us. We do have a hero in a town who could be released. Still clearly coming to attack us there. Okay, so he's actually over at the swamp, that's fine. Does choose to attack us with Malcolm. Yeah, and this guy does have a lot of units, so there might not be too much we can do about this. Also has ballistics, so that's pretty bad. We don't have the best spell options, but we can go for blind. Which only lasts for 2 rounds. But it might be worth doing that. So these things can destroy our fortifications, and these things are the bigger threat. Can't blind the Ugly Korkoi, which is a bit of a problem. But yeah, I don't think there's really anything else that makes more sense. So if we move out of range of these, in fact they can't reach us this turn regardless, he's probably going to go for a spell. So we should be able to move our Grand Elves prior to the Cyclops Kings making their move. So let's just wait. Goes for the mass shield. I will blind these. I will go for this. I doubt we can kill it though. So he doesn't have artillery. But yeah, even a stack of 2 gold dragons against 90 in defense, there's not really too much we can do. Just gonna go for this, I guess. Ah, the towers are going for those, that's not really that useful. So we can blind something else. No, we can't. We've used all of our spell points. Do we just come back? I guess so. I will still go for these. So do we finish this off? How much difference does that really make? Not too much. Well, it drops all of their hit points by 15%. It does make the Pegasi attack pretty pointless, but I think it's still the best thing to do. Then we just try to hang on. But the towers do go down pretty much immediately. So if we go for this, we're unlikely to get a kill. These things have been hasted, so they can reach us regardless. But I think, yeah, still, unfortunately, hanging on in this corner might still be our best play. Maybe not, given the tower situation. This stack is bothering me quite a lot, but I think if we can just start picking off some of his individual stacks, that'd be good. Although he might be able to steal some units, although not from this town. Is Malekith strong enough to deal with this? I think he is. Could we get a kill if we go all out against this? Probably not, to be honest. I think we do just have to stay in place, as they do get the morale. So we shoot this, still no chance of a kill. If we go for this, also unlikely. Not really too much we can do. Okay, Straker has lost as expected, but he chooses not to proactively fight us. That's interesting. So our Crystal Dragon Dwelling also still hanging on. Okay, gonna really hope we find that Black Keymaster's tent. I will go for the +2 to our attack, I guess. It's not looking too good. I think we might have to go to a completely different part of the map for that. Ah, that's so annoying. I will see what the Seer's Hut is, at least. Okay, so as far as I'm aware, Zidar has still not come back. So yeah, Zarfak's still the strongest. We're just going to go straight towards that Inferno town. Grab the stable boost. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. So if Gunnar goes all out towards this, he will probably go back to defend. But he's not recruited any more units, which to me suggests town is not very built up. Go for a fight like this for some experience. I feel like that could easily backfire. Let's not do that. It's probably worth trying to see if we can get blind from this. Visions, okay. Is Alamar strong enough to go for all this stuff? So he does have Aiden, so Aiden's taken the best of his units. Could also perhaps be an elemental summoner. I know he's used Aiden before, so Aiden does have some okay stats. I think we will take some strength as we pass through. We'll go for knowledge, since there's a well just there. So we can go for Wild Willow if we want to. We do not have all of our spell points, but I think we should win this. Let's check our spell situation. So yeah, we got the blind, we got the meteor shower. Got water elemental if we need to. Other than the Ulgoi Korkoi, he's not that good. I think we still go for this though. Just because I can see there being a situation with the spell points that's really frustrating. I don't want to take my chances. Okay, guaranteed kill, so let's go for resurrection on these. Yeah, we're going to spend a turn here just to be absolutely safe. So fastest speed unit is speed 9 by the looks of it. Guess we do this. Nothing else we can do to strengthen ourselves in town, so yeah, I think we wait here for a turn. If he chooses to retreat, he'll probably go towards his fortress town, which is fine. I do still want to go and get this back, of course, but can't really do two things at once, just have to see how it goes. Okay, Mephala goes and gets her spell points back. This town already has all the defenders it can. I think there's a chance we survive this. I think we do keep the 1 Silver Pegasus over 57 normal orders. We'll see. So I do want to grab this on my way through because we do have the Grail Town, of course. Also get a level up for that. Let's go for advanced defense. Sure, we'll buy these. That's fine. Okay, Malekith will stay in place. Situation up in this part of the map, so Ash is still choosing not to attack. We also have Nimbus, but Nimbus is pretty weak. Various heroes sailing around, so Zarfax is still considered his best. So yeah, he doesn't really have too much else beyond Zidar, now that Zidar's been wiped out. And I'm pretty sure Zidar isn't coming back, and if he does, he'll be on a different team. So that's pretty good. So yeah, additional Nyx production in a town like this could be pretty handy. We do have someone we can bring out of a town if we want to. I think actually I wouldn't mind. Well, it's too late for Gem, I guess. This stuff is all pretty well protected. So if we did recruit someone, we could go for Dace perhaps with the Minotaur specialty. Edric is not too useful. We can bring someone back in this town, that would be an obvious place for Dace, but this town is also pretty safe, so I think we want him somewhere that could still be attacked. So this island seems fairly safe. This has become Purple's capital. Just wondering who actually has enough to take this on. So it's currently pretty undefended, but by the time we get there it'll probably have 2 weeks worth of ancient behemoths and things, so it's not really anything this town can do about that. So yeah, it probably does have to be Malekith, unfortunately. Okay, so if we go back to this town, if we choose to recruit someone from this town, there is some stuff we can grab around here, which is probably worth having. I'm just going to go for that in the absence of any obvious moves. Okay, ending the turn there. So potentially making moves on our tower town, but that's fine. Rion expect to take pretty heavy losses. I think this is, other than perhaps the Manticores, this feels winnable. So I guess we focus those down. He does have a lot of spell points. Oh, I've forgotten to buy a spellbook for Jeremy. That probably would have been the difference maker too. Ah, how annoying. Okay, we'll see how well the towers do. Don't want to bunch my units up too close, just in case. Okay, goes for the Ice Bolt. Does do a lot of damage, but not enough to get a kill. So if we go out, we can go for these, and then we can return if we want to. We are fast enough to do so, so yeah, I think we do go for this. Weaken these. My intuition tells me this is winnable. But obviously with spells it would be a lot easier. I think we return. We'll go for this in case of the Death Gaze, which does not kick in. Okay, no petrification. So these are 2 retaliations, so I don't think we go for that. Okay, return to defend. Ah, I forgot about the serpent flies. And it is their native terrain. And I also do want to shut down the Wood Elves for another hit and run. So I'm going to wait for now. Okay, we get the petrification on those, that's great, we'll try on these as well. Ah, Ice Bolts those, so perhaps would have been better off using them. These have already retaliated twice, so I guess we just go for this. Please defend. He's spending more on his spells. Yeah, he's spending more on his spells because the Silver Pegasus is still alive, which is handy. Ah, he tries to go for that too, so his lack of ballistics is screwing him over a bit. Okay, we're gonna wait. Goes for the Ice Bolt. It does have a lot of spell points, but lack of ballistics still ruin him here. Yeah, if he's just going to keep going for Ice Bolt, that might be fine. Oh, I didn't realise we'd be in the tar there. Okay, I want to weaken these. Okay, now return. Okay, ice bolts those. So the ice bolts are a problem, but you can only get one stack at a time. Resist the temptation to go for this. The tar should kill them off. I think loss of morale actually saves the pikemen, if anything. Okay, so they do have a way through. Let's kill these off and block it off. Nice. So we do win. We lose pretty much everything, but we also get some pretty useful artifacts. I guess we'll go for wisdom. So Jeremy's actually looking okay. Looks like blue's actually going to retreat. Oh, wow. So the Grail Town is threatened. Steel moving all over the place. Another threat to the Grail Town there. Also going for our Crystal Dragons, potentially. They shouldn't be able to afford those, though. This feels like such a waste of Jagar's time, but... if you defeat Dread Knights defending the Black Tent, you will get a lot of experience. Right, but where are those? If it's Dread Knights guarding it, that suggests it's on this island, perhaps. So I'm going to keep looking for it. Maybe it's just down here. Okay, we'll see. Very annoying route to go, but of course, once we take this town, we can just... let's go for knowledge, I guess. Once we take this town, we will be able to... town gate. Okay, there's a lot of archdevils. This could be tough, but I think we have to go for it. Okay, let's prioritize the town. Don't mind losing those. Okay, loss is starting to spread around, but that's fine. Still go for this. Blind these, kill these off. Okay, Titans might just about be able to hang on. So, we'll resurrect this. So, 7 speed on these. Can the Titans kill them off? We'll see. 2 to 3 kills, yeah, so not quite gonna work. Guess for bless on those, but no kill. Oh, it does actually work out. Okay, perfect. So we take what was their capital. There is a Mage Guild level 4 available in here if we want to spend the gold. I'm not sure where actually we should go. This actually continues to go to the east, which is quite unexpected. Nothing available to recruit. I should probably drop these Nicks off, as yeah, it looks like the trail does run out there, and there's no chance of boarding a ship this turn, so let's just go back to the town. Okay, are we strong enough to take this on? Yes, definitely. Expert ballistics as we approach the town could be handy. And we are able to reach this. Small token defense does go in. There is Orin there who could easily go back to attack this town, which is now undefended, but should of course still take this town while we can. And I'll even ignore the attack boost. So a few losses expected. We know we don't have resurrection, so I think we just have to accept that. We'll go for basic air magic, which does get us, this town does get us the additional sight from the lookout tower. Doesn't really reveal too much. But yeah, I think, well, there is blue there. Zubin, he's pretty weak. I think this is kind of it for the other side of the map. I can't really imagine there's too much else. There's some kind of island to the northwest. There is another dungeon town somewhere that we still need to find. Okay, Malcolm has moved just out of range. Is there a way we could grab him? So we can still go to this, that's good. Alright, let's grab the remaining units. Gonna split these in half. Also, before I forget, yeah, we do have Shackles of War on this guy. Okay, so Malekith's situation, he does not have too many artifacts. But yeah, we should be able to win this. Okay, we'll see. Wow. I must have massively underestimated this guy. What's so good about him? Maybe we need water elementals. Could swing things more than chain lightning, although chain lightning does do a lot. It's this stack that causes the most problems. But yeah, I would have thought just a big stack of water elementals. It's not too expensive to cast either. Teleport costs us 1 as well. We don't have expert earth magic still, so yeah, I'm gonna go water elementals. They do spawn where I didn't want them to spawn, but never mind. We get the mass bless too. I think we do just weaken these. So the auto-resolve got almost 0 kills for this. But I'm not seeing what's so difficult about it. Summons obviously make a massive difference. Okay, it doesn't go for a spell there. So Meteor Shower, 784 points of damage. Does do a really nice amount to these 2 stacks. Guess we'll just do it. Ulgoi Korkoi will go for the Master Gremlins, I'm pretty sure. Oh wow. Sacrifices his own units there. Devours the corpse. Wow, okay. Interesting. So yeah, that's still very much the big threat. But that was expected. Five speed, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like they can't quite reach, even if we do move. I'll stay defensive. So the problem with this is, I think we have a choice. We either go for more summons, which is the more sure way to win, or we start going for resurrections. Which is the best way to keep this hero relevant after the battle. We can also go for things like blind, but it doesn't work on the Orgokorkoi. I think we need at least one more stack of these. I don't think he'll surrender just yet. These will absorb retail. Okay, he also has the resurrection. We might need one more stack. That also perhaps explains the lack of losses on the auto-resolve. Might need even more. In fact, I think we do. So if we just go for something like Meteor Shower, 784 points of damage. Kills 11 of the Orgokorkoi. 19 of these. We can probably wait to do that though. So if we resurrect, the most useful stack to resurrect is... Okay, so we can't actually resurrect the Stone Gargoyles. Get 35 of these back. I think it's still the best bet just to go for more of these. I know it's not the most honourable way to fight, but we do what we must. Yeah, that 20 defense is making a massive difference. Do we need even more? I think we do. Yeah, I can see how the auto-resolve struggled with this. Because of that first aid as well. 0 kills from that. Need to get rid of this shield, perhaps. So these two are not close enough to go for Meteor Shower. So the stack of 76 says they can reach the Crusaders, so yeah, let's focus these down. Doing so little damage. Maybe we do need to use our sorcery specialty more. I actually want to send these down to attack the first aid tent, but there's no way through. Do we go for it again? The losses start to look very permanent at that point, but I think we probably have to. So we want to go for probably quite cheap spells, so Lightning Bolt is not too expensive. Meteor Shower on 2 stacks though is the ideal option. Okay, resurrects those. I'm gonna go for it. Yeah, I think that specialty is the most important thing we have in this fight. Potentially realised it a little bit too late though. Might even need to use Magic Arrow. Wow, 2 spell points each. That might really be the way through this. Yeah, I think that's the way. Just hang on. And kill everything. With Magic Arrows. Do we still brawl? I don't even think we do. I think we just move towards the Cyclops. Okay, that's all of his spell points gone. Problem for us, of course, is getting our units back at the end. Not sure we really can. Because right now we still need more units. Guess we want 32 of these. Okay, we're down to one more resurrection now. This is super dangerous. So how much can we do? Kill off 5 of them. So for resurrection, we have 3 spell points left that we can use. I wonder if we actually just avoid... Well, we could avoid casting for the sake of trying to focus down the first aid tent. Is this their best hero? I hope it is. Wow, yeah, that doesn't do much. I think we do want to reduce the hit points on that first aid tent. Problem is, these are 5 speed, we're 7 speed, these are 6 speed. We do have the stone skin as well, which will wear off at some point, but the Cyclops Kings will kill us with attrition slowly. It's also got the ballista. Okay, we're going to switch to melee. And we're going to attack this. Yeah, they've pretty much closed us down. The other thing is, could they get morale? So it seems they have neutral morale. Could be really important. Thing is, we can't really kill off the first aid tent before they attack us. So 3 magic arrows left to go. We should be able to kill these through combat. We can also go for our resurrection if we want to. So resurrection will bring back 94 of these. I think 10 enchanters is more important. Yeah, that neutral morale is so important. So if we can get away from these, then I think it's more important we kill this. This might be the most relevant I've ever seen first aid be in a battle. Yeah, so I would have done this differently playing it back. I would have relied a lot more on Magic Arrow. We can see we kill 9 instead of whatever we were killing before. Do we start attacking these? I think maybe we Magic Arrow these. We could actually go for slow, which only costs 3. We could do that twice. And that might be better. So do we slow once or Magic Arrow twice? I think we do Magic Arrow at least once, of course. That mostly kills those off. So tempting to kill this off. It probably does even make sense to do it as well. I think we do it. He's gonna flee though. But I think just winning this is the best we can hope for. I'm gonna move away because what we want to do is we want to wait for a round and then hit him 4 times in a row. So I think he's in range of both stacks. So we go 1, 2, 3. Ah, he's gonna survive it. It's so close too. I'll wait to tempt him to come closer, but no, he does flee. So that's pretty much all our forces gone. Expert Earth Magic is nice. Basic First Aid after that battle is more tempting than ever, but no, Advanced Intelligence. And I think that was his best defender, if I remember right. His best defender of Moston, so we've at least taken down his best hero. Oh no, there's Ufritan. Ufritan's his best. Okay, so there's still a bit of a challenge to go there. We have successfully liberated this island, which means Mephala is free to start doing things once again. If we have a look at this. We do have enough movement points to get on a ship in a direction of our choosing. If we choose to go towards this, this is too heavily defended for us to really go for. Although we do have the Advanced Wisdom now. So maybe we want to go towards this. I'm trying to remember where we have Resurrection. So we do have Resurrection in this town. I think we do need to get that to make Mephala relevant. Yeah, I think that's the thing to do. So, fastest way to get to that is probably to go this way. Okay, this time we do get the luck, so we managed to get on. And Dace is final hero to move, who is just going to grab some useful resources and things. So I'm pretty sure this town is threatened, but outside of that, I don't think red directly threatens us. So if we do go all out to chase Orin down, he will be able to retreat. He won't be able to retreat. He won't be able to retreat because he has to get in the ship, which takes a turn. So the only reason not to do this is if we don't win. But he's looking pretty weak. We could just get some better spells, or better spell casting somehow. Got a bit of a roundabout way of doing this, I think. So what we're going to do is we're going to put Gunnar in the town. We're going to go all the way back to this. And this is purely to potentially save 7,500 gold. If we hide Gunnar in the town, we go back to this. So it doesn't really matter which of these two we pick. I guess Aleem is technically more relevant. We put Alema in the town, although before we do, the whole point of this is we're going to check this. So we had actually already had a look. So Orb of Tempestuous Fire would be really good to get across. Should probably go for that at some point, but yeah, none of this stuff is really going to help us that much. Maybe Ribcage? Should we spend 10,000 gold just to get a Ribcage? It could be useful. But there's probably more useful stuff we can do. So Altar of Wishes unfortunately will not come with the Master Genies, which would have been really useful too. I think these forces are enough. Nothing we can recruit will make much difference. So yeah, weirdly I actually think, unless we already have something in that slot. No, we don't. This is a very questionable use of gold, but at the same time I think in this fight we just want to be as good as possible. Take the Ribcage. And we'll start moving out. I guess we could have gone for the Altar of Wishes, then gone for the upgrade next turn and then bought another hero or something, but no. It's fine. Gonna end the turn there. So red very clearly considering attacking us. Oh, I forgot to defend this. Damn. Okay, and this is their best hero too. And it's the Grail Town. I totally forgot to defend it. Although I don't think we would have won against this regardless. Nothing we can do against this many units. So someone else just has to come and deal with this. And actually it probably has to be Alamar. Because it's going to be tough to deal with the magic elementals otherwise. So this place has been really good for our economy. It's definitely a shame to lose it. But yeah, I don't think we would have won this regardless. Might have managed a few more kills, but yeah, against 31 Cyclops Kings. Probably has to be someone like Jaeger, but he's just too far away. Same with Dima. Definitely become fine. So Orange definitely becoming our biggest rival at this point. Steel going back to defend does take our Crystal Dragons. Okay, last thing I want to do is to see if we can find that Black Keymaster's tent. As, okay, that might be it right there. We can see the Dread Knights. I think we can probably punch our way through. I think we want Malekith to go. Is going to prioritize getting Malekith in the absence. Jaeger will go for this, so loss is expected. Oh, goes for the anti-magic, good choice. Why didn't that work? Oh, I guess he's not got the sufficient spellcasting potential. Okay, so we've lost one of our Black Dragons, which does at least mean we cannot go for the Keymaster. I think we need Fire Elementals. I'm not sure we can kill these fast enough otherwise. Could go for the Mass Slow. We might just go for haste though. I don't really know if I want to brawl these. Goes for the anti-magic, wow, okay. So taking pretty heavy losses. He won't be immune to this though, so this is going to do 720 points of damage. So how many do we need to kill off? I think we need more. I just want to absolutely make sure we don't lose. Wow, okay. I'm sure we could have saved one or two of them, but it was difficult. The important thing is, though, we have taken this town, and actually, it doesn't even ruin our Dracogeddon plans, because we can now build the castle gate here, and we can pretty easily go back to Camden. We can just grab these, and these are also immune to Armageddon. Bit of extra spell power too is really nice. So, we still have the Dracogeddon potential. It's looking a little bit different, but we have taken Enkindle at last. I think this will be really interesting. This must be a really, or at least considered to be a really tough fight. And it should lead us, oh, it's potentially on cursed ground. Should lead us towards, I think, the Black Keymaster's tent. Can't really see. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. I'm going to end this episode here. Thanks for watching. Okay, welcome back to Heroes 3 as we continue Barren Lands. And at the risk of saying something that I might regret saying, and that doesn't really benefit me that much even if I'm right, I do kind of feel like we are maybe approaching the endgame here. I could be wrong, but if we have a look at the Thieves Guild situation, we can see we know that Red just has the one town left, and they have recruited up to 4 Kryn, which means, and we have to be all quite a long. But outside of Orange, I think we have made it to the Necromancer's Island, and I would like to take Death's Gate, and I would like to see if there are any good spells in there. So that is, we've obviously inside of the map, and we did use View. I kind of think I'm not a little bit more okay with Orin. Orin is not their strongest hero, but if we take to have, I think, stack 6 points, I think we should be able to do this. So yeah, victory is expected. It is just the one Black Dragon, which I had forgotten how many there were. But yeah, we're clearly stronger on paper, and he has no spell points left too. He didn't recover his spell points, so that's very good for us. Let's spread out a bit so we don't get Dragon Breath. Just gonna swap these two around, and this is probably fine. So as the attacker, we do get to move first, and our spell options are still not particularly great. We still don't have Blind. We have the Frost Ring there, which does 85 points of damage, probably not worth doing. Lightning Bolt, 185 points of damage. Also maybe Haste the Ifrit Sultans. I wonder if we could finish off the dragons. I kind of doubt it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure we can't. However, it does also block off the Medusa Queen, so I'm just going to try this. I think our spellcasting is just not that good, to the point where we should just do whatever we can. Going to absorb the Retaliation, which does mean we haven't blocked off the Zealots, but I do just want to attack, as yeah, it doesn't come anywhere near finishing off the Black Dragon, but let's just go for it. Get some damage while we can, as they do choose to attack their own Ballista, and they put themselves in range of our Manticores too. So yeah, we'll go for this attack. Just want to finish this thing off as soon as possible if we can. It has already moved, which means it's not technically the biggest threat right now. But we're just going to throw everything at it, as this should actually finish them off now. Okay, so does it make sense to continue attacking it? 4 hit points left. Medusas, enemy Medusas yet to move. They move next. Let's just try and get a kill or two on those, as we do lose a Scorpicore there. Medusas will finish these off. The rest of our units will hopefully hang on. Okay, let's march the Minotaurs in. So not really too many units here in general that are going to take much damage from our damaging spells. I think I'll just start weakening units like this. 20 hit points left. I'm going to move to safety. These have 7 hit points left. Black Dragon's still pretty healthy. Just going to attack these. These will go to safety. And I think I'm just going to throw the Minotaurs in. Okay, they choose to attack the Black Dragons, which is perfect. So the plan for this episode, I think, is we're going to really use the bulk of our heroes, as in the weaker heroes, the kind of standard heroes, those that are already on this side of the map, just to hunt down the various roaming heroes, see what we can achieve with that. And I want to send at least one of Dima or Jaeger back down to the other side of the map to start taking on Orange, because I'm not sure anyone else can really do it. Even Jedi, I think, could struggle against the magic elementals. Okay, some pretty useful artifacts there. We've actually got 2 boots of speed. That's fine. If we can give it to someone else, we will. Might get in the boat, might not. This town does need some extra defending, I think. So, Altar of Wishes does cost us some resources I'd rather not spend. Mage Tower is always really expensive and not as important in Horn of the Abyss because it's no longer required. For the Cloud Temple. Okay, let's just go Upgraded Workshop because it's a nice, safe thing to go with. Dima. I think Dima definitely wants to get back on a boat if we can. But it's going to be difficult this turn. So if we go to here, we do have enough, I think enough movement points to still get on a boat. This might also help. Yes, it does. Okay, we go across to here. We go summon boat, we jump on. This town is hopefully able to defend itself. We don't know of any heroes in this part of the map. There could be one to the north, but we'll see how that goes. Dace doesn't have too much to do. I'm going to actually send him back. I do want to explore maybe to the west, but I'm tempted to send him back for a spellbook. So yeah, we still have Teal to deal with, but Alamar is on his way to do that. I will just go explore, see what's going on. So we also have a threat to deal with up here, which is Zarfax, the best hero of Red, is on the offensive. Moving towards Kaya. We probably do just need to buy some good defenders here. I'm not sure if he can reach us this turn. He has picked up a lot of steel golems from somewhere. Ooh, 50 to 99 rocks. Okay, unfortunately that probably does mean we have to spend pretty much everything we can. So I probably have to let stuff like this go. It is pretty useful for utility, but I think just pure power, what we need to go with here. Okay, let's have a think. So 115 Master Gremlins actually might not achieve too much. So maybe we don't go for those. 79 Obsidian Gargoyles versus 3 Scorpicores, plus the Scorpicores drop our morale. So gonna let them go. Gonna pick these up. I think that's more useful than splitting the Master Genies for additional casts. And yeah, we'll see how this goes. He might not attack, since he does have a town still. Okay, Alamar's gonna go to the south, and I think as we pass through, I will take some extra stats. He's not necessarily that good. I think he could use all the help he can get. So places we can spend gold, unfortunately we don't really have too many ways to improve Malekith right now. No real units available. Magic Forest up there would be good, but I can't see a way we can take it. So yeah, probably just going to end the turn there. I may be forgetting something, but I think we're fine. End the turn there. So these red heroes are not too scary. I did check them before the start of the recording. Okay, we can see orange still spreading out, still causing problems. Takes the lighthouse, also moving towards our teal town. That orange hero, though, is not that strong, so we're hopefully okay to deal with that. Teal's got a bit of a stronghold around here, but maybe Alamar can deal with that. Okay, so the Dread Knights are not on the Curse Ground. But there's the white border gate. So yeah, unfortunately I'm just not sure. I will go for this because it is linked to the Seer's Hut, but I'm just not sure we're going to actually be able to see this through and see what's really going on with all of this stuff. Okay, we're going to start off with the mass slow, of course. Very effective against these units. They can't get morale. If we manage to not go for water elemental, that'd be nice. But no, we're gonna have to. Well, maybe not. Just have to block everything off. Okay, I think we should brawl these. Okay, no losses, 9,000 experience, pretty good too, and while we're here we'll try to get some kind of benefit. So we're at least producing lots of Black Knights, probably won't use them as expected. No sign of the white tent on this island itself, but let's grab some defense and let's start moving up. Not really seeing too many other useful artifacts either. Okay, so I am tempted to watch this back one more time, watch the enemy turn back. We can go to the south there, but it looks like it's just something that could be claimed and is now gone. I will take this. Okay, already been to the stables. It's only day 5 as well, so no point staying around there. We'll go to it with Alamar though. So Alamar is able to reach Transom this turn, which deprives Teal of their final town and will force them into combat with someone. Now if we're really lucky, Prelian will just go to the west, throw himself at Norrell, and that will be our 2 biggest rivals on this side of the map, going after each other. But yeah, this should be pretty much fine to go for. We take a few losses to the towers. Then we go for Resurrection. I can't make it into the town, but Alamar does have... yeah, he does have mysticism, so he's fine. This town's still no Pool of Glory, so yeah, I don't think Teal has too much money to spend. I highly doubt they've got more than 1 Crystal Dragon, but we'll see. Okay, so is Dima going to explore, or is Dima just going to try to get back to the underground, or the overground even, as soon as possible? We can see blue just there. Let's check this out. So yeah, blue's Black Dragons were only on... who was it? Whoever that was. I can't even remember. Zubin's clearly not a threat to anyone, and I don't know where Caitlyn is. Maybe I missed something, I'm not sure. I need to see if this still works. Nope, okay. I don't know what I'm missing with that. Artifact loadout hotkey stuff. Okay, this could be the final dungeon zone, but I really doubt it. It's probably just the other side of whatever this is. So I'm not sure it's worth landing, but I'm not really going to achieve anything else this turn. So I think we just go for it. Ah, wow, that was a complete waste of time. I should have waited before I threw myself into that. I assumed there would at least be enough to explore. We can still go to the edge just to see what this leads to, because it doesn't seem to join up. Oh, it does. Okay, so maybe that does lead to something. We'll see. Okay, Mafala is pretty much fine. Yeah, I am going to watch this back because I feel like I didn't pay close enough attention. Did we see blue? So, I don't know where Caitlyn is. We know about all this stuff. But blue doesn't have a town, so they should be going for someone. But yeah, it does seem like we're pretty safe. So Mafala is able to go back if she wants to. She can also go and explore to the west, which I think is fine to do. I don't know why I did that. Hopefully I'll edit it out, because it's not very interesting. We've already seen all that stuff. This seems to be potentially unclaimed. But yeah, as expected, not really too much on this beach. Gunnar is going to grab this because it doesn't really have too much else to do. And yeah, I think we will get on the ship. Malekith is unable to achieve too much else this week. Could at least go for this, I suppose. This obviously doesn't matter. 5 Pegasi, okay, beggars can't be choosers, we'll take it. And yeah, I don't think there's too much else we need to invest in. Maybe if this town gets attacked, could still be a bit of a problem, so... Already got a castle. I'm just gonna go Altar of Wishes, it's fine. So I'm not so confident about my original ambition to... Oh wow, didn't realise how close to getting to Stronghold Town there. Not as confident as I was about my ambition of finishing this off before month 6, but I think certainly we're within a month of finishing. As Teal thinks very hard about what to do, but stays on the island. Interesting choice. Okay, Jaeger is still going to explore as well as he can. Go towards the Seer's Hut, hope for something good. Take a little bit of experience. Anything really easy to claim along the way. I think we might as well do it. So, does Red actually have any heroes in this part of the map? I think we might have cornered him. So elsewhere we've got Teal just here who could come north and threaten us in our cove town. So yeah, I think we need to start hunting down the heroes. So 170 spell points. This guy's not a threat. Gundula also not a threat. Seer's Hut just there, I still kind of want to see what that's about, but we'd have to take on a tough fight to get there. There's also the hero just there, Melodia. Melodia might be going back to this town to attack it. Should be kind of annoying, but I think we will nonetheless try to hunt down our opponents. Okay, Mafala will go explore to the west. So this island appears to be unexplored, this whole part of the map potentially. Okay, we've got a Mage's Tower, Fields of Glory. Yeah, it does seem this side of the map is significantly smaller. Thima's gonna go explore. Okay, we can see a path there, so maybe this really is the final dungeon town. Didn't need to go to that. But it's unexplored. To the west it's unexplored. But it does seem to be explored to the north and to the east. I really have no idea what to expect here, because this has to lead to something. But we'll see. If we're really lucky, it will lead to the White Border Gate. Okay, I'm just going to grab this because I don't really think we have too much else to do. And we'll start moving back to the town. I think what we really need is experience. So not really worried about that blue hero. Let's see if we can find Caitlyn. Okay, before we forget. So Red has stopped focusing on this town and is now moving towards our stronghold town instead. Did steal some of our giants. So yeah, Ash is a little bit of a threat. Zarfak's the bigger threat, but he can't reach us. I don't think these heroes really cause us that many problems. Yeah, we'll just buy everything. Okay, let's watch the enemy turn back. One last time. So, we know about everything Red is doing. So I'm not sure where that teal or orange hero is going to the east. They're also going towards our castle town, which let's make sure we put some defenders in there. So yeah, this is Malcolm. Malcolm has a weirdly large number of mummies, also some ancient behemoths, thunderbirds, stuff like that. So I think we need maybe Mage Guild level 2. What spells do you have? So no magic arrows, not great. On the other hand, that's really expensive. I'm just going to go Brotherhood of the Sword. Get some range units. I think that should be fine. But I shouldn't really take chances. Okay, let's end the turn there. So red chooses not to attack. Still no sign of blue anywhere with Caitlyn. Teal gets on his boat. Okay, let's see what this is. Don't despair. It's hard to defeat Dread Knights, but harder is to find them. Well, we defeated some of them. So what was that about? Okay, well, I've been a little bit patient, but I think we can consider ourselves to be pretty done with the Necromancer stuff now. We've seen this island, done a little bit of tourism, and I think that'll do. Okay, we'll take this. And we'll move south. And we can no longer go for this, but that's fine. I think it's a distraction anyway. Still got a bit of a problem around lack of movement. Got to go through the terrain penalty here, but just gonna have to suck it up, I think. Okay, so the teal hero actually chose not to land, which means we should be able to get some defenders in. But yeah, let's finish this one off. Okay, so he doesn't manage to escape, but we also don't manage to take any artifacts from him. I suppose we'll go for the attack. External Pool of Glory could still be good, but it's day 7 and we're not going to get it before the end of the week, so it's not so important. I think if we do go south, we're not going to be able to get on a boat, I'm pretty sure, but we can try. Here we go again. There we go. Yeah, we can't get on. Never mind. So yeah, not really anything to see here. I think we'll continue to go around the edges just in case. Okay, Dima has to follow a path, so we can see it's not been explored to the north at all. So we'll explore it in this direction instead, as we can also see they've not been up that way. Wouldn't be surprised if blue's been here, but I have no idea where this goes. Hopefully it's not too much of a distraction. Okay, so we've got a green border gate just there. That's unexpected. Can get in, but this guy's not strong enough. Not sure what that leads to. Okay, Malekith, we'll go back to this. We'll upgrade these for the additional movement. Okay, this is all a bit of a distraction. I hope Dima finds a town gate or something, because we need him over here to fight Orange. So where did that hero go? Chose not to attack us. Chose to go back. Okay, fine. Okay, looks like they're preparing to attack, but it's the start of a new week. We've got a lot of interest coming in at last. Orange, if anything, going defensive. Teal does choose to land. So that could be a problem, actually. No, this is the problem. This hero here. That's the real threat. Okay, I'm going to go to Dima first, because I'm very curious about this. Someone's definitely been here. We can see it extends quite some way, too. But it's presumably the path that leads to our opponents. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. Okay, so Krellian, if he chose to take us on, we should at least get a preview of what he has if we go for some defenders in this town. We can see we're up to, from 200,000 not too long ago, very quickly up to over 300,000. We can probably justify going for some kind of defender. It's better than nothing. Should we take a lighthouse? So we found our way back to the other side of the map, although this is not too important necessarily. This does, I think, bring us pretty near to where we had some additional crystal dragons to pick up. Okay, so is this going to be a problem? Are we going to be able to take this guy on? He might come towards us, but we'll see what we can do. Maybe I should stay at a slightly safer distance. Get some spell points back. Although that should happen anyway. Get some experience, perhaps? It's not going to be enough. I'm going to take my chances. I think I can take him on. Although, what I didn't consider is he does have that 21 attack. That might be too much. Okay, we can see this seems to go the whole way around the map, but it doesn't feel like a good use of Dima's time. He's probably our strongest hero. All things considered. Jaegar still needs an army, if he can. So Gunnar can reach this. I do not think he's strong enough to go for it. Jedi just has to take the long, slow path. Should we take some of these? It's negligible gold. Stops our enemies taking it. I'm not sure what this leads to. What's the point of this? So we have no spellbook. Gonna keep exploring, I guess. Okay, Malekith is able to pick up some more units. I will actually go for spell research here. Ah, that's not what we want. Fine, I don't want to stay in this town. I think we want to move out. So, no Armageddon. Not going to take the Dendroids because they're going to slow us down too much. Leave a few defenders in the town. And I think Ufraton is still distracted. So maybe we make our move towards the fortress town. I don't really think we're strong enough. But let's try it. Could also explore what this is. I doubt it's much. Okay, a disappointed Jaeger returns to his boat. Just gonna watch this back again because I know that we have so many heroes on the map. These ones are not so much a threat, it's the ones who are just boarding boats. We can also see the orange hero going towards the fortress town. Probably see what they have. But yeah, this is pretty much Teal's last stand. And they might be Alamar, but I don't think there's too much they can do after that. Okay, so this was Bertram, who does have a pretty strong force. Still might need one of our better heroes over here. So I guess it does have to be Jaeger. Oh, the thingy of darkness. I didn't recruit any more defenders also. Probably should have done that. However, I can blind these before they move. And it lasts for 3 rounds. I'll do that. And these are immune to our blind. So we'll go for those first, although we've run out of spell points anyway. Is able to reach those, unfortunately, but doesn't actually do too much damage to us. These can't reach us. I think we still wait. So this is overkill. I think we just go for these instead as we get the bad luck, unfortunately. Got 85 spell points, that is a bit of a problem. Cannon blows a hole there. We can move out and go for the attack, so 67 rocks, that's a real problem. I think those have been building up the whole game. I assume we got them from an external dwelling. Don't really want to bunch up in case he does have some splash damage spells. So, can we avoid these? Not really. Okay, we'll finish these off. And we get the morale. Just going to spread out a little bit, as these are able to go out if they want to, but I don't think any of these fights are particularly in our favour. Okay, next round begins. These are of course the biggest threat. This deck I think waits. Oh wow. I never see the AI go for that. And they've done some serious damage with that one. That's horrendous. I can't remember the last time they did something like that to me. Are these Berserk too? They are. There is a chance they go for the rocks, but yeah, this is a bit of a setback. I think that might be enough to really screw us over. I'm gonna have to wait. Yeah, that bad luck also causing some problems. Incredible. So they do choose to attack our rocks, or Thunderbirds even, and they do a lot of damage. Okay, that sucked. He's still able to berserk us again, of course. Gotta hope we're spread out enough. That's so bad. Ah, he's got the elemental summons too. Archdevils have also woken up, and they choose to go for the orcs, okay. So these need to go for a block. I think we're better off holding these out. Ah, it doesn't work out. Okay. Same principle applies to these. It's not going to stop the steel golems. I think we have a chance of a kill on these. So I guess what happens here is if Alamar does win, he and or Kaya need to move back to this part of the map and to deal with this. Because yeah, we're not winning this, but Zarfax is going to have very few units left. Stay defensive, we have all 3 towers for now. Small chance we could get a kill on the final Archdevil. I think it's not worth the risk. Okay, so Gerwolf is lost. Very annoying Fog of War there too. Blue comes for a potential final attack. Orange moving across the wasteland there. Victory expected against Melodia. This means nothing because this is just the preamble to the bigger attack. Okay, so they still have 10 spell points left to go. But yeah, they got no way through our walls, so we'll hang on for now. Okay, good choice of target from the towers. They still have no way through, so magic arrow could still be a threat. We don't really need to go out and close down the marksman anymore. Ballista's a bit annoying. Okay, magic arrow fails to get a kill. Okay, so poor play by the AI there. Well, I guess actually they wouldn't have got the additional kill against our champion regardless. But they went for a magic arrow and then didn't follow up, so I think we want to try and keep the champions out. It's going to make very little difference in the next fight. I think Krelian is just far too strong. Okay, Melodia goes down, and Krelian does go for the attack. Very few losses expected. 2 crystal dragons, okay. Does have the ballistics. Using up some of his spell points though. I think it's a him. Not much for us to be doing here. Gotta rely on the towers if anything. Yeah, we don't want to be brawling. Could go for a kill here. So yeah, they've still got a few powerful stacks to move. Seems unlikely we achieve anything else, so we'll go for this. Yeah, same as the auto-resolve, but Krelian chooses not to go after Alamar. You cannot reach him. So I guess we just take the town right back. Okay, so Jedi is still crawling over here, but we still have, the problem to deal with in this part of the map. So Zarfax is going to be just around there. I think there's a good chance Kaya is strong enough. Someone needs to go back into a town, or perhaps we just let Dace go. Do a little bit of final exploring with him. Yeah, he's got quite a few units, but I think we need to just get another hero involved. Okay, so this brings us out to here, which is interesting because this is not super far away from Bork. We might be able to make that work. Especially if we can get on a boat this turn, which we can. So other things we could do. We go south towards this stuff instead. Let's go to Dima, as I fear this is just a big long road to nowhere. Wow, it really is. So gem pond there. Blue has been here, but doesn't appear they explored it properly. I guess Caitlyn's still lost somewhere. So yeah, Gondola has taken some castle units. Krelian. If I get on the boat, Krelian probably just comes back and attacks. But Krelian does have to attack now, because Teal is down to 0 towns, so they probably will go for this. Which means there is a chance we lose Alamar, unless we step out of the town. So if we were to go for implosion, 1,650 points of damage. That should actually take out both crystal dragons. However, they do have that 20% chance to resist, which could be quite important. But it should be in our favour, I think. So I'm going to stay in the town. Okay, yeah, Gunnar cannot go for this. Is not strong enough to do so. I think we'll just go through here. Okay, everything to the south I think is a distraction, so let's keep going back up this way. So this is still the only town gate we know of. Which means the only other ways through are we either go through the town, the castle gate of the Inferno town, or we find another way back over ground. So if we move down in this direction, that takes us towards the castle gates. It's also not infinitely far from where Gunnar is. So yeah, this does seem to be the right way to go. There is also this way, so this way takes us back through the original gate we went through. It's also potentially an opportunity to go and pick up those additional crystal dragons. Wherever that was, somewhere near here. So the crystal dragons I think were through there, so that is a bit cumbersome to go back to. It's been a while since we had to do this. That's where Mafala is. That's where we went underground. So if we came out here, that's actually pretty good. It's actually a pretty good way to go. Yeah, not far at all. And we get +1 spell power there. Level 5 spell potentially from this. But I think we're better off just landing close as possible. Okay, knowledge isn't too important. Spell power is good though. Should be fine for spell points. Alamar stays in place in the hopes that they actually will come to attack us. Fala will go back through. And best side to get on a boat is, I think, to the west. There is this, we could try to break through, but not with Mafala. And yeah, I think that's kind of a storyline related thing, which we don't need to really worry about. Okay, so final thing to do or not do. I think we do have to let Dace go. And then are we strong enough over here? So we'll definitely trade for the gem. Okay, so Mage Skill level 5 is in this town. We still do not have any kind of wisdom, so we're stuck to level 1 and level 2 spells, but we do have blind. Titans are immune to Berserk. Could be important. We don't have we do have logistics, we don't have pathfinding, so we probably need to let Pegasi go. Yeah, I think that's the way we do it. Okay, Kaya finally has a job to do. We'll try to take that town back. Ending the turn there. So that's largely a waste of Red's time. I forgot about blue. Orange is coming to attack us too. Doesn't choose to attack us. Purple at least has been banished. Okay, so let's sort this annoying thing out. So this town has almost no defenders, so we just need to give somebody a week's worth of units. This is why I'm checking, or supposed to be checking at the end of each turn, because it's just too easy to overlook something among all the things going on. Sylvia has the navigation, which is actually quite useful. Someone else needs to go into a town though. Okay, so if we don't come back and deal with this, then we're definitely gonna lose. There's no way we can hold that off. Not even sure that Malekith can do it. But we have to try. Okay, Mafala is going to go to the south. Check this out. So yeah, I think Mafala is potentially able to go for Bok, which is not too heavily defended. We could also actually go for the fortress town just in case they went for it for some reason. So if we land on the eastern side, I would have Malcolm to deal with at some point. Maybe we actually do want some reinforcements from the town itself. So yeah, we're gonna go land over here instead. Alamar might actually just have to stay in the town, although he's pretty near the town gate, which is a really useful thing. Dima just needs to get back. Ignore the gems, not important. So can Gunnar make it to a town this turn? Definitely not. Yeah, this is my mistake entirely, but it's just so hard to keep track of every little thing that's happening unless you really go out of your way to check turns. We actually need to take the fight with the behemoths. Almost click a yes then. Okay, so let's go for... Probably need to go for mass flow again. Hopefully won't be too many more of these. Battles with wandering creatures. Okay, so if we go the eastern way, certainly lets us take on red, but that's not really what we want. So we'll go west. We'll go west, we follow the water down, and yeah, we'll go take on orange directly. That seems like the best thing to do. So Jagar finally getting back involved in the stuff that matters. I guess he did take out one of the enemy heroes. But yeah, we go for this. Gunnar goes through here. And I'm pretty sure we can do stuff like this. If they run away, that's amazing. He does have some... No, he doesn't have summons. He doesn't have great spells in general. His forces are not that strong at all, so this is actually quite a big risk if we did do it. Yeah, I think because his magic elementals, it's maybe not the best move. In hindsight. So actually Gunnar could just go deal with this. Okay, it's going to take a little while to get through to there. But yeah, with that being done, I think Alamar is going to come out, and it's going to be difficult to chase Krelian down. Krelian is actually, I think, going for Moss Den, so that actually works out quite well. If he does turn around and come for us, that's okay, we'll just deal with it as it happens. Already been to the stables this week. We're just going to go to the west, and we're going to try and open this up. Maybe we can go around this way. It does appear to be slightly faster. Okay, this time we will certainly watch the spec, because I'm just not going to remember the movements of every single one of these heroes. My brain just does not work like that. Okay, there was one orange hero that was creeping out of the Fog of War somewhere, just here. So that one's probably worth a look, but it's just Oris who's not too strong. Yeah, a little bit worried for this town. This could be bad. Uland. Alamar, I think, is... yeah, at least 2 turns travel, even if we do go this way. So I'm not sure we can get back to there in time, but we'll see how it plays out. So orange is moving to defend, or red even. Does now have 2 towns instead of 1. Starting to spread out. That must be Caitlin. Chooses not to attack with Uland. Krellian's still going for Mostem. Perfect. Okay. So, first off, I think we know where Caitlin is now. But did she find a town up there? Doesn't look like it. Okay, Jaeger is able to land if he wants to. I don't think it's worth it. Full speed to the south. Okay, so that's still the rough terrain. So we've got to go to the east. Hopefully we'll find some subterranean terrain. Jedi is so slow on this terrain, but at a snail's pace we'll eventually make it. Uland we can actually reach. If I knew more about his stats, that would be more appealing. I don't think visions... Effect radius 162. That sounds like a big number. 3343. The 3 black dragons could be a problem, but I'm actually pretty tempted to throw myself into this. So if we send Alamar up, firstly let's establish, can we reach this turn? Looks like we actually can. Oh, it's going to be tight. 200 movement points will remain. Okay, a few more of these than I expected. Probably do want to slow them. Should have done that sooner. Probably also wanted to bring these units together, but never mind. Do we go for Resurrection? 1 Minotaur. One of these stacks if we want to. We could go for Blind and start doing all that stuff, but no, I think just get this battle done. Accept a couple of minor losses. Take advanced sorcery, and yeah, we can reach the town gate. Okay, so if we want to, we can go aggressive here, and if it goes wrong, we simply... maybe we even wait with Alamar and just go to a town of our choice when it makes sense to do so. Yeah, I think with that being the case, we should risk going for this. Because if we lose, it's not the end of the world. So water elementals are pretty good. The meteor showers in the previous battle we used this guy for did prove themselves to be very important. Do want those range units out. So his spell points will cost more because of our Pegasi, but he does have 40 spell points instead of the expected 30. 57 Earth Elementals per turn. Okay, we should definitely win this. Do we go for those now? I think the Black Dragons will come across to attack us, therefore it might make sense to do so. But Meteor Shower on these, just to deal with their range units, feels like a good play. This stack waits. They go for that as expected. We should have a buff coming in from the enchanters, of course. Okay, Bloodlust. So we have the Expert Resurrection, and I think this is actually pretty massively in our favor to the point where I think we save our spell points just to bring units back. Although it won't save the gold dragons, which is a problem. No obvious candidates for Meteor Shower. I think we just get a few of these involved. So much bad luck in this episode. Okay, I think if they can't reach us, then you guys just take the safe option, go for these. Probably baiting in the black dragons here, but they do choose to go for the silver pegasi instead. You go for this. So they put themselves in range of the Earth Elementals, which is pretty much the perfect situation. We're going to go for our first Resurrection on these. Because these are 2 hex, there's no escape. Guess we'll just go for this and hope for a blind. Nope, okay. Mass haste is nice. And that's the black dragons out. I think he'll flee pretty soon. So So Dendroids will of course go for the Earth Elementals. We've got another spell we can go for. Let's bring these back first. Okay, so we've got a pretty good chance of finishing him off here, which is probably not going to matter too much whether we do or don't, given that he doesn't appear to have any good artifacts. Does appear to have a bad luck artifact. Is it worth hanging on just to go for a small amount more resurrection? I think it probably actually is. So yeah, I think if he flees, it's fine. But we should try waiting. Yeah, fine. No big loss there. Okay, so Gunnar is going to go back up this way, I guess. I think it's faster than... Yeah, it does seem to be the fastest way, plus there's a little bit more scouting we can do. No Fountains of Youth. Let's just move up. So Alamar potentially can go somewhere completely different if he wants to. But yeah, we're going to go straight towards Crag, as we can see Ash is potentially moving towards our original town. Did not expect that to be attacked at any point, but at the same time it's really quite safe. So if we wanted to, we could still actually send Alamar over to here, and his mission could be to go for Norol instead, which he's definitely strong enough to do. He could have actually made it there from Transom though. So yeah, Krelian I think will still go for Mosten, which is the ideal outcome for us. We, I think, will go to... I'm still gonna go to... Let's see which one it is actually. Oh wow, because I cancelled it, I can't do it again. That's a bit weird. But okay, we're gonna go to Wild Willow I think next turn. That's fine. We'll work with that. Before I end the turn, let's make sure there are no little sneaky heroes I'm forgetting about. So this one's fine. This one is going towards one of our rampart towns, so we need to keep an eye on that. But yeah, nothing else really causing us too many problems. Oh, this one perhaps. This town could be attacked. So yeah, it's Gundula. Gundula does have some units. We don't really have any defenders here. Portal of Glory we could go for. Given that Gundula has 7 spell points, that might be the way to defend it. But yeah, we'll see what they do at the end of the turn. The main problem now isn't so much what's on the map, but just the fact that for any town the enemies do have, they will be recruiting many heroes as they possibly can. Orange, I think, is, if anything, running away from Krelian. Turning to Bok to defend. Krelian, yeah, is going to go for Mosten. So Mosten is taken. We'll decide what to do with Jaegar later. This has been quite futile from Dima, but maybe this does lead to a town, although it probably shouldn't, because Mage Guild suggested, and still suggests, there's only one town for them. And I'm pretty sure there will be a dungeon town up through here. I also vaguely seem to remember when we did go for Viewer, there did seem to be a town up there. So we'll see how that goes. Gunnar will go to get this town back. So we can land on shore. That's probably faster. We are the logistics specialist, of course. So Zyron is in here. He does have some steel golems that will resist our Armageddon. I'm going to split these up just to be safe. But yeah, this should be fine. Okay, the issue is the towers probably will, in fact almost certainly will, take down our dragons. Don't think there's much we can do. We can send these in, and they would win, but I don't think they win fast enough. I'll try it. So, no losses taken just yet. These go in too, and then yeah, no chance we finish these off in time. And in fact, by sending these in, they become even more obvious targets, so I'll try actually going defensive. Actually works out. I Okay, so the fastest way we could kill these things, if we go for this, is this a really stupid thing to do? We'll do 25% of the expected damage. So we're still killing 18. So actually Implosion is better, still, than Fire Elementals. So we go for a few losses, but we managed to retain the dragon, surprisingly. We have taken back the town of Manufactory, which we'll go into, get that extra knowledge, and not really too worried about anything Thank can do. Kaya's going to go to the east, as we found our way back to Crag, which we should have back in our hands pretty soon. Mephala, I think, is potentially not strong enough to go for Bok on her own. Yeah, Malcolm's still a little bit of a threat. Although there are some more units in here now. I think we can ignore that. Just go for this instead. Okay, so Malekith could go in this direction. I think it's time to see what Jaegar can find. So we've already got our 2 line of sight artifacts equipped. Part of the Magi there, and a big beach. I'm gonna stay on the water. Just find out as much as I can. Oh, this is very interesting. It's very interesting, but maybe not important. Still not seeing a sign of a dungeon town. But there we go, subterranean terrain. That was what we expected. So I guess it's time to land and take this on. He is also able to go for Moss then, and is maybe a good choice to do that. Do want to see what this is, but no. Let's resist. Okay, so what to do with Alamar? Not really sure, but I think I am going to end this episode here. Just the one remaining opponent now who has more than one.
Mike, what IFBB Pro Show are we competing in next year? Are you afraid to go against Coach Greg with superior symmetry and an even better tan? And yeah, I may be 5'6", but I'm 6'5" when I'm sitting on my wallet. And so, are you ready to do battle? All right, I got a good one for you guys. And it's about Mike O'Hearn. We haven't talked about Mike in a minute.
Here's the best part.
All right, I can't wait to find out what the best part is going to be. What's the best part, Mike?
All the Instagram trainer experts will say...
Okay, all the Instagram trainers, all of them, every single one will say something. Well, if everyone says something, there's a chance it's true, but what is it that they're going to say?
Oh, that's not true. You can go late. It's because they're weak and they've lost it.
Mike has been saying that you need to train heavy in order to put on muscle. That Instagram trainers, for example, Coach Greg and Dr. Mike Israetel, he picks on us. Perhaps it's because we're manlets or hobbits, if you will. Why didn't he pick on Jeff Nippert? All of us are short. And so he's saying, we're saying that you can build the same amount of muscle by training in higher reps as you can in shorter reps. And so what does the research say? It says you can build the same amount of muscle if you train to failure using higher reps as you do training with lower reps. And so if you fail at 5 repetitions versus 15 repetitions, both forms of training will in fact build the same amount of muscle. And so how is that wrong?
It's the Greg Duchette's that lost it 15 years ago. but still telling you how to train.
What exactly did I lose, Mike, 15 years ago? I mean, he's saying I lost it 15 years ago. 15 years ago, in this month, I turned IFBB Pro. And so 15 years ago, I lost it. What? The day I turned to IFBB Pro, I lost the plot on how to train? Does that actually make sense? How is it that I turned pro at 35 and continue to make gains after that?
It's those kind of guys that can't even lift. They're all broken up.
Can't even lift. They're all broken up. I mean, the last I looked at my physique, it's looking pretty good. I wouldn't say it's broken up. I continued to compete for 10 years after that. And since that time, did Mike know I broke the Guinness Book of World Records for most sumo weight deadlifted in a minute? Now, I know Mike is a tremendous, or perhaps was a tremendous powerlifter. And so why doesn't he break my record? I mean, he's 6 foot plus. He probably outweighs me by 50, perhaps 100 pounds. I don't know. And so that record should be easy for him to beat.
And their ligaments and joints are just...
I don't see what's wrong with my ligaments and my joints. I'm still lifting weights twice a week, and I'm still keeping my gains. Not to mention, Mike, did you know that I'm racing bikes, that I'm a very good bike racer? I'm winning races left and right. For example, yesterday, I won my last race. And so something is working.
And they're young. The Mike guy's in his 30s.
And correction, that Mike guy is not in his 30s. He's actually in his 40s. And so is he giving him a compliment? He's saying, hey, you know what? He looks so young and svelte that he's in his 30s.
The Mike guy's in his 30s, broken.
Now, he's saying Mike is broken. I don't think Mike is broken unless he's talking about perhaps his mental game. His body isn't broken. It's his mindset. He thinks he needs to fix his body to get surgeries and so on. But Mike is not broken. After all, we've seen Mike can still jump a nippard. Mike can still jog through an 800-meter event. And so he's not completely broken, but I do think I get his point. He's trying to say Mike Israetel doesn't train as hard as he used to. He used to be a strong power lifter. He trains with a lot lighter weight. We've seen him do the bent over 10-pound dumbbell curls, and he's saying that is not how you should train. But since when do you lump Coach Greg and Mike Israetel in the same category? Aside from us both being manlets, we're not the same.
Greg in his 40s, early 40s, and broken. It's like, nice. Teach us how to lift.
I accept the compliment from Mike saying that I'm in my early 40s, but Mike, have you not seen my Instagram as of late? I literally just posted my photo of myself turning 50. Remember, I competed for the Zaddy Cup, was playing pickleball, having a great time. I'm dating a baddie. Have you not seen Mepsigram? She's only 34 years of age. And so last I checked, you're only as old as the girls that you're dating. And so I'm about 34.
You're the guy I'm listening to.
And so of all the people that I would listen to, I would think that Coach Greg is really high up on the list. And why? Well, I've been training almost as long as Mike O'Hearn. I started at 10. It's now been 4 decades, over 40 years that I've been training in the gym. Not only that, I've trained thousands of clients. Just had a client compete as a WNBF pro. Remember, he's 100% natural. People, they hardly could believe it. How do you get all that muscle as a natural? Well, you work hard. You train hard. You train like Coach Greg. And what advice do I give my clients? What advice do I give the world? To train harder than last time. That has been my motto for years. I literally have the sign in my basement, abajo in mi casa, harder than last time. And so when I'm lifting in my basement, in my gym, bike riding, I can look up at the sign and it reminds me, what am I supposed to do today? I'm supposed to progressive overload and train harder than last time. And so if I don't have the energy, if I think I can't do it, I look up at the sign and it's a reminder. Of course you can do it. Harder than last time. And so is my advice to lighten the weights and just train like a pussy? Of course not. It's in fact the opposite. My advice is to train hard. 95% of people, I believe, they don't train hard enough. And so if you're one of the 5% out there that's already training really hard, well, this video isn't for you. It's for 95% of people. And so Mike, I don't tell people to just train with light weights and go easy. I tell them to train hard.
Greg in his 40s, early 40s, and broken. It's like, nice. Teach us how to lift.
Mike, the only thing that's broken is several powerlifting records, Guinness Book of World Records, or PRs on my bike. I'm 50 years of age and I'm the fastest I've ever been on a bike. How many people can say that at 50 that they're racing bikes at an elite level? I don't know many. Perhaps he's talking about the bones that I've broken. That's right. My right elbow, I almost look like Ian Valere with that cut down the side, or perhaps my left elbow, that cut down the side. This was not done from lifting weights. This was done from separate bike accidents where I'm crashing. When I was a teenager, I crashed my shoulder. Multiple ligaments were torn. These are the injuries I've sustained from riding bikes, not from lifting weights. And so perhaps I've had broken bones, but it's not from lifting weights. I continue to do so.
Here's the best part.
Did he just say, here's the best part? Yeah. The best part is you too can use GO2 Max and Turk Builder Max to improve your games. This is for cardio. And so if you're aging, you're going to want to take this so that you can do cardio harder than ever before. You recover faster, you feel better. This is going to get you stronger. Also improve your ability to recover and have you build more muscle. And so if you're interested, the best part, code Greg, 15% off. And perhaps this is the best part. If it doesn't work for you, you have a money back guarantee and a $20 gift card. And so what do you have to lose? Code Greg, 15% off. This is kind of sick. What is wrong with people? And why would he pin this? This is a pinned comment. Bunch of sickos. Bro, I can't tell you how much I love it when you give it to these guys. By giving it to men, he must be playing how Mike O'Hearn played perhaps himself in a real-life movie. It was called Magazine Dreams, where he gives it to John Mayers, and I'm not going to tell you where. Did you watch the movie? Great job from Mike O'Hearn. And so perhaps that's what he's referring to. The Dutch Giant. Shots fired. I believe the shots fired were at Jonathan Mayer in that movie scene. Is this why Mike and Greg made friends? To team up against the Titan? I don't need a team to attack Mike O'Hearn. I've been tearing him down for years. I believe I'm 10-0. I've probably done 10 videos against Mike. And he's never come out on top. I mean, this is not like the Jonathan Mayers movie where he, in fact, was a top. Hey, better than being a bottom. Sir, also, who the hell is the Doucette? I haven't heard of her, sir. You know you've made it when they're talking about you. They know who you are, and they're trying to get at you. I mean, this is fantastic. Like, look what the guy writes. Like, let's watch this. We're going to compare myself to Mike after this. Doucette is one failed bodybuilder turned YouTuber. I won my IFBB Pro card way back in 2012. Mike doesn't have an IFBB Pro card. Did you know that? And so I'm an IFBB Pro and Mike is not. And so, Mike, when are you going to get your pro card so that you can compete against Coach Greg? I mean, do you not all want to see Coach Greg versus Mike O'Hearn? You know, I mean, I know it's not fair because I'm on HRT, 140 milligrams of test a week. Mike O'Hearn's 100% natural. And so, Mike, would you like to compete against Coach Greg next year? I will only take HRT. You know, it's going to give me an advantage. I know that because you're 100% natural, but I will compete against you in 2026 in a professional bodybuilding competition. IFBB Pro versus IFBB Pro. But where's your pro card? And so how are we going to compete? I mean, I know you've done some guest posing, but can you not just compete? And remember, some people actually think that Mike O'Hearn is not 100% natural. And that is how good he actually is. I mean, he's so well built that people think there's no way that he did it natural. And so, Mike, when are we competing? Name the show and I will compete against you. And so how hard would it be for you to turn pro? Probably easy. Your first try, you're going to win your pro card. I mean, even I won my pro card. Imagine how easy it would be for Mike, a guy who trains with heavy weights and who trains hard. I mean, Coach Greg, what do I know? I just train with light weights. I don't know what I'm doing. And the same challenge can go out to Mike Israetel. He said, Mike and Greg, he put us in the same category. And so when do the three of us do battle on an IFBB Pro stage? 2026, get Mike a pro card, the other Mike a pro card, and let's challenge Coach Greg. But last I checked, both of you don't have your cards yet. This is analogous to saying to a guy who's played in the NFL that you're better at football than they are. Right. How many times have you played in the NFL? A zero. And so you lose. Greg doesn't promote going light. His slogan is harder than last time. And so if I were Thanos, rather than snapping my fingers, I would do this. That's all that needs to be done. No, Stan the Man McQuay. Why are you crying with fireballs? Stan the Man McQuay was my favorite bodybuilder growing up. He was my hero, the guy I looked up to the most, the man whose physique that I wanted to have, and I don't mean it in the way that Mike O'Hearn likes. I mean, I wanted to build a physique as great as his, and I eventually earned my IPB Pro card. Stan, don't do me dirty like that. Greg in his 40s, earlier 40s, and he turned 50 last week. Not OMG, you lie about being natty, but you also lie about other people in the scene and are what they say. And so if Mike is willing to lie about my age, when I've posted my birthday that I'm 50, do you really think he thinks I'm in my 40s? And so if he's willing to lie about my age, do you not think it's possible that he's willing to lie about being 100% natural? I mean, has he shown his blood work 4 times and done a polygraph test like Hussein Farhat? I don't think so. And so you can believe that he's natural and that I'm in my 40s. Hey, I don't mind. I like being in my 40s, even though I'm 50. But I'm not going to lie. Notice, I'm on 140 milligrams of test a week. Is Mike ever going to admit what he's on? Also, Greg just got a Ferrari next to a Lambo, a McLaren, and a Mercedes AMG. Why hating on someone just because? Bro actually saw my lineup car. He knows that I'm 50. And so they're just saying, Mike, like you're talking about this guy as if he's a complete failure, as if he doesn't know anything. But yet, he's very successful. Take notes from Mike, you say. What? How to continuously lie to the public on his apparent steroid usage? He talks about people being broken when he has health issues he's dealing with. Must be those massive doses of PEDs he's been using since the 1990s era. We've all seen The Rock become a pebble, which is better than being a tombstone. I am aware of that. But how long before Mike O'Hearn is forced to do the same? We've seen it with Dave Bautista from wrestling, then it was The Rock. How long before it's Mike's turn? When suddenly he says, you know what? I had to downsize for a movie role. I'm losing all of my muscle. Many people can use steroids and continue to do so in their 50s. But how many of them make it into their 60s and 70s? Eventually, they have to slow down. So who doesn't lift hard? Who? Greg? He gives 120% always and teaches this on YouTube. This makes no sense. Greg is really great at holding people's attention and getting them emotionally hooked. Well, thank you. That sounds like a great compliment. That does not mean he has any good fitness advice. No, the two are not the same, but I'm sure that I have a really good fitness advice. I mean, think of it. I do have a master's in kinesiology, so I have the education. Not only that, I have the experience. I've been training for 40 years, and I've been coaching thousands of clients for decades. And so where is it that I'm giving the poor information? Where I say, train harder than last time, which is progressive overload. Should you train easier each time? Should you not progressive overload? Where I say you can make equal gains from training with heavy weights hard versus lighter weights hard, is there something wrong with that? Lighter weights, high reps, you can't build muscle. Is that the mistake? Because I do most of my sets closer to 15. Is that somehow a lie? Is it wrong? Am I giving out misinformation? You let me know what I'm saying that's wrong. Greg caught a stray. Well, it's better than catching chlamydia from being with Mike O'Hearn. O'Hearn don't pull no punches. You know what else he doesn't pull out on? On Jonathan Mayer's stomach after he finishes.
He is a, 6'5" Herculean white god.
Greg looks like a complete beast. What? And always promotes lifting heavier than last time. Greg usually says harder than last time, but PK. Maybe it doesn't say okay? I don't know. Been listening to Dr. Mike and Greg for a long time, and while they're younger than O'Hearn, they don't stand a chance against him, all right? When you say don't stand a chance, do you mean I don't stand a chance to lose? I mean, I've already challenged him. Mike, what IFBB Pro show are we competing in next year? Are you afraid to go against Coach Greg with superior symmetry and an even better tan? And yeah, I may be 5'6", but I'm 6'5" when I'm sitting on my wallet. And so, are you ready to do battle? Let me know in the comment section. How many of you think Mike O'Hearn could beat Coach Greg in a professional bodybuilding competition? Yeah, you've seen his best physique when he poses his upper body. He's got some abs and so on. But what about the legs? Have you seen Coach Greg's legs? I mean, let's look right now. Does Mike have better quads than Coach Greg? What do you guys think? My legs are better from the back. I know Mike would love to be back there to analyze it, but I am a better bodybuilder than Mike O'Hearn. Perhaps you believe me, perhaps you don't. Challenge is on. And so, Mike, you're always in show shape, are you not? Coach Greg, I'm at...
Out of the 9,000, do you think we're under 12% body fat? One person.
Did Mike Israetel do his frigging proofreading for this video? It certainly wasn't Solomon, because this is a glaring mistake.
A recent data report of over 9,000 American men revealed just how many people are actually below 12% body fat.
I would guess 1 to 2% of people have 12% body fat as men. So probably somewhere between 90 and 180. I'm going with 90. 90 out of 9,000. Do you think I'm close? Put your thinking caps on. 9,000 people. How many people suffer from that rexia? You know, where you don't eat enough? How many people out of 9,000 do triathlons, go to the gym, work out, are bodybuilders, are cutting, are on a mini cut, on a diet, just are naturally lean? Out of 9,000, how many people would have under 12%? Remember, I, on the DEXA scam, was 8.5%, but we knew that I was lean. 8.2% on the calipers. How many people are at 12% and or less?
Out of the 9,000, do you think we're under 12% body fat?
200. Maybe 500.
500?
500. 9,000 people, 400 people.
One person.
I don't know how to get it through to you on how stupid Jeff would have to be in order to actually believe the statistics. It would be like saying, I mean, it's right up there with the stupidity of Mike Israetel's thesis.
I guess technically I submitted the wrong draft to the graduate school.
If he had said 1 out of 9,000 people have negative 3% body fat, I would have said, you know, that is almost more possible than what he just stated. If he had said 1 in 9,000 people have under 5%, I would have thought, well, maybe that's true. Maybe. But at 12 is not that rare. It's estimated, I think, let me even use ChatGPT. I know that ChatGPT isn't always 100% accurate, but like, it's about 1%. One source suggests that in the US, adult males, those in the top 1% lowest body fat group are around 10.6% body fat. 10.6 is less than 12, and about 1 in 100 people have that. Out of 9,000, 90 people would have about 10.6% body fat and or less. Just think of it. I'm at 8.5% body fat. Do you think that only like 1 in 100,000 men are as lean as Coach Greg? I can't spend any more time on this. If you don't understand how stupid a person would have to be to read a study and think that that's science that states that only 1 in 9,000 people have under 12% body fat, when clearly we've seen other studies show that it's about 1% have under 12%, I don't know what to tell you. The answer is about 90, not 1. He's off by 90-fold. 90x. It's 9,000% off. Oh, if you have under 12%, you're 1 in 9,000. Did Mike Israetel do his frigging proofreading for this video? It certainly wasn't Solomon, because this is a glaring mistake.
9% is very lean. I was even surprised that Ollie clocked in at 9% because his arms look so shredded and vascular. I honestly expected him to be closer to 7 or 8%.
Why don't you just say, you know what, the DEXA scan is not accurate, and so when Ali came up at 9% body fat, I knew that it was off. He's clearly lower than that, which is exactly what's going on. Ali doesn't have 9% body fat. Just because the DEXA scam said it doesn't mean it's to be true. Why don't we show Alex Eubanks in your video and say this is 15% body fat and this is 9%, and see that he almost looks the same.
And for women, most research cites 10% body fat as the leanest level biologically possible.
Yeah, and so those studies are wrong, Jeff. I mean, isn't it fun to just prove the studies to be wrong? Why don't you just say, you know what? It's 2025. I have to come clean. Studies are bullshit. You're just saying, many studies are saying that 10 to 13% is essential fat. They can't get lower than that. We just showed Kim, she competed in a women's wellness competition. She was tested at 6.9%. Is she dead? She looked alive. She's moving. I mean, I've seen her on Instagram. She's still posting videos and so on. And so how is it possible that 10 to 13% is essential, to live, and she's walking at under 7%? I mean, if I chat GPT'd it, maybe I could find a study to say that I'm right, and then you can find a chat GPT study to say that you're right. Or we can just realize that if we're literally seeing females DEXA scans at sub 10% body fat, then it can't be possible that that's the lowest body fat that they can get. Do you not think that Mepsigram, 13.7%, if she went on a diet and lost, say, 10 or 15 pounds, would it just magically stop at 10 and she would just lose muscle? Or is it possible to keep losing and getting leaner? And this is Mepsigram. Have you not seen women's bodybuilders at the Olympia stage, strided glutes and so on? Does anyone think that they're above 10%?
AJ is a professional bikini competitor, and her DEXA scan came back 9.9.
A random bikini competitor is at 9.9%, but yet the lowest a woman can get is 10. She competes in bikini. What if she competed in women's bodybuilding? Imagine if this girl took performance-enhancing drugs, Anavar, testosterone, whatever, and she put on 25 pounds of muscle and then went on a diet. Do you not think her body fat would go somewhere lower than 9.9? Maybe 6%, maybe 7%. 6-7! Jeff, you're wrong. Take the L.
Gia is also a national level competitor, and she came back even leaner. 9.1% body fat.
And another competitor, 9.1%. Now remember, she has breast augmentation surgery, which means that the test is, of course, inaccurate. It's probably 10.6%. And this is the only way Jeff is going to get a woman who's attractive as this to sit next to him on a bench. Had he not been a dropout dentista, perhaps the ladies would have sat next to him and opened up their mouth to say, like the Costco hoe.
8% body fat is what I would consider shredded. Your testosterone usually starts to drop off simply because your body is sending every signal to just go find some food.
And so, of course, if you're too lean and your body fat is too low, testosterone's going to go down. You could be taking clomiphene or testosterone. Of course, you get your blood work done at AlgoRx. Remember, code Greg for 10% off. Or if you want to do it the natty way, get G-Test Platinum. Get it on the website, code Greg, for 15% off.
I'm running in slow motion at all times. The littlest of things can annoy me and agitate me so much.
Did he just say that Jeff Nipaw could annoy him? He said the littlest of things. Perhaps a 5'4" dropout dentista.
That's because your body is constantly screaming at you to eat more, and so a lot of men will quickly rebound in weight, oftentimes shooting over where they were before they even started.
Why are we getting to a certain body fat percentage if it's not for life? I mean, I understand you're dieting for a bodybuilding competition, you diet, you get lean, and then you try to win the show, and then you gain fat after. But why are we dieting to certain levels and then regaining the weight? Like doing mini cuts, bulking and cutting. That is utterly nonsensical, useless, stupid things to do. Bulking and cutting shouldn't happen. Now, if you're a bodybuilder, I get it. You got to get shredded and you got to bulk after. You got it. You can't stay at 4 or 5% body fat. But for everyone else, you get to a healthy body fat percentage and you maintain. For men, I suggest 15% body fat. You get there and you slowly put on muscle. You don't have to go to 20 and back down to 10 and up to 20 and you go back and forth. For women, about 25% body fat and you maintain from there. Now, if you have amazing genetics, for example, myself and Mepsigram, you can be leaner than 15% body fat and easily gain muscle at that level. Now, my DEXA scan came back at 1.6 pounds more muscle than I had 5 years ago. And so I went from age 45 to 50 and put on 1.6 pounds of muscle. My body fat dropped from 9% to 8.5. And so for 5 years, I've maintained single-digit body fat. And what have I done in the last 5 years? I biked raced. I went from training almost every single day, 6 to 7 days a week, 6, 7, to 2. I added in Turk Platinum. Oh, but this doesn't work. Have you tried it? I guarantee that it works. So much so that if you try it doesn't exceed your expectations, it's a money-back guarantee and a $20 gift card. The reviews are amazing. I could read them all off. It's utterly amazing. And if you haven't tried it, you need to. If you tried other companies who are scamming you and selling you cyanosis instead of Ajuga turkistanica, well, you don't really have an accurate way to represent what I'm taking because it's not the same thing. I have chain of custody, proof exactly that this is exactly what we state, and that other companies, well, they're lying. I can't wait to get sued, but notice, no one sues me because I know that they're lying and I have proof. And if they were to sue me in court, I would be able to prove that they are lying pieces of shit, and you all know it. And so if you want to get the gains, remember, I'm 50 and I'm bigger than when I was at 45, and no, I haven't added a bunch of steroids. I'm continuously on 140 milligrams of test a week. Interested, code Greg, 15% off.
After filming this video, Lachlan ran into Ollie, our 9% subject, at the gym and acted completely out of line.
My studio is for posing and for other stuff, not to be on a phone call.
I mean, I even made a video on this. Isn't it crazy that the two guys were in a Jeff Nippert video and they had beef? The beef went viral. The guy was having roid rage.
Like, oh man, maybe I did roid rage. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know if roid rage is like a real thing or not. Like, I haven't seen much in the way of like actual science about it.
Jeff, have you ever taken Tren? No, I have. Why don't you ask Mike? All he feels is rage. When he looks at that pond, the memories from it, they're distant memories. He doesn't remember the joy he had from looking at it. Roid rage is a thing. You take the trend, the halo, and so on, and you start acting like a dick. Case in point.
What's the ideal body fat percentage for you? That said, for most women, 20 to 30% is usually the sweet spot.
Oh, 20 to 32% is optimal healthy range now for women. No, it's not. 33% is obese. So optimal is now 1 point below obese. Optimal is 1% below horrible. Optimal is optimal. Optimal is like a great place to be. It's outstanding. Like, is an optimal looking boyfriend somewhere between a 3 and a 10? Optimal is probably 8 to 10, just because some science paper said 20 to 32 is optimal, it doesn't mean that it's true. That'd be like saying optimal wiener size is 4 to 8 inches. It's not 4.
For men, the ACSM cites 10 to 22% as the healthy range. I think 10 to 20% is the sweet spot, though.
How does Jeff get to decide on the women? No, I'm going to leave it there. Is it because Jeff has females in his life that are perhaps at that percent or were at that percent at one point and they would feel bad to know that 32% is where they're at? Why is it okay for Jeff to change studies for one gender but not the other? I think it's 10 to 20%. It's 15%. That is ideal. For some people with great genetics, it's even leaner. It's not 20. 20 is not ideal. It's not optimal. It's aight. It's better than being 25 and obese, but it's not optimal.
I think rather than fixating on a specific body fat percentage, you should focus on how you're moving, how you're training, how you're eating, and how you're feeling. What matters isn't the perfect percentage.
The percentage is utterly useless. I mean, it's fun to talk about, but it's meaningless. And why is it meaningless? Because no one knows what you actually are. Unless you have Coach Greg as your coach with his laser eyes, you don't know what you are. Well, maybe if you have an MRI scan, but how many people have a $1 million MRI to test their body fat percentage? We know that the DEXA scam is just a fun toy. I considered buying one. It would be fun to DEXA scam it, but you know that it's bullshit, right? I went to Toronto to get my DEXA scam done, and I was going to gain 10 pounds of muscle in one day. I was going to prove that it was easy. All I was going to do was hydrate myself up 10 pounds. They said, no, you can only get one DEXA scam per month. Why do you think they would say that? Well, because if I had gone the next day and had lost or gained 10 pounds of muscle in a single day, it would have made the DEXA scam look very sus. Oh, In one day, I'm up 10 or down 10 pounds of muscle. That is weird. And so all you need to do to manipulate the scam is to drink a significant amount of water and or carbs and glycogen load. Or you go on a keto diet and you deplete your muscle glycogen. Either or will have you lose a significant amount of muscle and fool the DEXA scan into thinking you lost a significant amount of muscle or that you gained a lot of muscle because it can't distinguish between water and muscle. It doesn't know. And so how do you think that you can just go and get a DEXA scan and that it can accurately say, oh, you gained this much muscle or you lost this much? It doesn't know. It's a guess.
Body fat percentage is just one piece of the puzzle. It doesn't define your worth, and it doesn't tell the whole story of your health.
The percent, it doesn't actually matter. The eyes matter. Are you in fact happy? If you stand on the DEXA scan and it says that you're at 20% body fat and that's perfect for you as a female, and you get on the scale and you hate it and you don't like it, and you're a elite marathon runner or cyclist, and you know that you need to lose 5 pounds for your performance, then you don't need to listen to the DEXA scan. On the other hand, you're Alex Eubank and it says you're at 15% body fat and you want to have single-digit body fat. Are you then going to go on a crash diet and lose 10 plus pounds of fat in order to have single-digit body fat when you already look shredded? Should you diet to an unhealthy level just so that the DEXA scan says you're a specific number? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter!
And so what do I tell you? Diet until you're at a healthy body weight percentage for you. Don't matter what the percentage is. If it's 10, if it's 15, if it's 20, whatever. Diet till you're healthy and maintain from there. Subscribe, click the bell button, comment to boost the algorithm. Please like the video if you liked it. Don't forget to watch one of those two boops. And of course, the cookbooks, the supplements. And if you're looking to carry our supplements in your stores, click the link and look, we need more ambassadors and or sponsored athletes. And so also click the link if you want to link up with me. And until next time, I am out.
Mike decided to take Greg on in a face-to-face debate, hoping to prove him wrong. But unfortunately for Mike,
Enrique! Bro, you did a set of leg curls. Like, why are you screaming like you're being molested by Santa Claus? What is going on right now? Like, what is happening?
Mike decided to take Greg on in a face-to-face debate, hoping to prove him wrong. But unfortunately for Mike, this backfired big time.
And so I agreed to take on this debate, this challenge on Omar Usuf's channel. Not sure if he was neutral, but whatever. Hey, I'm hungover in Cuba or Dominican Republic, I forget where. And I take on Mike in a debate. Mike says, how many sets? I said, well, as Charles Poliquin said, you know, once you lose 10% of your strength, then you've done enough. And so what does that mean? Well, let's say you're doing 300 pounds for 10 reps on the bench press, and now you can only do 270 pounds for 10 reps on the bench press. That's a 10% drop in strength. 10% of 300 is 30. 300 minus 30 is 270. Once you have lost 10% of your strength, it's enough. Mike, he acts as if he's never heard of this. No way does that happen now. At the time, I couldn't remember Charles Poliquin's name. You all know me. You know I have a horrendous memory for people's names. I can't quote all the studies. Et al. Said this, et al. Said that. I don't do that. I know what I learned. Remember, I have a master's in kinesiology, not a PhD. I didn't write a beautiful, harmonious PhD the way that Mike Israetel did. But I have, in fact, led the literature, and I've coached thousands of athletes, and which one of us has the pro card?
Greg left his ego at the door for this one. Mike didn't. What none of the viewers knew at the time was that this was nothing more than a teaser for Mike's I'm right about everything attitude.
And so Mike, I mean, he wrote a comment, and it's since been deleted on Reddit. I believe it was something along the lines of, I just wanted to go there and embarrass him, to take him out. Because why? Well, he challenged the great Mr. Mike. And so because I disagreed with him, because I didn't agree with him suggesting that you should train with 3 reps in reserve, that you should train harder than last time, that you should really push yourself to make gains, well, he didn't like that, and so he wanted to attack me in that interview. I simply went to debate. Hey, this is what I think. This is what I believe. And I think it can help the world. Mike, nope, 3 reps in reserve. And so you're going to tell a bunch of people who are already likely going 5 reps in reserve, 6, 7 reps in reserve, that they should go easier. Most people think they're training harder than they actually are. When you actually count how hard they're training, most people are training far easier than they should be. And so for 95% of the world, they should listen to my advice. Train harder than last time. What is complicated about that? Whatever you did, just go harder. I don't care what it is. Is it lifting weights, cardio, studying, relationships? Go harder. Put in more work. Study better. Study harder. How hard? Harder than you were. Can you do better today than you did yesterday and better tomorrow than you did today? This is what it's all about. This is what I've been doing for decades.
Anxiety like you would not believe. Every day that I'm on high doses, I wake up in the morning afraid of the rest of my day. All I feel is rage. They're unspeakable.
I mean, you're listening to Mike describe what it's like to be on steroids. And for a man with an IQ above 160, I mean, it's self-stated this. I don't know if it's actually true. If he's that intelligent, why does he take the things that literally are ruining his life, that are taking 10 or more years off of his life, of which he needs and requires polypharmacy in order to clear up? He's likely on telmisartan, he's likely on other blood pressure medications, and he always thinks of anger and rage. What you see on the outside, he thinks he's keeping it together, but on the inside, he can't handle it. And so imagine when they block those comments, block PhD, you can't comment. Bro in Bangladesh made fun of his PhD. Can't handle it. What kind of life is that? And so why do we need the IFBB Pro card? Best shape of my life, I placed out of the top 5 at my most recent show. In large part, sort of hilariously, because of insufficient tanning. Wasn't the tan. When Dorian Yates said, I hope Mike is being tongue-in-cheek when he talked about Mike Menser, that he said that he's bigger and stronger than Mike Menser.
I hope that you're being like tongue-in-cheek. Bag of shit.
I mean, it's not even close. And so, is he blind? Does he need Mepsogram to perform surgery on his eyes? Or is he just delusional? Is there something wrong in his cabeza, in his head? And not this one. How can he not look at his physique and see that his hamstrings don't have crazy kind of lines going down? That his glutes don't have more striations than last time? I mean, how can he not compare his physique to guys who are actually earning their IFBB Pro cards? Where is it not computing? Like, how can he be this smart and be a coach, have apps and all this stuff, have competed multiple times, and not be able to look at this back lat spread, which is probably one of his best poses, and see that he's not in shape? Now, I'm not saying he's fat, he's single-digit body fat, but that is, to me, an off-season bodybuilder. Like, if you're guest posing in this shape, hey, that's not bad. But to win a pro card, it's not even close. Hence, a 6th place finish.
Back in the day on Omar Isuf's channel with Greg Doucette, who is a two-faced lying sociopath cocksucker.
And so I'm a lying sociopath cocksucker? Like, I haven't sucked anyone's private area ever. Not even one time. I haven't even fantasized about it, unlike Mike Israetel. He likely thinks about it all the time. I mean, have you not listened to all his gay jokes? Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
No, why are you gay?
You are a transgender.
How many genders are there?
I don't know. I just got here.
Bag of shit.
And so, which one of us has been proven to be the liar? Mike Israetel said that was his first draft. He later said, oopsie, no, Solomon actually critiqued the correct draft.
Enrique!
Oopsie!
I'm bigger and stronger than Mike Menser. That's it.
He had his, as John Bravo put it, Osama bin Laden looking friend go out and defend him and essentially threw him under the bus.
The bar isn't flawless. The bar is competent.
He defended Mike Israetel. Remember, Mike, I believe, helped pay for his university, RP strength and so on.
Enrique!
And he defended him thinking it was in fact an incorrect draft. I never saw an apology from the Wolf man, Mr. Wolf, nor from Mike Israetel, nor from Jeff Nippod, who had deleted his negative comments about Salam. And so these guys, the Twin Towers, when they make mistakes, when they do bad things, they can't admit when they did wrong.
Enrique!
They lie. They try to cover it up. Jeff tried to silence Solomon. Hey, don't tell anyone about this. After berating him, after putting him down.
And he turned off his parrot voice and went straight into nice guy agreeable mode. And almost all the comments were like, oh my God, this Mike guy's a f***ing asshole.
I mean, guys, I make videos. And if you have a point and you prove that I'm wrong, I'm going to change my opinion. If you make a good point, I'll say that's a good point. I don't lie and stand up here and make up shit. You can think that I do, pretend that I do, wish that I did. Like when I do natty or nots on people, you might think, no, he's making it up. He's lying to cover for this one. Or he's making it up. That one's a fake natty on purpose because he doesn't like him. No, I just tell you what I think. I always do that. I'm open, honest, and transparent. If you believe it, you do it. If you don't, well, you can write in the comment section and call me a loser and write that you're from Bangladesh.
I'm both on a raw IQ scale smarter than almost every coach, maybe every coach.
It's crazy. IQ over 160, knows more than every coach, has more knowledge of physiology and so on, but can't get in shape and eats cereal and Gatorade while on a contest prep, as well as takes terzipatide and or retatrutide to reduce his hunger cravings, but at the same time he says he has more willpower than almost anybody. Oh, and give him a year and he'll be more proficient and expert in whatever you do best. I mean, to brag that much, it's basically setting us up with layups to slam dunk. All we need to do is repeat what you're saying and we win. And FY, if you're interested in terzipatide or Ozempic, GLP-1s, you can get this from Algo RX. You can't get retatrutide because it's not even legal. It hasn't been approved. And so if you're using retatrutide, you're an experimental guinea pig. If you want to do it, hey, it's on you. I'm just presenting the information. Retatrutide is the strongest of the three, but trust me, if you can't lose weight on the other two, there's something wrong with you. You probably have some fake shit because trust me, this shit reduces your appetite like no other. People are losing incredible amounts of weight. It reduces the food noise. And remember, I'm literally selling GLP Max. It gets you from an 8 out of 10 hunger to a 6, but it's not going to completely shut out the food noise. But it is an excellent way to start, and it's available orally. Code Greg, 15% off. If you want to go to AlgoRx and get into the peptides and the enclomiphene and all those things, GLP-1s and so on, blood work as well, Code Greg, 10% off. Don't forget to click the link in the description.
And also in every category of human behavior, I'm tougher than you.
I'm tougher than you, but yet preaches to go 3 reps in reserve. When he does a hard set, he has to scream like he's having an aneurysm. Enrique! Bro, you did a set of leg curls. Like, why are you screaming like you're being molested by Santa Claus? What is going on right now? Like, what is happening? Does that really look like a guy who trains all out, who can just handle torture more than anyone? He couldn't run a half mile in under 5 minutes. He couldn't hop a nippert. How is this a supreme physical and intellectual being?
PhD thesis. Just to see if he was actually as credible and intelligent as he claimed to be, and what they found was shocking to say the least.
And so if you want to see more about the deep dive on the deserved downfall of Mike Israetel, of course, check out the Internet Anarchist. I wanted to cover my area a little bit and weigh in on the fact that Mike Israetel cares so much about what you're commenting that he's had to delete the comments. And remember, he doesn't even watch those videos. When Mike Israetel approached me at that fitness conference and asked me about the videos, I said, did you watch them? To which he said, no, I don't watch the videos. And so I said, how do you know what I said? You're reading a few comments thinking you know what I'm saying? I mean, bro didn't even know what a blue lobster was. Why is there a blue lobster? He asked me that. He didn't watch Solomon's video, but stated that he was critiquing his first draft. Enrique! And so, there you have it. The deserved downfall of Mike Isertel. Subscribe, click the bell button, comment to boost the algorithm, like the video, watch those 2 bloops. Interested in coaching, click the link in the description. Remember, HDLT is going to the moon. We're looking for more ambassadors as well as sponsored athletes. And so if you're interested in working with HDLT, you want to promote the brand, you're looking for the supplements and all the different things, click the link in the description and apply right now. And until next time, I am out.
So there's a new asshole in town.
Lying to all of his fans to try and scam them out of millions of dollars.
The Russian Sharmuta, the penthouse, the cars.
It's all based on a lie. Coach Greg, in today's video, we got another one. A fake alpha male lying to all of his fans to try and scam them out of millions of dollars. He goes by the name of Vincent Fisher. He's got 370,000 followers on Instagram. I'm hoping most of them are real. And he's only 22 years of age. And at the age of 17, as John Bravo put it, he was just your average giraffe-looking skinny teenager. But he had a dream. And that would be to be richer than last time. And in his words, not mine, to do it by legal or illegal methods. Whatever it takes.
So there's a new asshole in town. This giraffe-looking piece of shit with pubic hair.
He has great teeth. I'm not a fan of his beard, not a fan of his hair. John Bravo states it looks like pubes. The painted eyelashes, to me, it's a bit much. But hey, bro is over 6 feet tall, probably 6'8", and so he can get away with almost anything.
To some degree, life is materialistic, right? It's always broke people judging rich people.
It isn't always broke people judging rich people. I actually am a rich person, and I once was broke. You wouldn't convince her to be sitting behind you, rubbing your shoulders and trying to brag to the world that you have a girlfriend. When you're actually rich, you don't need to show off your girlfriend. She's not gonna sit there on your shoulders recording your videos. This just looks pathetic.
I don't need a hypercar. I have a Honda. You can't get a hypercar. And for that reason, you're hating, right? But to some degree, the results in your life reflect that you have the blueprint figured out.
And so you rent a car, you pay some money, and you say, I'm going to just take some photos, some video, and tell everyone that I own this. I mean, how hard is that? You go to a Lamborghini dealership, Ferrari, whatever, and you videotape the entire thing and say, hey, look at all my cars.
Right? If I was telling you guys all this shit, but I didn't have a penthouse, I didn't have a Russian model rubbing my shoulders, I don't have 4 million in cars, what's the validity to my statements? There is none.
It means that what he's selling has no substance whatsoever, and he has to mask it by making it look like his skills, his knowledge, his talents allowed him to make millions of dollars. Now, even if he did make millions of dollars, you're not going to have $4 million in cars. Think of it. Should you spend more money on cars than you've actually made? I mean, what sense would that make? You shouldn't spend more than, I don't know, at most 20% of your earnings on a car. If you have $4 million in cars, you would have to have at least $20 million to make that even make sense.
So I went and I got the address for the place and I looked it up and I found an old Zillow listing, right? But something was very interesting in this Zillow listing.
How stupid is this? The penthouse that he claims he owns, which he doesn't, and we have proof. Look at the name on the deed on the owner of that house and notice that several years ago it was for rent under $7,000 a month and that the house looks exactly the same then as it does now. How is it possible that he currently owns a house that someone else owns? I'm asking you. And so, is it possible that he rented the house for a month, took some photos, videos, posted it, and said, this is what I own?
Going to Fry's, wink at the goddamn waitress. Hey, on the house.
That's somehow impressive? That you convinced a teenager to give you a free bag of fries because you winked at her? She was probably scared of the pubes all over your face, your hair, and your beard, and so on. You winked at her with the 7-foot pubes all over your face, and she's like, yeah, take his free. You thought she actually liked you. She was disgusted, and she thought, how do I get this man out of my face faster than last time? And so she gave you a free bag of fries. Get away, don't have to pay, bye. That's what happened. And you use that to brag that we should hire you because you have the secrets on how to make money. Really?
This asshole Vinny, he was 17 years old, right? He was a kid. He was skinny as hell, right? So he wanted to get bigger. And he admits here, I'm going to show you in a moment, that he took steroids.
And so what was his real secret? Steroids. I mean, is that shocking to you?
I got up to like 220 during that time. But what happened was I had health issues. And then on top of that, my psychological wasn't on point, where I'm like crashing out and I'm like started arguments. I wasn't being the stoic person I am. And then I kind of removed myself from that. That's another reason, I've never said this on camera, but that's why I stopped strictly selling fitness programs.
This man knows more than Mr. Mike about the dangers of using performance-enhancing drugs. He literally stopped them because what it was doing to his mind and his body. And so remember, if you want to get your blood work done, you can go to AlgoRx, check it out, see how healthy you are. And what can a doctor prescribe you? Do you need telmisartan, Cialis, Viagra, Ozempic, terzipatide, enclomiphene, HRT? What do you need? Doctors will prescribe you pharmaceutical medications at significantly cheaper prices than their competition. For example, Americ And so if you're interested, code Greg, 10% off.
When you're a kid and you take shit like this, it's going to age you prematurely. It's going to make you look 10, 15 years, if not more, older.
And so look at him in 2020. Imagine going from that in 2020 to him right now. Now, perhaps when you're younger, you're thinking this is good, but when you get older, you're going to want to look younger. When you're younger, perhaps you want to look older, but remember, this can actually age you. Be careful what you wish for. We've seen it amongst various people. I've shown a number of people do this in the past. They get on steroids and yeah, they get bigger, but they look significantly worse.
And you saw how he was saying he had health problems and he had to stop? Well, what happened? His business that he was teaching the kids this shit had to stop too because he was going to shrink up like a little bitch.
And so what he did, he stopped selling coaching programs. I mean, does anyone believe that he was actually selling them in the first place? Oh yeah, I just suddenly stopped. You know, my morals, they changed. You know, it's not right to scam people out of their money. And so I'm just going to stop selling those programs, even though I'm making $10,000 or more a month. How many people believe that? I mean, does this not remind you of Hamza? Hamza was using performance-enhancing drugs, testosterone, and selling programs to help you from going from a Jeffrey into a Chad. But yet the secret, which he didn't tell anyone, was testosterone. Well, until now. He now admits it, and so you can see he was a liar all along.
So he had another bright idea, the same one as all the rest of these assholes. He's gonna sell people programs on how to coach people to be coaches. It's like a modern day pyramid scheme, right?
Personally, I see nothing wrong with that. If you know how to go viral and you can teach others to go viral, well, that is actually worth some money. But think of this. Do you really think that he's making millions of dollars doing this?
You know, my target audience is people my age. Like the oldest, you know, there's a few outliers in a group of guys that are a little bit older, but as a rule of thumb in general, my guys are in their early 20s, same age as me.
He literally describes his target audience. Like, who's actually hiring these guys? He's a 22-year-old guy. Young people. And so it's teenagers and guys in their early 20s up to, say, 22, 23 years of age. Guys who have no jobs, who want to get famous. And so they hire him to teach him, hey, what kind of video do I do? What's the hook? What do I say? How do I upload? How many of those people are rich and are willing to spend money on high ticket items, let's say $10,000 or more for programs, in order to work with this guy? If he's making $600,000 to $800,000 a month and he sells $10,000 programs, he would need to sell a minimum of 60 in a month to make the base of $600,000. How many 20-year-olds do you know walking around with $10,000 extra dollars to hand over to take a course? Does anyone believe this? I mean, let's compare him to Hussein Farhat. This guy has 377,000 followers. Hussein has about 10 times more than that. 10 times more. Does anyone think that Hussein is making $6 to $8 million a month? Of course not. And so, is it even possible that he's making more than Hussein? Absolutely not. And so, based on his following, I would say it's possible, maybe, that he's making 10% of what he claims. He's claiming $600,000 to $800,000 a month. I believe he could be making 60 to 80, which is fantastic. But why do we lie? We're going to lie and brag and say we're making $600,000 to $800,000 a month. That's close to $10 million a year. And so, does anyone actually believe this? I mean, if he was actually making that much money, he could potentially own those cars. It would still be moronic. Why would you spend that much money in cars when you're only making $10 million? And remember that penthouse he claims that he's buying, it's only worth a little bit over $1 million. Who in their right mind that makes any kind of sense whatsoever that you would hire them to coach you on anything would spend $1 million on where they're living and $4 million on cars?
I mean, if I teach you how to go viral and I teach you how to make money, and I happen to be viral and make money, that's living proof that I know to some degree what I'm talking about.
Yes, but if you're adding a zero to the money that you're making and pretending to own $4 million in cars and lying about the house that you're in and claiming that you have a Russian model that's in love with you when she's paid, well, that would be a scam now, wouldn't it?
We're buying a $3.5 million hypercar at 22 years old.
And so on top of all those vehicles, he's now going to buy a $3.5 million car at age of 22. How is that actually possible?
I don't know if I've ever shown the penthouse on the channel, but you guys can see here, this the spot we got in. And boys, when I say penthouse, I don't mean 40th floor. When I say penthouse, I mean it's 2 stories and there's absolutely nothing above us if you guys take a look outside.
I mean, the only way this guy's making this much money is if he's good at basketball. I mean, if he's close to 7 feet tall and he's 22 with that kind of a build, he looks like a basketball player.
I went to the tax website on the address of the house, and lo and behold, he's not the owner of it, right? I went and looked up the MLS, and it says that it was rented last October.
And so somebody else owns this house and that it was rented last year for just under $7,000 a month. What do you guys think of that? $4 per square feet. And so I could literally rent my house out for $33,000 a month. This is insane. $4 per square foot. To me, that's a lot.
I spoke to the neighbors there, and they said they only see him there once in a while. So what's the real story? We don't know.
There he is in the pool and taking 30 takes. He screams and smiles and does his thing. And he does it 30 times. You know, it's just like how women do it. They can't just post the first try. They have to redo it every single time, every different angle, just to look perfect.
The cars he drives are from that same shady place other influencers get their cars from. Remember Wes when he was in the car arguing about not having a title and registration?
What are the odds of that? That maybe they're just renting the car so that they can post the car on social media, perhaps give some exposure for the dealership in order to sell more cars. I mean, No one would ever do that, right?
The thing is, I was either going to end up ridiculously rich with the right thing or ridiculously rich a criminal. Just because that's how my mind works.
And so, that's how his mind works. Whether it's through honesty or dishonesty, he's going to end up rich. And so do you really think he wouldn't put it past him to lie? He literally is saying, I don't care if I have to be a criminal to be rich. I'm going to be rich. And so what makes you think that he hasn't been lying all along? And in case you need more proof, well, let's see what he says himself. On Instagram, day 1365 of pretending to be rich. This is the first sentence on his post. Girls, cars, and physique are all rented.
I love debt, and I think that's why America is the place that people move to go 0 to 100, because you have access to other people's money.
Now hear me out. Why would he need access to other people's money when he has so much of it himself? If he's making $600,000 to $800,000 a month, getting close to $10 million a year, he's at least in the top 0.1% earners, probably 0.01%. Why would a man with that much money need other people's money? Do you know the types of people that need other people's money? The people who don't make that much money. They want yours. And so if you make $10 million a year, other people want your money. And so guys, you're not going to get rich to this extent selling high ticket items to 20-year-olds that don't have any money. If you're actually trying to get rich, you need to sell things to rich people. Does that make sense?
You know how he was saying criminal shit? Look what he says here. Remember how I told you, people were fucking with my channel. I didn't mention names, but we all know who it was, right?
But I'm in the world of business, right? To some degree, I'm in the education game on a smaller scale. Yeah. So if somebody were making serious, false, defamatory threats against me, if that's even a word, a split second of my mind goes, and how much would it cost to delete this person? Not kill them. Like, how much would it cost to take the channel down? Yeah.
This is the character of the man that we're talking about. If somebody says something negative about him, he's not going to let it slide. He'll pay somebody off to try to mess with them.
Like, how much would it cost to take the channel down? Yeah. 2,000. All right, let's do that.
He thinks you can delete someone for $2,000. Really? He thinks you can delete someone for $2,000. You know he hasn't done it yet, because trust me, it's going to take a lot more than that amount of money to try to cancel someone.
The Russian sharmuta, the penthouse, the cars, they all want this shit. So what do? They buy his program. In the end, think about it, right? If enough of these assholes buy it.
Like, imagine standing there with a bunch of $100 bills on the floor, which you can buy at Walmart if you want for Halloween, and then showing a bunch of hundreds, which again, could just be some stack you bought at Walmart, and then flashing it in front of the camera to brag. Even if it is real, which is not that hard. You just go there and you get $100,000 and take it out. It shouldn't be that hard to find $100,000 if you're claiming to make $600,000 to $800,000 a month. All he has to do is to make 10% of the money that he's claiming, and you all are going to fall for it. And so trust me, it is not all that hard. When you're living beyond your means, or if you're house poor, for example, you spend all your money at the bar, you can make it look like you're a baller. Hey, you're a multimillionaire. You're spending thousands of dollars on the weekend, but you're literally living at your limit. And so if you think his programs are worth it, I suggest you purchase G Focus. Have you thinking harder than last time? And if you're trying to get harder than last time, perhaps you have a Sharmuta friend. You can get harder than last time. You know what it's for. You can't sleep? We got Delta Sleep. If you're too hungry, the food noise is too strong, you're trying to lose weight, you can get GLP Max for all the supplements. Code Greg, 15% off. Subscribe, click the bell button, comment to boost you out.
This is the era of enhancement, you guys. The era of humanity doing as well as it could with its own biology was amazing. And it's about to be over, because what we can do with advanced pharmaceuticals on top of that is just going to get more people into shape. It doesn't replace exercise. It's like another tool in the toolbox. All of your skeletal muscle, when exposed to this drug, starts to burn more calories to upgrade itself, which means you get simultaneous fat loss and muscle gain, which is crazy. You're not exercising, you're just taking a pill. What the f is going on? Hey folks, Dr. Mike here for RP Strength, and today I want to talk to you about a drug that is currently in development that is absolutely bonkers. It is just the beginning of this crazy body composition drug revolution that we are all going to be living through, assuming that some of us don't die before 2030. Some of us will, I guess. Well, I just hope it's not Scott, the video guy.
Amen, brother.
It could be me, Scott, but you, my God, the world needs.
That's true.
This drug is called azelaprag. Who comes up with these names? I love this one. And it is an exercise pill. Now, I know what you're thinking. We've been promised one of these for, I don't know, like a generation. Mice been out there eating that shit, pumping them weights, checking out their trend veins, and even though they're not on trend and laughing at us humans still taking trend, they get to take azelaprag. So let's talk about what it is and how it works. It is a first-in-class oral activator, agonist, which means it does what the normal drug does, of the apelin receptor, also known as the APJ receptor. Now, this is a receptor that is activated by apelin, which is an exerkine, which means it is a protein. It's that gets incredibly high concentrations in your bloodstream right when you're training hard and just afterwards. It is one of the many ways, though seemingly a big way, in which your body tells the rest of itself, hey, we're exercising really hard. Get ready to do all that good adaptation stuff right now and then as soon as we're done. Your body wouldn't really know the rest of it that you're exercising unless it was told by a hormonal or molecular messenger, which is what apelin is. And what this does is you can exercise and get all of the benefits, or you can take azelaprag. I'm not joking. And it activates the same benefits. Now, these are not all of the benefits of exercise, but it's not a few. Let me tell you what happens when you take this completely independent of exercise. Azelaprag turns muscle, skeletal muscle tissue that you have, into a high octane furnace, which means your muscle takes a ton more glucose and fatty acids out of the bloodstream, which means they can't go to fat stores anymore, and uses them internally to produce energy, adaptations, and more size for muscle tissue. What the hell? When you exercise, for everyone knows for the next few hours, even the next few days to some small extent, more food and energy go into your muscles, more cool stuff happens inside of your muscle that costs some metabolic demand from the rest of your body, and it makes your muscles a little bit bigger and more, full of more vasculature and all this other adaptive stuff. Well, azelaprag does all that stuff, but just because you dunked a pill into your mouth, for no reason related to exercise, you're not exercising, you're just taking a pill. And the energy balance goes into the negative. So this muscle, all of your skeletal muscle, when exposed to this drug, starts to burn more calories to upgrade itself, which means you get simultaneous fat loss and muscle gain, which is crazy. And some of the early data is that some of the early sort of preclinical obesity models, some of these are in animals, some of these are in humans, lost 2 times more weight when apelin signaling was boosted by azelaprag than not. 2 times more weight. And this had nothing to do with the people moving more. They weren't. and had no psychological effects that you could tell. They weren't like wigged out or something. Totally physiological increase in energy throughput of skeletal muscles, making them better as if they had exercised and taking the energy that it would take to upgrade them, but for no reason at all that you took a pill. But hold on, it gets better. Animals and humans taking this drug experience an improvement in vascular tone because apelin is a vasodilator and so is azelaprag, which means two things. One, it lowers your blood pressure, which is medically one of the greatest things ever. And two, it causes very likely mind-numbing pumps in the gym because its degree of vasodilation is massive. So, but hold on. It also brings a crap load of carbohydrate into the muscle at all times, loads that muscle up with as much glycogen as possible, and increases vasodilation. So if you are training on this stuff, your pumps are going to be psychotic, your fullness off the charts. Oh, and bonus, at the same time, you're burning fat. What the fuck is going on? Oh, yeah, and you're building muscle too, but why would we do all those things at once? Why not, I guess? And here's the best part. It is not like many of the advanced muscle gain drugs in testing now, an infusion that you have to do, like sit at an IV once a week or once a month. This is a once or twice daily oral small molecule. You just take it in a pill. Guys, what the hell is going on here? And the answer is, every time you exercise, molecular machine cascades are activated and cause every single adaptation you get from exercise, from psychological, all through the physiological, through the energy expenditure, and even through fat loss and muscle growth. And it turns out that, yes, while training is still amazing, I'll get to that later, you can amplify the process of training by taking extra pharmaceuticals that kick those pathways, those same molecular machine cascades, in kind of a very similar way that exercise would, except you just put a pill in your mouth, and that's how you do it. This is the era of enhancement, you guys. The era of humanity doing as well as it could with its own biology was amazing. And it's about to be over because what we can do with advanced pharmaceuticals on top of that is just going to get more people into shape. Now, I bet almost every depressed person you've ever known didn't have abs and veins on their abs. Scott, is that a correct statement? See? Now, I'm not saying it's causation, but as sure as shit as correlation, I'm not smart enough to tell those two apart. As far as I can tell, the reason that sharks get irate in the summertime and kill more people is because they hate ice cream. And so many people have it in the ocean. So ice cream really does cause shark attacks as far as I can tell. In any case, here's some more literature insights. They did a 10-day bed rest study where people are bed rested. You're not allowed to leave the bed, like in a hospital. And the study was done in a hospital, thank God. Scott, remember that one guy who kidnapped you and said he was doing a 10-day bed rest study, but it was in his garage?
Yeah, and there wasn't a lot of rest in his bed, if you know what I'm saying.
Physical, yes. Emotional, almost none. Parts of you were not rested whatsoever. Yeah, he was a nice man. 10-day bed rest study in older adults. These are the people that are the most at risk for muscle loss, multiplied into the scenario that is the most muscle loss risking. We know that total inactivity, especially like in the space shuttle or in your bed, it's one of the only times the space shuttle and bed have something in common. Do you guys know what the other time is? It's a place for dreams. Scott, was that gorgeous what I just said?
Beautiful.
You're in bed thinking you're going to be in the space shuttle, but you're really going to be like a loading dock manager and just smoke a lot of cigarettes.
Accurate.
Yeah, that's life. So 10 days, old folks didn't do shit. And azelaprag prevented roughly 30% of the usual muscle loss just with one pill. That is insane. That is massive. That is not a high dose, by the way. And verifiably kept protein synthesis markers humming along. So it's not just like, oh, it bloats you with water. Real molecular machinery of growth was activated. In addition to that, resting energy expenditure and VO2 max, which are typically dunked if you do a ton of bed rest, stayed level instead of sliding the entire time. This mirrors the metabolic resilience you would get from light endurance work daily for like an hour a day, except with a pill. And the good news is we know from molecular intervention that apelin signaling and azelaprag signaling, same signaling, crosstalks with AMPK and AKT/mTOR, catabolic and anabolic pathways of the cell. And here's the fucked up thing. The apelin system seems to tell the AMPK to ramp up energy production to make energy freely available for the cell. And it also tells AKT/mTOR to ramp up hypertrophy so that that new energy can be taken to move things around to make muscles bigger. Which means that in many cases, if you give azelaprag to animals or humans at the proper dosage and you have them lose a normal amount of weight with a calorie-restricted diet, plus the amount of weight that they lose just from the azelaprag, they end up losing no muscle because there's an anabolic signal from azelaprag. The catabolic muscle breakdown signal from diet and calorie deficit lower that, and it goes back to zero. Guys, a nearly insured way to lose zero fat. Good God, Scott, I was going to say lose zero fat while losing all of your muscle. Are you tired of muscle? It gets in the way. People think you're on steroids. Ensuring no muscle loss with really high degrees of fat loss is a big deal. And here's the crazy thing. They've mapped this down to muscle fibers, and it turns out that azelaprag preserves faster twitch fiber diameter, which means that these people that got out of bed bounce back to their normal strength almost ASAP because they didn't really lose a whole lot of muscle. Specifically, fast twitch fibers really take a hit in this case. And because we know they didn't, we can surmise that azelaprag targets hypertrophy in the faster twitch fibers at the very least, and probably everywhere else too. And because this drug builds more muscle while potentiating fat burn, it doesn't lead to this Ozempic effect where you diet down and your skin and bones and everything sucks and your metabolism is low. Quite the opposite. It keeps you humming along and gets you shreddy Krugered instead of zombied out. What a big deal. Now, you might be thinking at this point, "Now, tell you what, Berth, I don't trust a goddamn thing them big pharma boys been spitting for two reasons. One, I don't understand pharmacology too much because I can barely read. Now, the second reason, number two, is I don't trust city slickers. I'm big city boys from Charlotte, Houston, Birmingham." Scott, did I mention any big cities yet?
You're getting closer.
You're getting closer. All jokes aside, all love and respect. Side effects are a question. But like with this main effect, there's got to be some kind of trade-off, like some super soldier serum that makes you go insane. Remember the super soldier serum that Captain America took? He never really had any trade-offs, did he? He wasn't pissed or anything?
I don't know. I haven't seen any of those movies, so I'll have to take your word for it.
Don't say that in public. That's crazy. What Scott meant to say is he has Captain America tattoo on his anus.
Eric Helms is the only Captain America I need.
Eric Helms is the Captain America. So very well. All right. Here's the crazy part. The side effects are not terrible. One of them is mild GI upset. Okay. Nausea, loose stool, a typical Tuesday for me. And that's what I'm filming. Think about that. What am I filming? Exactly. 5 girls, 8 cups. Some folks got transient headaches, generally short-lived. These are teeny tiny side effects. And some folks in the first obesity trial with this drug, with azelaprag, were flagged with slightly elevated liver enzymes. That's 5% of subjects had slightly elevated liver enzymes, and they actually halted the study and they have to rechange it and they're starting it again in 2026. Talk about safety biased. Teeny problems. Tons of drugs increase your liver stuff. This is a teeny problem. And here's something they described as a problem. Small temporary drops in resting blood pressure, which is expected from the vasodilating effect. Anytime you make the blood vessels bigger, the pressure drops because there's just like more room and same amount of fluid, which is amazing for your health, by the way. But some people, were like, "Oh, I feel a little dizzy." Good is my response. The researchers didn't say that, but I say good because you just have higher than normal blood pressure, almost certainly, because you're in the obesity cohort. So it's good that you feel a little woozy. A couple days later, you get used to it. It's no big deal. No serious hypoglycemia events, low blood sugar events. No unaliving yourself thoughts, which are sometimes seen in some of the other more powerful weight loss drugs. None of these flags have surfaced so far. So very, very limited side effects. And you can manage these side effects at moderate effective doses. Liver safety looks dose dependent. The more you take, the more strain it is on your liver. You just need to find out where your liver is good and take that much. And if it's too much, you stop or reduce taking it. These are very short acting drugs. You take them daily. So as soon as you're off of it a day later, it's like you were never on it. No big deal. You can also, for a GI effect, split the dose into 2 pills, one morning, one night, instead of like just one big pill in the morning. That helped a lot of people. Typically, these effects are very individual dependent. Most people probably won't feel a thing on these with GI side effects, but if you do, split up the dose, no big deal. Adequate hydration and salt intake to prevent passing out, but this is really such a small thing with the blood pressure. It's a good thing that you have low blood pressure on this. And that's basically all you have to do to make this drug insanely effective for you. So again, we look at the main effects profile. We look at the side effects profile. It's one of those 20-1, 95-5 type of situations where it seems like compared to pretty much every drug ever made, this drug is a huge hitter and is going to be able to be useful for tons of people because the side effects are teeny tiny and very well managed in most, not all, but most. And then in most people, the actual main effect is insane. And so what we can ask is what kind of benefits do people who just don't exercise get from this drug or will in the future? And we can use animal and human current data to extrapolate to that. Well, you're probably going to get something just with a moderate dose of this drug and no adjustment anywhere, by the way, not to diet, not to anything. Of 4 to 6 extra pounds of fat lost. Well, I guess not extra, 4 to 6 pounds of fat lost over 12 weeks. About just because this drug ramps up your caloric expenditure and just touches nothing else. There's no hunger rebound that is demonstrated. People just keep losing weight. Now, not so quickly, but under the hood, they're losing it and gaining a little bit of muscle, a few pounds of muscle at the same time. Massive improvement in insulin sensitivity. Of course, you would expect this. It clears the blood glucose all the time. And modest increases in VO2 max, which basically is like you get the cardiovascular benefits of a nicely paced daily walk without ever leaving the couch. And to bridge to this next point, if you are also active, the benefits are additive. They just go further. It doesn't replace exercise. It's like another tool in the toolbox. It's kind of like the Navy SEALs show up to Lord of the Rings and they have all their regular armaments and you got like the good guys and whatever. Mos Eisley? No, that's Star Wars. Helm's Deep. Yeah, Eric Helm's Deep. And like, it's not like the Navy SEALs would be like, hey, you guys can all put down your spears and arrows. We got this. I don't know. They're like, yeah, do your regular thing, spears and arrows. Just don't throw it at us. And we'll be on top side picking off giant trolls and whatever we can do to help. It's a combined effort. It's not replacing. So what happens hypothetically if individuals who are on a 500 calorie per day deficit who train 4, 5, 6 times per week, folks like you, what happens when they add this in to their normal approach? And in this case, you might be losing an extra pound per week of fat with 0 muscle loss. It's crazy. It's crazy. We'll have a little bit of data in a second to show you what that looks like in the real world. And the other thing that you can expect is notably fuller muscles, rounder and fuller and tighter because of the huge amount of glycogen that's consistently dragged in by azelaprag. And you're probably getting way better pumps because your vasculature is probably out there because it's a vasodilator and it brings carbohydrates into your muscle. And it helps your muscles recover because it's a big part of what it does under the hood that costs so much energy. So something we would predict is that recovery markers, creatine kinase, which is supposed to be inside your muscles. If your muscles get fucked up, it leaks out. It's like a muscle damage thing. Like, Scott, when you see like videos of like a flood somewhere and you're like, that's not that bad. And like a couch floats by, you're like, okay, that's not supposed to be outside of the house.
Yeah.
Clearly water got into where it's not supposed to. That's creatine kinase, not supposed to be, couches not supposed to float down the fucking street, and creatine kinase not supposed to float around your blood. So if you have that, it means you probably trained really hard and got a lot of muscle damage. That's probably going to decline because this thing helps heal muscle damage. And the rapidity of which your delayed onset soreness declines is probably going to be faster. So typically you would gyms, trainers, supplement companies, you name it, wants to empower you to believe that you can really upgrade your body with hard work and build loads of muscle. Like legitimately 25% of the population either getting not so great results or barely at all results or almost no results in visible muscle gain. That is sobering. Hey folks, Dr. Mike here for RP Strength, and today's topic is the 3 very common fitness industry claims that kind of falter when we look at them a little bit more closely. So, the fitness industry is overall an unbelievable, amazing place. It helps folks get in shape. It boosts how confident and healthy they become. And it also might boost how much sex they're having, or at least, as in my case, pretend sex. But while the industry is a lifesaver, literally, for literally millions of people around the world, it is absolutely not perfect. A few of the claims that most people in the industry make and sometimes take for granted are simply wrong, or at best, wildly misphrased or misunderstood. Let's take a look at some of the worst offenders and play cleanup so that you can get the most out of our amazing fitness sphere and leave the rest broken and forgotten on the kitchen floor. Sorry, I was remembering my last birthday party. I was the only guest. Scott, are you still my friend?
Depends on how that PhD situation shakes.
Oh, the PhD situation. I actually wanted to, let me just say something really quick. Scott, have you ever been to East Tennessee State University?
I've been to East Tennessee with you, but not to the university.
Aha. So how do you know the university even exists?
I don't.
Have you guys ever been to East Tennessee State University? Maybe the whole thing doesn't exist. All right, so huge myth number 1, and these aren't myths, they're kind of misperceptions. These are things a lot of folks just take as well, duh, of course it's true, is the lifestyle versus drugs antagonism, the duality. It's usually framed as one versus the other. Lifestyle things like eating better, getting better sleep, exercising more are phrased as good things that will make you fitter and healthier. Using drugs like weight loss drugs, blood pressure drugs, for example, are viewed as bad things that you should not want to do and should move away from. That can give you seemingly the on-paper goals or seemingly the on-paper accomplishments that lifestyle can give you, but at a dark trade-off and terrible cost, and you should try to avoid them. And so this is usually positioned as do the lifestyle so that you don't have to take the drugs. Or another really common framing is do the lifestyle so that you can come off of the drugs that your doctors currently have you on. Now there's wisdom there for sure. You don't want to just be a giant pill machine. Although I guess an inverse Pez dispenser. You simply accept drugs instead of giving them out through your mouth while someone presses on your ass. Scott, you were in that one seminal work of adult fiction called The Human Pez Dispenser, weren't you?
Yeah.
You were in a sequel called Daddy's Little Pez Dispenser as well, I remember.
Yeah, that's a hot one.
That's a hot one. So the idea of lifestyle versus drugs is what in logic is called a false dichotomy, because what you are after is your best fitness outcome. That's the goal, to be the most fit that you can be, given the trade-offs of how many hours of the day you want to go jogging and stuff like that. At the same time, while peak fitness is the goal, you want to make sure that the trade-offs
are minimized on the financial side. It's like you don't want to pay an infinity amount of money to get fit, and on the long-term health side. So if there's a pill that makes you really fit, but it also kills you really fast, steroids, what? Maybe you don't want to take that pill because like fitness and health really go hand in hand. So as long as it's not breaking the bank and as long as it's not killing you, any technology or technique or application, be it lifestyle or be it drugs, is probably a consideration for you to take in to get that outcome that you really want, which is maximum fitness for yourself. So whatever combination of drugs and lifestyle get you there to that maximum fitness that you want is actually the best option. And this happens for a few reasons. So I can give a few examples. Drugs and lifestyle are often additive. For example, if you have high blood pressure, I'm not mincing words when I say it is slowly killing you. In the literal sense, it is degrading almost every one of your most sensitive body structures, peripheral nerves and peripheral blood vessels, so you can't feel your fingers and toes anymore at some point, peripheral structures in your eyes, you go blind, and your kidneys. The nephron structures in your kidneys are especially sensitive, and your kidneys break down, you're on dialysis forever, which means you don't pee functionally anymore, you pee through a machine the rest of your life. Nothing you ever want. Blood pressure is one of the great killers. So if your blood pressure is high, the effect of fitness, the effect of lifestyle, like getting better sleep, getting more exercise, eating less junk food, is to reduce your blood pressure. Absolutely. The effect of blood pressure drugs is to further reduce your blood pressure. It's additive. It's both. If you're really hungry, what's going to knock out your hunger? Is it going to be a burger or is it going to be fries? Both. You have some burger, you have some fries, and each fry you put in your mouth and each tasty giblet of burger, right? My preferred new unit of small things is giblet. How many giblets are in here? Every single one of those helps. It's not an either or. You're never going to meet someone that's like, yeah, man, I ate 2 burgers, but it didn't really squash my hunger. And someone's like, fries? You're like, fries aren't going to cut it. I need more burger. You're like, well, fries make you full? That's crazy. Just the same way, if you're jogging, if you're lifting, if you're doing really good diet, and your blood pressure can still use improvement, blood pressure drugs are absolutely the way to do it. Why not? And sometimes, increasingly more and more, lifestyle and drugs are actually synergistic, which means they don't just add up. They actually boost each other's ability to do a good thing. Modern weight loss drugs and healthy eating are a perfect example of this. Modern weight loss drugs work really well to help you lose weight. Tirzepatide, for example. However, if you eat like crap and just take the drug, you're gonna lose weight, but not as much weight as if you ate well, as if you fixed your lifestyle also. And you get way more side effects from eating junk food on tirzepatide than you would eating well. But if you do tirzepatide plus you eat well, then all of a sudden the effects of the tirzepatide, of that weight loss drug, are better, both on giving you better outcomes and reducing the probability and magnitude of downsides and side effects. In addition to that, a lot of people, when they get on weight loss drugs, not everybody, but a lot of people will actually look at junk food and be like, I don't know, it's kind of doesn't look as good as it used to. And they'll look at healthy food and be like, ooh, I kind of futz with that. They'll eat junk food and they'll be like, dude, that hit all wrong. They'll eat healthy food and they'll be like, whoa, holy crap, like I feel great. And so weight loss drugs, modern weight loss drugs, like the tides, I call them, semaglutide, tirzepatide, soon to be retatrutide, etc., they are synergistic with lifestyle. So it's not, oh, should I clean up my lifestyle, start, being more active, lifting weights, eating better, or should I take the drug? No. If you could absolutely do one or the other, no big deal. But please don't misconstrue it as what should be one or the other. And drugs are bad. The drugs can make the lifestyle go better and vice versa. That synergy is enormous, which means that false dichotomy is just not a thing. And to wrap this one up, avoiding drugs on principle can be a problem in a few ways. People say, I don't want to get on blood pressure drugs. They go to the doctor. The doctor's like, your blood pressure is really high. And they go, I'm not going to I don't want to take the drugs. The drugs will mess me up. They don't. Blood pressure drugs are incredibly safe, super effective, very low side effects now that they're super, like 6th generation or something like that. But it's a totally understandable misconception. And the doctor goes, okay, well, what's the alternative? And you're like, I'll eat healthy and, do exercises and stuff. He's like, okay, cool. The thing is, that's going to take months and months and months to actually lower your blood pressure as much as drugs would do like 2 days later if you started taking them. The entire time your body is getting dilapidated and ruined by high blood pressure. Period. It's like you're standing in a burning building and the firefighter's like, get in the truck. We're going to drive you away from this burning building. And you're like, oh, I'll walk. And you walk like really slowly, step by step. Yeah, you're on your way out, but the fire's still burning you. And if you have what's called, what's the technical term for it? Idiopathic hypertension, I believe, which is like you have high blood pressure, but you're really healthy, you're really lean, and there's no good reason for you to have it other than your genetics are just throwing up 2 middle fingers to you. A bunch of people have this. It's not insanely common, but it's common enough to be a real thing. If you have that, or sometimes I think they call it essential hypertension, where it's like, you just have high blood pressure. We don't know why. Fitness literally will not solve that problem because you're already fit, but the blood pressure's still high. And I've literally met people like, yeah, but I mean, I'm fit, so I guess I just have high blood pressure. Like, no, do not say that. It is killing you. So if you take the drugs, it's gonna make it better. Now, is it good to just take drugs, right? Scott, how many, like, I'm gonna call out specific family members. How many uncles and aunts do you have that like gobble up blood pressure meds like the world is coming to an end, but will not exercise or eat better for the life of them? Like that's like 90 people in all of our families combined, right? Everybody, right?
More than don't.
Right.
Yeah,
so
like
that is also a false dichotomy because they're like, well, I'm on blood pressure drugs. Like, no, exercise and fitness will save your ass 10 times more for 50 other variables of your health. So it's absolutely both. And lastly, not to break this point too much, the resistance to modern weight loss drugs falls in exactly the same category. People say, well, I don't want to take weight loss drugs. I'm going to do it myself. Like, okay, you could, but why not take the drugs as well? And it goes both ways. People say, well, they're just going to take the drug. I don't have time to get fit. Like, yes, you do. You absolutely do. Because remember, eating less food always takes less time than eating more food. Scott, how come nobody talks about that enough? The ultimate unlock. People like, my favorites, guys, all love and respect. I know that raising children is category level harder than anything I've ever done in my life. Facts, right? But fit parents will appreciate this little rant, especially. I like it when like people are like, oh man, like, they're like, they've gained like 50 pounds having like 3-year-olds and shit. And you're like, oh, like, the diet, huh? And they're like, well, it's tough having, 3 and 5-year-olds or whatever, kindergartners, because I just end up eating, what they eat. You're like, you just end up eating chicken nuggets all the time. So why are you feeding your kids chicken nuggets? Do you know who's in charge of what your children eat? It's you. It's only you, actually, both legally and practically. But I digress. I'm going to get a lot of hate for that, and it's well-deserved. Number 2, we got 3 of these today, is the idea that I would call pretty fallacious as a general assumption that losing lots of weight, dozens and dozens of pounds, will give you a tight body. Everything slim and trim, all the skin tightened, all the abs showing. The after ads, right, the before and afters, in the after pictures, people that have lost 50 to 100 pounds look so damn good, and they do, and 100% kudos to them. And it's easy to think that just doing a diet and lifting and losing tons of weight can turn every overweight person, formerly overweight person, into basically a fitness calendar model. Like you look at Miss Olympia and then you look at pictures of yourself at 250 pounds and you're like, if I just lose 100 pounds, I'm more or less gonna look like that lean and that tight and that put together. But the dark side that many folks in the fitness industry either don't want to admit or don't know about or somewhere in between is the resorption of skin, the tightening, the retightening of skin after 20 to 30 pounds or more of weight loss has serious, serious limitation. Which means that if you lose something like 50 pounds or more, you're probably gonna have loose skin and maybe a lot of it. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it with more dieting or more exercising or rubbing creams on yourself. Although rubbing creams on yourself is quite nice, isn't it? Scott, you were involved in another film called Teen Skin 5.
No comment.
A seminal work.
It's a different life, Mike. I don't like that you drag my old life back into this.
Scott,
like, I've moved on.
You've
I've
moved
reformed.
on. IMDb hasn't moved on.
Rehabilitated man.
Your IMDb credits is like actor, executive producer, cinematographer. So here's the thing. Your hope after massive weight loss of a tight body with the skin that comes to match might be just that, a hope only if you're losing more than 50 pounds. And here's the thing, like, this blows huge dick and needs to be exposed, as I guess I'm exposing it now, because few things, in my opinion, suck worse than setting up false hopes for hardworking folks. Like, most people trying to lose weight, especially people that are losing weight radically quickly, and a lot of it, and making incredible progress, these are just gorgeous, beautiful people that all of us kind of want nothing but the best for. But if they've been sold kind of a little bit of a low-key lie, like, man, see, just do our diet, the RP Diet Coach app, and you'll look like a fitness model in no time. See, just lose 400 pounds and you'll be slim and trim. Like, okay. And then you lose 400 pounds and you're like a giant bag of skin. That sucks. People need to know that that's actually how it goes. Now, the reality is this. There is an option of skin removal surgery where they cut out a part of your skin and they drape the rest down super tight and they stitch it up. And then they kick you to the curb in Chicago, Illinois, like I got kicked to the curb when I got my skin removal surgery. And believe it or not, the curb is an excellent place for recovery. Scott, there's plenty of garbage to eat, sewer drainage to drink. And the rats, honestly, even though they didn't know me, after hours, we were fast friends. I actually now speak fluent rat. Scott, I had a self-deprecating racial joke I was going to throw in there, but I'll just shut up about it. You guys can fill in the blanks. You so often do in the comments. So yes, skin removal surgery is a thing. It's a pretty brutal procedure. However, there are other procedures most folks don't even know about. One of them is called the body type procedure. It is one teeny tiny hole they poke into you, or maybe 2 or 3 if you have a humongous area of loose skin. And what they do is they lipo that area with a cannula, which is like a giant tube they stick in there. And they also apply a massive amount of heat to that skin. And over literally multiple months, the skin in that area shrinks and shrinks and shrinks. And this can reduce skin laxity by up to 40%, which is mind-bendingly enormous. So yeah, if you've lost 100 or 150 pounds, you might need to have the skin removal surgery. It's a big deal. Obviously, the results are going to be tremendous. That if you've lost 20 pounds, 30 pounds, 50 pounds, 70 pounds even, in many cases, the body type procedure, which you're like literally just up and about and walking around normally, and the recovery takes weeks. Obviously, the results trickle in slowly for months, which is awesome because you're like, oh my God, it's still happening. That is a thing. It's such not a big deal compared to the nasty invasive skin removal surgery, and it costs way less money. And so it's one of these things where folks get the truth of like, actually skin doesn't resorb on its own. They're like, I got to have skin removal surgery and that's like $40,000 and like I'm out for 6 months or something like that. Nope. In most cases, Body Tight will do it for teeny tiny fractions of the cost and recovery time. And the risk is way smaller because the amount of incision is like literally like 1,000 times less tissue processed than if you actually get your skin cut out. Now, a lot of fitness industry folks have ideological reservations about surgery. You will see them in the comments. And I totally respect that. Cutting your way into being fit kind of feels icky for some sense that's difficult to define. But again, this is the same thing of that either or lifestyle versus drugs. Doing the diet and doing the training is not antagonistic to surgery. They are synergistic or at worst additive. They are not antagonistic. So if you really like getting cut open for no reason, and you really like having a flabby body that has a bunch of surgery, just do surgery. Look, only weird Beverly Hills people do that. No offense, weird Beverly Hills people, y'all are great. And the reality is, lifestyle is something that'll get you 80 or 90% of the way, even if you've been way overweight before. And surgery, even minimally invasive surgery like Body Tight, can get you that rest of that 10 and 20%. It's not either or, because in the end, looking your best is what you want to do. And I'm going to stand on a little high horse here, and I don't mean this in this way. It's going to come off wrong. Feel free to clip for your content. I've been very public about getting my surgery, and I will get more surgeries and be public about them because I just can't shut the fuck up, and I just always have to yap about what's going on with me. If you've gotten sick of this, see you maybe in the next video. But a lot of people aren't public about their surgeries. But I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of people get surgery. A lot of people. A lot of people in the fitness industry get surgeries. And I'm never in a million years going to out them for it. That is their fucking right to privacy. But don't you go thinking that, oh, no one does surgeries and I'll be ridiculed for it. Nah, that ain't it. Scott, how many people in the Can I out where you live or not really? Not the exact address. You live in Birmingham, Michigan. Nobody's getting surgeries around here, are they? You could step in the wrong hole and get a surgery by accident. Oh, shit. Do I owe you money? That's $10,000. Like, God damn it. How did my hand sign the waiver all of a sudden?
Yeah. This is like Beverly Hills Part 2. Like,
really
you'll see
is.
a woman who's like 35 going on 55. You're like,
How old are you, ma'am?
Yeah,
She's like,
yeah.
ma'am. You're like, oh, JK, I
like
don't even.
The nose is 32 and the lips are 42 and the face is 65. You're like, I don't.
She's like, I've got my face going back to 27 years old. I've got it next week. All right. And if you have one of the moral qualms
in North Durham are worried and they're angry.
A couple of moments to swap over. Before I call the Home Secretary to make her statement, I'm sorry that once again Mr. Speaker has asked me to remind ministers of the requirement in the government's own ministerial code that major new policy announcements should be made in this House in the first instance and not to the media. This afternoon's statement has already been the subject of very extensive media coverage, both over the weekend and this morning, including a lot of policy detail. Honourable and right honourable members on the government benches were very quick to criticise ministers in the previous government for this kind of behaviour, but the Home Office seems to have a particular problem with making media announcements before ministers come to make statements to the House. I know that the committee chaired by the Honourable Member for North Dorset is looking at this matter, and I look forward to reading their recommendations. Statement: Asylum Policy, the Home Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. With your permission, I will make a statement about how we restore order and control to our borders. I do so as this government publishes the most significant reform to our migration system in modern times. This country will always offer sanctuary to those fleeing danger. But we must also acknowledge that the world has changed, and our asylum system has not changed with it. Our world is a more volatile and more mobile place. Huge numbers are on the move. While some are refugees, others are economic migrants seeking to use and abuse our asylum system. And even genuine refugees are passing through other safe countries searching for the most attractive place to seek refuge. The burden that has fallen on this country has been heavy. 400,000 have sought asylum here in the last 4 years. Over 100,000 people now live in asylum accommodation, and over half of refugees remain on benefits 8 years after they have arrived. To the British public who foot the bill, the system feels out of control and unfair. It feels that way because it is. The pace and scale of change has destabilised communities. It is making our country a more divided place. There will never be a justification for the violence and racism of a minority. But if we fail to deal with this crisis, we will draw more people down a path that starts with anger and ends in hatred. I have no doubt about who we really are in this country. We are open, tolerant, and generous. But the public rightly expect that we can determine who enters this country and who must leave. To maintain the generosity that allows us to provide sanctuary, we must restore order and control. Rather than deal substantively with this problem, the last Conservative government wasted precious years and £700 million on their failed Rwanda plan, with the lamentable result of just 4 volunteers removed from the country. As a result, they left us with the grotesque chaos of asylum seekers housed in hotels, shuttled around in taxis, with the taxpayer footing the bill. My predecessor as Home Secretary picked up this dreadful inheritance and rebuilt the foundations of a collapsed asylum system. Decision-making has been restored, with a backlog now 18% lower than when we entered office. Removals have increased, reaching nearly 50,000 under this government. Immigration enforcement has hit record levels, with over 8,000 arrests in the last year. The Border Security Bill is progressing through Parliament, and my predecessor struck a historic agreement with the French, which means small boat arrivals can now be sent back to France. These are vital steps, but we must go further. Today we have published Restoring Order and Control, a new statement on our asylum policy. Its goals are twofold. Firstly, to reduce illegal arrivals into this country, and secondly, to increase removals of those with no right to be here. It starts by accepting an uncomfortable truth. While asylum claims fall across Europe, they are rising here. And that is because of the comparative generosity of our asylum offer, when compared to so many of our European neighbours. This generosity is a factor that draws people to these shores on a path that runs through other safe countries. Nearly 40% come on small boats and over perilous channel crossings, but a roughly equal number come here legally via a visitor, work or study visa and then go on to claim asylum. They do so because refugee status is the most generous route into this country. An initial grant lasts 5 years, which is then converted almost automatically into permanent settled status. In other European countries, things are done differently. In Denmark, refugee status is temporary and they provide safety and sanctuary until it is possible for a refugee to return home. In recent years, asylum claims have hit a 40-year low. And now, across Europe, countries are tightening their systems in similar ways. We must act too. We will do so by making refugee status temporary, not permanent. A grant of refugee status will last 2.5 years, not 5. It will be renewed only if it is impossible for a refugee to return home. Permanent settlement will now come at 20 years, not 5. I know this country welcomes people who contribute, and for those who want to stay and are willing and able to, we will create a new work and study visa route solely for refugees, with a quicker path to permanent settlement. To encourage refugees into work, we will also consult on removing benefits for those who are able to work but choose not to. Outside of the most exceptional circumstances, family reunion will not be possible, with a refugee only able to bring family over if they have joined a work and study route and if qualifying tests are met. While over 50,000 were granted refugee status in the last year, more than 100,000 claimants and failed asylum seekers remain in taxpayer-funded accommodation. And we know that criminal gangs use the prospect of free bed and board to promote their small boat crossings. We have already announced that we will empty asylum hotels by the end of the Parliament, and we are exploring a number of large military sites as an alternative. We will now also remove the 2005 legislation that created a duty to support asylum seekers, reverting to a legal power to do so instead. While we will continue to support those who play by the rules, those who do not, be that through criminality or antisocial behaviour, can have their support removed. We will also remove our duty to support those who have a right to work. It is right that those who do receive support pay for it if they can. So those with income or assets will have to contribute to the cost of their stay. This will end the absurdity that we currently experience, where an asylum seeker receiving £800 each month from his family and who had recently acquired an Audi was receiving free housing at the taxpayer's expense, and the courts judged that we could do nothing about it. Mr. Speaker, these measures are designed to tackle the pull factors that draw people into this country. But reducing the number of arrivals is just half of the story. We must also enforce our rules and remove those who have no right to be here. This will mean restarting removals to countries where they have been paused. In recent months, we have begun voluntary removal of failed asylum seekers to Syria once again. However, there are still many failed asylum seekers here from Syria, most of whom fled a regime that has since been toppled. Other countries are planning to enforce removals, and we will follow suit. Where a failed asylum seeker cannot be returned home, we will also continue to explore the possibility of return hubs, with negotiations ongoing. We must remove those who have failed asylum claims, regardless of who they are. Today, we are not removing family groups, even when we know that their home country is perfectly safe. There are, for instance, around 700 Albanian families living in taxpayer-funded accommodation, having failed their asylum claims. This is true despite an existing returns agreement, and that Albania is a signatory to the European Convention on Human Rights. So we will now begin the removal of families. Where possible, we will encourage a voluntary return, but where an enforced return is necessary, that is what we will do. Where the barrier to a return is not the individual nor the UK government, but the receiving country, we will take action. I can announce today that we have told Angola, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Namibia that if they do not comply with international rules and norms, we will impose visa penalties on them. And I am sending a wider message here. Unless other countries heed this lesson, further sanctions will follow. Much of the delay in our removals, however, comes from the sclerotic nature of our own system. In March of this year, the appeals backlog stood at 51,000 cases. This government has already increased judicial sitting days, but reform is required. So we will create a new appeals body staffed by professional independent adjudicators, and we will ensure there is early legal representation available to advise claimants and ensure their issues are properly considered. Cases with a low chance of success will be fast-tracked, and claimants will have just one opportunity to claim and one to appeal, ending the merry-go-round of claims and appeals that frustrate so many removals. While some barriers to removal are the result of process, others are substantive issues related to the law itself. There is no doubt that the expanded interpretation of parts of the European Convention on Human Rights has contributed. This is particularly true of Article 8, the right to a family life. The courts have adopted an ever-expanding interpretation of this right, and as a result, many people have been allowed to come to this country when they would otherwise have had no right to. And we have been unable to remove others when the case for doing so seems overwhelming. This includes cases like an arsonist sentenced to 5 years in prison, whose deportation was blocked on the grounds that his relationship with his sibling may suffer. And more than half of those detained are now delaying or blocking their removal by raising a last-minute rights claim. Article 8 is a qualified right. That means we are not prevented from removing individuals or refusing an application to move to the UK if it is in the public interest. To narrow Article 8 rights, we will therefore make 3 important changes in both domestic law and our immigration rules. Firstly, we will define what exactly a family is, narrowing this down to parents and their children. Secondly, we will define the public interest test so the default becomes a removal or refusal, with Article 8 rights only permissible in the most exceptional circumstances. Thirdly, we will tighten where Article 8 claims can be heard, ensuring only those who are living in the UK can lodge a claim rather than their family members overseas, and that all claims are heard first by the Home Office and not in a courtroom. We will also pursue international reform of a second element of the European Convention, the application of Article 3, the prohibition on torture and inhuman, degrading treatment or punishment. We will never return anyone to be tortured in their home country. But the definition of degrading treatment has expanded into the realm of the ridiculous. Today we have criminals we seek to deport, but discover we cannot because the prisons in their home country have cells that are deemed too small, or even mental health provision that is not as good as our own. As Article 3 is an absolute right, a public interest test cannot be applied. For that reason, we are seeking reform at the Council of Europe, and we do so alongside international partners who have raised similar concerns. But it is not just international law that binds us. According to data from 2022, over 40% of those detained for removal claimed they were modern-day slaves. This well-intentioned law is being abused by those who seek to frustrate a legitimate removal. So I will bring forward legislation that tightens the modern slavery system to ensure that it protects those it was designed for and not those who seek to abuse it. Taken together, Madam Deputy Speaker, these are significant reforms. They are designed to ensure our asylum system is fit for the modern world and that we retain public consent for the very idea of providing refuge. We will always be a country that offers protection to those fleeing peril, just as we did in recent years when Ukraine was invaded, when Afghanistan was evacuated, and when we repatriated Hong Kongers. For that reason, as order and control is restored, we will open new, capped, safe and legal routes into this country. These will make sponsorship the primary means by which we resettle refugees, with voluntary and community organisations given greater involvement to both receive refugees and support them, working within caps set by government. We will also create a new route for displaced students to study in the UK and another for skilled refugees to work here. And of course, we will always remain flexible to new crises across the world as they happen. I know the British people do not want to close the doors, but until we restore order and control, those who seek to divide us will grow stronger. It is our job as a Labour government to unite where there is division. So we must now build an asylum system for the world as it is, one that restores order and control, one that opens safe and legal routes to those fleeing danger across the world, and one that sustains our commitment to providing refuge for this generation and those to come. I know the country we are. We are open, tolerant and generous. We are the Greater Britain that those on this side of the House believe in, not the littler England that some would wish we would become. These reforms are designed to bring unity where others seek to divide. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Badenoch.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Home Secretary for advance sight of his statement, most of which I read in the Sunday Telegraph, actually. But I am pleased that she is bringing forward measures to crack down on illegal immigration. It's not enough, but it is a start, and it's also a change. It's a change from her previous position in opposition of a general amnesty for illegal migrants. But I do want to praise the new Home Secretary, Madam Deputy Speaker. She's bringing fresh energy and a clearer focus to this problem, and she has got more done in 70 days in the job than her predecessor did in a year. She seems to get what many on the benches behind refuse to accept. She is right to say that if we fail to deal with the crisis, we will draw more people to a path that starts with anger and ends in hatred. But we will also allow our English Channel to operate as an open route into this country for anyone prepared to risk their lives and pay criminal gangs. This is not fair. It is not fair on British citizens. It is not fair on those who come here legally. And it is not fair on those in genuine need who are pushed to the back of the queue because the system is overwhelmed. Anyone who cannot see by now that simply tinkering with the current system isn't going to fix this problem is either living in la-la land or being willfully obstructive. It is a shame that it has taken Labour a year in office to realise there is a borders crisis. Yes. I don't know why they're chuntering. What was their first act in government? Her predecessor's first act was to scrap the Rwanda plan, which was already, yes, they're cheering, it was already starting to act as a deterrent before it even got off the ground. And before it started, Labour threw away all of our hard work, the taxpayers' money. They're the ones who have wasted their money, not us. But this statement, Madam Deputy Speaker, is an admission that her predecessor's immigration and borders bill will not work. But I'm glad to see them now changing course. The powers they're using in this bill, they all voted down when we were in government. They wouldn't be able to do that if we hadn't got it through. None of them know the work that was done. They're just cheering nonsensically, but we know what has happened since they came into office. In fact, the Home Secretary will know that in the 70 days that she has been in office, 10,000 people have crossed the channel. And in the last year, we have seen record levels of asylum claims. The problem has got worse since Labour came into office and is getting even worse by the day. But I am afraid to tell her that what she is announcing is not going to work on its own. And some of these measures will, in fact, take us backwards. I say that to her with no ill will, and I hope she believes me when I say I genuinely want her to succeed. Because on this side of the House, we are speaking from experience. We know how difficult this is. It is, we are. And we're not going to take any lectures from the people who voted down every single measure to control immigration. Some of the measures she is announcing today, Madam Deputy Speaker, are undoubtedly positive steps. Baby steps, but positive nonetheless. We welcome making refugee status temporary, and we welcome removing the last Labour government's legislation that created a duty to support asylum seekers. She's right to do that. Yeah. However, some of what she is announcing simply does not go far enough. On this side of the House, we believe that anyone who arrives illegally, especially from safe countries, should be deported and banned from claiming asylum. Does the Home Secretary agree that anyone who comes to this country illegally should be deported? I'd like to know, I think the country would like to know, because this announcement means that some people who arrive will be allowed to stay. They just need to wait 20 years before getting permanent settlement. That does not remove the pull factor. But the main problem is that for as long as the UK is in the ECHR, illegal immigrants and those exploiting our system will use human rights laws to block anything she does to solve this. I know this because I saw it happen again and again over the last 4 years. I know she is seeing it too. We even saw it this year with the Prime Minister's one-in, one-out scheme, which has seen people return to France, come back yet again on small boats. I can guarantee that her plan to reinterpret Article 8 will not work. We tried this already. Strasbourg and UK case law will prevail. And I agree with her that the definition of degrading treatment is overinterpreted. But renegotiating Article 3 internationally will take years. Years we don't have, if it were even possible, but the fact is it isn't. We know this because a small group of EU countries tried this earlier and they were dismissed by the Secretary General of the Council of Europe. Her government did nothing to support them, so I'm not convinced that it's the Prime Minister's negotiating skills that are going to sort out that problem. The fact is, we have looked at this issue from every possible direction, and the reality is that any plan that doesn't include leaving the ECHR as a necessary step is wasting time we don't have. Just like their plan to smash the gangs or the one-in, one-out policy, it is time-wasting and it is doomed to fail because of lawfare. We have seen this all before. The tough measures will be challenged in the courts and blocked, the new legal routes she's talking about will be exploited, and the numbers arriving on our shores and disappearing into the black economy will keep on rising. If the Home Secretary is serious about reducing these numbers, and I do believe that she is, she must be bolder. She must take steps to deter illegal immigrants from coming to Britain and deport them as soon as they arrive. Our borders plan does just that, and I know that she has studied it in detail. I've seen the looks. I know that she knows that we would leave the ECHR and ECATS to stop the Strasbourg courts from frustrating deportations, that we'd establish a new removals force to make sure all illegal arrivals are deported. We would end the use of immigration tribunals, judicial review, and legal aid in immigration cases. Those are the things that are slowing us down. And we will sign returns agreements that are backed by visa sanctions to ensure we send illegal arrivals back to their place of origin. I welcome what she's talking about on Angola and Namibia, but all of us in this House know that they are not the ones creating the biggest problems. We need to be bold, serious, and unafraid to do what the British people demand: secure our borders. That is what is in our borders plan. So I urge her to take me up on my offer to work together, not just because we have some ideas she might find useful, but because, judging by her own backbenchers' reaction today, she may find our votes come in handy. Earlier this year, we saw what happened when the government tried to make changes to the welfare bill. The Prime Minister was defeated by his own backbenchers and ended up passing legislation guaranteeing that more money would be spent on welfare. And it doesn't appear that his grip on the party has improved since then. So you can be sure that the MPs behind the Home Secretary are already plotting to block any serious changes she tries to make. We can help her with that. Why are they shaking their heads? We've seen them do it time and time again before. I would say to the Home Secretary, this is a genuine offer in the national interest. We will not play the same game they did, voting things down for no reason, but she must be clear with the House on these questions. How many people will be able to take advantage of the new work and study visa route? And what will the level of the cap be? Will it be 10,000 people? Will it be 100,000 people? The government has separately confirmed they will allow Gazan students to bring dependents. We oppose this, but can she clarify how the government will ensure that people brought to the UK from a territory under Hamas control are not a risk to our security? If she finds that the Human Rights Act and ECHR prevent her from enacting these proposals, will she use primary legislation to resolve this? Has Lord Hermer agreed? By her own admission 3 weeks ago, the Home Office is not yet fit for purpose, so why then are we creating the new legal routes for the Home Office to run? And will she take me up on this serious, genuine offer to meet and discuss how we can work together to resolve this asylum crisis, yes or no? I urge her to put party politics aside, meet with me and my shadow Home Secretary. Let's find a way to work together.
Order. I was very generous with time then. Home Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for her response to the statement. I see that the Shadow Home Secretary has been subbed out after his performance at Home Office orals. But whether it's the Shadow Home Secretary or the Leader of the Opposition herself, I'm very happy to take on the Conservative Party any day of the week. And let me start by saying we will not be taking any lessons from those opposite on how to run an effective migration system or indeed an asylum system, because I'm afraid to say to the Leader of the Opposition, she knows that her party in government gave up on governing altogether. They gave up on making asylum decisions, creating the huge backlog that it was left to this government to start to deal with. And in our first 18 months in office, removals are up 23% compared to their last 18 months in office. So I will take no lessons from anyone opposite on anything to do with our asylum system, because they simply gave up and went for an expensive gimmick that cost 700 million quid, returned 4 volunteers and was doomed to failure from the start. I will also say, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition had rather a lot to say about the European Convention on Human Rights. I don't recall the members opposite ever bringing forward any legislation to deal with the application of Article 8, the qualified right to private life, in this House. There was never a bill that sought to clarify the way that Article 8 should apply in our domestic legislation or indeed in our immigration rules. So I'm not going to take any lessons from the people that just never bothered to do that in the first place. It is this government that is rolling up our sleeves, dealing with the detailed, substantive issues that we face and thinking of proper, workable solutions to those matters. And I just say on Article 3, I think the position on Article 3 has changed across Europe. I was over at the Council of Europe in my previous role as Lord Chancellor just before the summer recess earlier on this year, and I was struck by the sheer range of other European partners who want to have this conversation. It is important, I think, that the British government leans into that conversation and seeks to work in collaboration with our European partners. The one thing that will not work is simply saying we're going to come out of the European Convention altogether. That is not and will never be the policy of this government, because we believe reform can be pursued, but that this is an important convention, not least because it actually underpins some of our own returns agreements, including the one with France. And so she talks about how many years it would take for us to think about reform of the convention, but it would also take just as many years, as she well knows, to start renegotiating lots of international agreements which would be affected by us coming out of the convention. So I'm afraid her solution once again will not work. And if she wanted to work together in the national interest, and look, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm always up for working in the national interest, because nothing actually matters more to me than holding our own country together and uniting our country. But they could have started by voting for the Borders Bill, which is currently going through the House and which they have voted against at every opportunity. So forgive me if I don't take this newfound conversion to working together in the national interest with much seriousness, because their own track record suggests it should not be taken seriously. And not be taken seriously, Madam Deputy Speaker, sums up the position of the Conservative Party. These are the people that left this government an abject mess to clear up. They gave up on governing, they gave up on running an effective asylum system, and now they turn up without so much as an apology to the British public, thinking that they've got anything to say that anyone wants to hear.
Before I call the first backbench contribution, can I remind members that in order to expect to be called in a statement, they should have been here from the start of the Home Secretary's statement. There may be members bobbing quite unnecessarily. Florence Eshalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the reality is we need an asylum and immigration system based on fairness and consistency. My constituency of Vauxhall and Campbell Green is a testament to this. It's a place that's been made richer because of the people who've come here from all over the world. Some of them have fled persecution and have made a home over many years. I meet these people every week in the community and including in schools, where I see those children excited about their future. When this government came into office last year, they were right to say that their priority in this area is to tackle the huge backlog of unprocessed asylum claims left by their predecessor. Clearing that backlog is a big task, Madam Deputy Speaker, but it is right that we identify who has a right to be here. But by introducing more assessments of those who've been here for many years, making new judgments on safety of a country will take considerable resources. So is the Home Secretary confident that these changes will not have an unintentional consequence and actually make it harder to achieve her goal?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. Let me assure her there will be both the administrative system and the resources needed to underpin the asylum changes that we are making. It is already the case that at the end of the 5-year leave to remain period, there is meant to be an assessment as to whether the country of origin remains a safe country or not. What has ended up happening, though, in practice is that has become an almost effectively an automatic pathway to permanent settlement. That is the thing that we are changing. But what I would ask her to do is look look carefully at our protection work and study route, because we will be encouraging those who have sought asylum here, being granted refugee status, to go into work or to study that supports their integration, but it also means that they are making a contribution which actually will retain public support for the system overall.
Yeah.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is right that the government is looking for ways to bring order to the asylum system. It was left in total disarray by the Conservatives. Sadly, the government has been too slow to act. Britain has a long and proud history of responding with compassion to people fleeing unimaginable horrors. That should continue in a way that is fair and sustainable. So we welcome some of what the Home Secretary has said on that score. But what is not helpful is the Home Secretary claiming that the country is being torn apart by immigration. Acknowledging the challenges facing our nation is one thing, but stoking division by using immoderate language is quite another. I will, however, welcome news about safe and legal routes. This is something the Liberal Democrats have called for some time, since they were scrapped by the Conservatives, leading to more small boat crossings. But we do have some concerns about the far-reaching detail behind these proposals, which seems to be missing. The Home Secretary is revoking the legal duty to provide asylum seekers with accommodation and says asylum seekers should support themselves and contribute to our society. But she is still banning them from working so they can support themselves, contributing to our society. That makes no sense at all. She relies a lot on Denmark as an example. Denmark lets asylum seekers work after 6 months. So will she. And can she guarantee that the burden to house asylum seekers won't fall on already struggling local councils? And can she guarantee that we won't see a whole-scale transfer of asylum seekers from hotels to the streets? And if the Minister for Border Security and Asylum announced to the media asylum seekers could have jewellery confiscated, is the Home Secretary doing this to raise money or to deter people? And either way, does she acknowledge that many British people will see it as unnecessary and cruel? State-sponsored robbery will certainly not fix a system that costs taxpayers £6 million every day in hotel bills. If the government plans to keep its promise to end hotel use, it must also process the claims of the 90,000 backlog of asylum seekers. Something the Liberal Democrats have a plan to do within 6 months, using Nightingale-style processing centres. Does the Home Secretary seriously believe that an overstretched Home Office, which has yet to clear the existing backlog, can also undertake reviews of every refugee's status every 2.5 years? The UK must continue to lead international efforts to manage large migratory flows, and because the flow of people comes from Europe, she will need to work with the EU on a solution. The Oxford Migration Observatory has identified a clear Brexit effect. That means people refused asylum in the EU now make a second attempt here, a consequence of the Brexit delivered by the Conservatives and the honourable member for Clacton 2. The Minister refused to answer earlier whether Brexit has harmed our immigration and asylum system. So I'll ask the Home Secretary now, does she think that Brexit has made it easier or more difficult for this country to control its borders and asylum system? And does she think reductions in overseas development spending will reduce or increase migratory flows? We've already made it very clear that we think leaving the ECHR will make no difference to securing our borders and will tear hard-won rights away from British people. It's encouraging that the Home Secretary has said that is not part of the government's plan. Finally, we urge the government to tread carefully, to act with fairness, to act with efficiency, and to act with compassion for local communities in the UK who want this resolved, but also for asylum seekers too.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to say to the honourable gentleman, I wish I had the privilege of walking around this country and not seeing the division that the issue of migration and asylum system is creating across this country. Unlike him, unfortunately, I am the one that is regularly called a fucking packy and told to go back home. It is I who knows through my personal experience and that of my constituents just how divisive the issue of asylum has become in our country. And I do say to him, I wish it were possible to say that there isn't a problem here, that there's nothing to see and that it is all, in fact, just extremist right-wing talking points. But this system is broken and it is incumbent on all members of Parliament to acknowledge how badly broken broken the system is, and to make it a moral mission to fix this system so that it stops creating the division that we all see. And I do say to him, I do not think it is acceptable or appropriate for people in this place to not acknowledge the real experience of those who sit outside of this House. We are supposed to be in here to reflect that experience in this House, and I hope that he will approach the debates that we will no doubt have on all of these measures in that spirit. He also accused this government of being too slow to act. I do have to say to him, removals of those who have no right to be in our country are up by 23% in the first 18 months of this Labour government compared to the last 18 months of that former Tory government. That is a government that is getting on with the job. We have made 11,000 enforcement raids, 8,000 arrests, and over 1,000 people with no right to be in this country as a result of those raids have been removed from this country. This is a government that has been getting on with the job, and this is just the next phase of our work as we deal with the broken migration system that we inherited from those opposite. He said that he thought that whilst people who are waiting on their claim should be given the right to work, I think he knows that would be a huge pull factor and increase the number of channel crossings rather than decrease them. That would be our experience in this country. That is why we are not pursuing that policy. But what we have said is for those who are granted refugee status in this country and who can and want to, they will be able to switch into the protection, work and study route so they can start contributing to society. That will help them to integrate, and it will help the communities that they are living in as well. He knows full well that it is not the policy of this government to confiscate jewellery from those who are accessing asylum accommodation. What I would say to him, though, is asylum accommodation is provided to asylum seekers by British taxpayers, and it is right that if people have high-value assets, that they contribute to the cost of that asylum accommodation. I gave in my speech the example of a man who was in supported asylum accommodation paid for by his taxpayers and by mine, who was receiving £800 a month from his family and who had enough money to acquire himself an Audi. I think it is right that the British state should be able to say to such an individual, contribute. We're not saying that we would take everything away and leave that individual destitute, but I think contribution is a fair principle here. And I would be very disappointed to discover that the Liberal Democrats do not support contribution when people can afford to do so to the cost of their asylum accommodation. And Madam Deputy Speaker, he left his remarks on Brexit. I don't have any more to say about that. I'm living in the world as it is today. If he has things to say, I'm sure the House will continue to hear about them.
The Home Secretary should know that language that is not acceptable in this House does not become acceptable if it is attributed to others. She might like to apologise for the language used.
I apologise, Madam Deputy Speaker. I did not mean any discourtesy. I was merely reflecting the truth of words that are used to me.
And I think we all appreciate that. But please, can I urge members to keep their language acceptable in the House? Graham Stringer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by saying I fully support the Home Secretary in a statement today. It is a fundamental duty of government to protect our borders and to know who is coming into this country, which we have not known for some time. She has set herself a difficult task, but will she agree to publish targets for all the areas she has outlined in her statement today, particularly a reduction in the number of undocumented and illegal entrants to the country, so that we can check whether it is working, and she may need to alter some of the policies if it is not working.
Thank my honourable friend for his question. What we won't do is set arbitrary targets or caps. We have learnt the lessons of previous governments, and I think that setting a number in that way actually cost public confidence. The better thing to do is to actually get on with delivering these reforms, passing the necessary legislation in this House, delivering them out there in the country, and then assessing them as they go. I have no doubt that there will be much debate and scrutiny in this place and in others about the success of these reforms, and I look forward to answering those questions over the coming months and years, no doubt.
Chair of the Home Affairs Committee, Dame Karen Bradley.
Madam Deputy Speaker. My committee, I'm sure, will want to look closely at the very significant number of announcements that the Home Secretary has made today. But she has referred on a number of occasions to asylum seekers contributing to the support that they're given. And I wonder whether she has made any consideration of setting up a deferred payment scheme, much akin to the student loan scheme, so that people, when they are granted asylum and are in work, can start to pay back for the generosity they've received.
I thank the Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, and I do very much look forward to my first appearance before her committee, which I hope we can arrange very soon, and I'm sure we will be discussing in detail all of these proposals as well as other matters relating to the Home Office. Let me say on that specific point around further contribution, it is something that we are currently exploring. It's not part of the package of measures today, but I'll happily update the House in due course.
Joe White.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement? Would the Home Secretary agree with me that enforcing the immigration rules, including removals, is in the public interest? Could the Home Secretary provide greater detail on the action the government will take to balance public interest against individual rights?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question. We will bring forward legislation in the next session on the specific ways in which we will deal with the application of Article 8 to immigration cases, and also how we will update our immigration rules as well. I'm happy to discuss with her how that legislation will be developed over the coming weeks, but the intention is to do exactly as I said in my statement, in particular to define what is a family, to define how the public interest test is used so that it is only used in the most exceptional of circumstances, and to tighten the who and the where of how Article 8 claims can be made. Taken together, we believe that that will ensure that we are able to ensure that the application of Article 8 is exactly as it was intended to be when the European Convention on Human Rights was first agreed to.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
On these benches, we generally wish her well, because otherwise the country, in her own words, will start falling apart. So it's a good effort, 7 out of 10. She clearly has strong conservative instincts. But does she fear that such is the misery in many of these countries that they're not really worried about how long they have to wait for their asylum claim to be processed? And does she fear that unless we do arrest and detain and deport people very quickly, then this problem will just go on and on and on? So she mentioned return hubs. Could you say a bit more about that? And could you have an open mind about schemes such as Rwanda?
On Rwanda, no. I think on the substance of what he says, he can't be right, because claims are down in Europe and up here. So what I would say to him instead is I hope that he will approach the debate that we're having with an open mind, ditch the failed policies of his party, and maybe consider more workable solutions from this side of the House instead.
Lewis Atkinson.
To continue the UK's proud history of offering sanctuary while simultaneously reducing illegal channel crossings, the right way for refugees fleeing persecution should be through safe and legal routes that are subject to full security checks and controls, not by paying people smuggling gangs to cross the channel in an uncontrolled and unsafe way. So can I therefore welcome the Home Secretary's announcement that such routes will be created? And can she tell the House how quickly she envisages these will be implemented?
I thank my honourable friend. Safe and legal routes are absolutely the way that we should be seeking to bring people into our country, and not through the people smuggling route in the north of France and over the Channel. And it is an explicit policy choice that I have made to disincentivise people coming through that route and paying thousands of pounds as they do so to organised immigration criminals, and will privilege those who come through our safe and legal routes as we get order and control into the system that we have inherited. inherited, these safe and legal routes will become more generous over time. They will start modest, the numbers will be in the low hundreds, but they will grow, and we want them to grow because we want people fleeing sanctuary to be able to find safe harbour here in this country, and we make we are absolutely proud of that position as a government. This route will grow over time. I hope people across the House will support that, but I think we have to get order and control into our system first.
Christine Jodin. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think there would be general agreement that we have chaos in the immigration and asylum system, and that the government should be looking for new ways to discourage people from crossing the channel in small boats. But in what she says today, is there a danger that those people that we do actually need to come to this country legally, with the skills that we need to fill the employment gap, to keep our NHS working and to work in the social care sector, will actually look at this country now and say, no, I don't want to go there, and that there is a danger in this policy that that will happen?
I disagree with the Honourable Lady. There is no reason to believe that. What I would say to her is that if you look at the numbers of people that come into this country on the small boats, it's about 40% of all asylum claims. Actually, it's about the same number of people who come through a legal route, a visit visa, a work visa or a study visa, which when that visa comes to an end, apply for asylum. I hope she would recognise that it is important that we stop that abuse of the asylum system so that we can retain public confidence in the legal migration system that I think we can all agree that this country needs.
Chris Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I now draw your attention to my declaration of interest. Over the last few years, 3 times as many people fleeing war or persecution have come to this country from Ukraine and Hong Kong as have come in small boats, but there has been no public outcry.
Did you see that AI country version of In the Club?
Shorty, it's your birthday. We gon' party like it's.
If you didn't check this out, we got it.
Go shawty, it's your birthday. We're gonna party like it's your birthday. When I pull out that front, you see the bands on the dub.
You see that?
Yeah.
You see that? How they started clapping?
Yeah.
Beyonce ain't got on me.
That's it. There it is. Did you see that AI country
I hear the call.
So it begins. Anytime you're ready. A powerful ally. Prophecy spoke of this. Ha! Do not overestimate me after all we've seen together.
Done waiting. We start in 10 seconds. 5, 3, 1. Time to kill!
Spiders, nations bow to my order.
Getting hot out here. I'm pulling back. Spoke of this.
Retreat!
Enough of you! Confront this dangerous hero. You bring great evil upon us.
Blessings upon you, leader.
Thank you, healer.
Thanks for the pick-me-up.
No prophecy spoke of this. This needs our defense. I need help.
Thank you, healer.
Go to your graves.
Your enemies deserve my power. Prepare yourselves.
I've been tired of this battle.
Defend yourselves or perish.
I've done for you.
Secrets shall we uncover?
Nu mă cunoști, nu știi ce am făcut. Eu nu mă cunoști, nu știi prin ce am trecut. Eu m-am bătut, am furat și am vândut. Să fiu în rând cu băieții, asta-i tot ce-am vrut. Te roade gelozia că eu sunt mai tare. Peștele mic niciodată nu-l înghite pe cel mare. Te doare, unul ca tine moare. Fraierii cad mereu, băieții rămân în picioare. Regula de stradă este să nu fii gelos. Pe cel ce a făcut banda a plecat de jos. Mă doare în pulă de băfata și oricum nu supăr fața. Tu tot ce ești gura, eu îmi trăiesc viața. cunoști, nu știi prin ce-a trecut. Yo! M-am zbătut, m-am bătut, am furat și am vândut. Să fiu în rând cu băieții, asta-i tot ce-am vrut. Te roade gelozia că eu sunt mai tare. Peștele mic niciodată nu-l închide pe cel mare. Te doare, unul ca tine moare. Fraierii cad mereu, băieții rămân în picioare. Regula de stradă este să nu fii gelos. Pe cel ce a făcut banda a plecat de jos. Mă doare în pulă de bărbat.
Thanks for the pick-me-up. She's talent.
This is intolerable. Our troubles have only begun.
Return the gems to me.
The enemy's advantage is waning. Oh, I came back? Ah, yes. Confront this dangerous foe.
Spiders shall eat your foes.
There is something disquieting here. Oh, minions!
Choose talent.
My journey continues.
Little spider, destroy them. Deliver the gems of power to my orator.
You might want to hit up a fountain.
The darkness is coming.
Alright, this medic's my new best friend.
yes. Go there on the time. Good day, my friend. At last. Enough of you! Stay a while and listen. Enemy attack! There is something disquieting.
The clutch is filled. Your enemies desire my power, and it shall aid them. Can you survive? We shall see.
Și oricum nu sufăr fața, tot ce ești gura, eu îmi trăiesc viața. Nu mă cunoști, nu știi ce am făcut, eu. Nu mă cunoști, nu știi prin ce am trecut, eu.
I mean, Andrew.
Nu mă cunoști, nu știi.
MVP.
action! So it begins.
I bring the mega death. Yearn for battle.
From order comes justice.
Victory above all.
Are you ready for the Inter-Multiversal Nexo Weight Championship? You better be! I cannot believe you and I must fight together.
I will be victorious with or without you.
10 seconds to go! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The fight is on! Ha-ha!
Do you accept thanks for fulfilling your duty? Moving out.
opportune intervention, friend.
Move quickly. Nice healing, Chief.
Excellent healing. Pick a talent. Let's go!
We've redesigned our tree glove protector for combat in the Nexus. Prepare to begin field testing.
Tickled.
I hear ya!
I thank you, healer.
Tree glove terminal online. Take control of it to pilot the mech.
An opportune intervention, friend.
Of one, huh? Well, there's a good deal.
All things must end.
For a moment, I almost knew peace. Once more onto the field.
The field test has started. Attack the enemy protector and see how much...
Forward.
Danger's lurking there.
I did not expect the protector to be destroyed like that.
Choose a talent. A good heal there.
Do you expect the ranks for fulfilling your duty?
Double kill.
It seems well done. You managed the opposite fate.
Excellent healing.
Nice healing, Chief. I wish to be done with this. Do you accept thanks for fulfilling your duty? Most excellent. your fears. Most excellent. This one must perish. Be cautious.
Excellent healing.
Ready shortly.
Always thank your healer.
Activated. Take control of it.
Nice hit!
It seems you
Thank you, healer.
Nice healing, Chief.
What's up, Gunspear? Knockout spree!
Do you expect thanks for fulfilling your duty?
I thank you, healer.
It seems you've proven useful, Keeper. Fulfilling your duty.
Your knockout spray is done.
Impress me, heroes. The Protector is waiting for you.
That horizon was one of my favorites.
Assign a gunner so you can unleash. Protector's power.
We're in the Western Land. Capitals held slain and all.
It seems you've proven useful.
Excellent healing.
Here we go.
should capture this mercenary camp. Watch out!
An access terminal will be online in a moment.
Your fort fell victim to some subterfuge. Yes, sir. Some real nefarious behavior.
It seems you've proven useful, healer.
Access terminal online. Secure it to activate the protector.
I thank you, healer. I'm coming.
Pick a talent. Let's go!
It looks like you have a hostile protector on your hands. Destroy it if you can.
Looks like you could use me hammer.
Well, back to work. The end is
Nothing left of your fort except a bunch of worthless, smelly garbage.
Always thank your healer. Watch out!
Our ally requires assistance.
When you weren't looking, they took a cold steel chair and your precious...
The protector is overloaded. My team will begin with them.
My stretcher It seems you've proven useful here. No hesitation.
I thank you, healer.
My strength returns.
Power routed to the terminal. Control it and you can pilot the protector.
And you better believe they're coming for you next!
So be it.
You're about to see the Protector's power up close. Be ready for it.
I thank you, healer.
We press on.
They're pounding on your core like a couple of bongos! Pick yourself a talent now!
Time to advance in the other direction. Keep on killing.
We're the champions! Wait, you lost? Are you kidding me? Duh!
Anytime you're ready.
Our world is worth fighting for.
I will not be denied. wild.
Balloon, grant us strength.
Tremble before me. Give me someone to fight! I grow even stronger! I'll go where I want to go. I see you know who you are. Very good. This hero must die. Enough of you! Healing me was a wise choice. Give me someone to fly. We'll split you in half. Your healing is appreciated.
Suitably done. I cannot stand alone.
I smell the winds of war. Face me! Healing me was a wise choice.
Boldly done. Your healing is appreciated. Healing me was a wise choice. Looks like killing demons runs in the flesh. Give me We will not be stopped.
Your healing is appreciated. Healing was a wise choice. I thirst for battle. I will destroy you. Healing me was a wise choice.
A fine kill.
Nothing can stop me. Forward! the battle begin! I'm not done yet. Battle is enough of you! You will pay true orc never accepts defeat. I lead from the front. Gorehound will split you in half. I see you know who to kill. Looks like killing demons runs in the family. Your healing is appreciated. Your healing is appreciated.
Commence combat preparations.
It gladdens my heart to see you once more, friend.
All right, let's take him down!
The battle begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence combat operations.
No problem.
Learn from this and come back stronger.
Let's try that again. Sounds great. Keep it up, friend.
Do not let your death be for nothing.
I survived. You're the boss. Here it comes.
You've been struck down.
I survived.
Shows your talent.
To the sky. Love that healer.
Very good.
No problem.
Valiant strike.
We knew this was a possibility.
I survived.
Choose a point.
Nice. Nothing.
Unfortunate.
Back for more! You're the boss! Victory!
Choose a talent. Learn from this and come back stronger. A hero has left the battle. You've lost a point.
Now that's a healer I can get behind! You're the boss!
You knew this was a possibility. They've demolished a keep. They're attacking the core. Stop them!
Whatever it takes.
You've been struck down. Our core is under attack. I will have your death. Choose a talent. We will rise from the ashes. MVP. Transmission in progress. Prepare for combat.
Be silent. We have a battle to win. We must not delay.
Time remaining 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let the battle begin.
Of course.
Select a talent.
My strike is true. Yes. I am hungry.
hero terminated.
Before it's too late.
I need help.
Without hesitation, I offer you my
Class status confirmed. Your fort has been destroyed.
The way is clear.
Select a talent. Enemy defeated.
Your time has come. Now I
Enemy hero terminated.
All of you, and only one of me.
I am healed. Assist me, servant. I go.
Updating mortality statistics. Caution, a player has left the game. Select a talent.
I got friends on the other side.
Kill confirmed.
It seems our plans are falling into place. Press onward.
My task on you.
Elimination complete. Killing spree ended. Encouragement activated. You will do better next time. Alert. Your core is under attack. Upgrade. You are now dead. Death status confirmed.
Prolong your lives.
Alert. Hostile forces are victorious. MVP.